cessation of suffering, the noble truth of cessation of suffering, and the path leading to the noble truth of path leading to cessation of suffering. So each noble truth can be understood in 3 rounds. So what Buddha preached was the noble truth, where the suffering and the cause of suffering and the cessation of suffering and the path leading to cessation of suffering happens due to believing that something is out there when there's nothing. When, as a kid, we were introduced to these labels, we keep talking about that something is out there and yellow is out there, and the label is given as yellow in the form of a sound. The relevant image is out there. That is what we've been told as kid. So that entanglement of that sound to that image creates a feeling. The feeling is already there, but creates the thought that something is out there, and it reinforces that feeling. Or what I'm feeling is out there. That what it seems like that's existing is red or yellow or mother or father or whatever it is. So, but even before these labels come to the baby, this babies usually learn to start talking at the age around 1.5 years, 2 years maybe. Before that, it still feels like something's out there because of the inclination towards change, the sasava nature. So when that mind is developed enough, even at the age of 7, this truth could be understood. The truth is, this world is created when we look at it. Just like what Buddha told Rahulathero, when you peep into the pond, when the dog peeps into the pond, there's a dog. If he doesn't, there's no dog. And so this world is created in the moment to moment. That is the truth. And when you understand and realize that truth is kind of debunked, and it loses its power. These manifested vibrations inherently carries a power. Any vibration cannot exist without the power. There should be a force that's powering it. That underlying power contributes to the pain that we experience, the internal burning in an emotion. When something becomes real, for us, this whole before listening to this Dhamma and understanding this Dhamma, this whole world exists. The so-called external world exists, and with respect to that, the so-called self exists. But in reality, there's no duality as such. There's only one kind of vibration, and the extension of that vibration, the same vibration, is felt as the self. This is a self-evident Dhamma. You can validate it within yourself. So that is the beauty of this Dhamma. True enough, it's in a book. It was found in a book. But the person with the higher wisdom or the transcendental wisdom, the real noble friend, can uncover and make sense of the knowledge or the Dharma that's contained in the book, which is the Pali Canon, the three baskets. Until that, it's because this truth cannot be contained in a mind, cannot be grasped by a mind, because it's not, it transcends the abilities of the mind, and it transcends the way the mind works. Mind comes into existence based on a language. A language comes into existence to explain something, to say something exists, the duality, or to say that something exists or it doesn't, this duality. But this truth transcends the duality. How can you use a language which came into existence to explain the duality? How can you use that language and explain something that transcends the duality, which is an impossible task? And that is the beauty of this Dharma, because we are using that same language as a tool, and the real noble friend shows you the path to kind of sink deep down into the truth while using the dual language, taking you to non-duality. And that is not an easy task. Buddha said, monks, at dawn, if you want to see a rainbow in a dewdrop, at the tip of a blade of grass, then you have to look at it in this very specific angle, or the unique angle. Otherwise, you're not able to see the rainbow in the dewdrop. So that's what Aryan will say, or the real noble friend does. Using the dual language takes you to that, show you that unique angle to look at this Dhamma, to understand this mind, so that you can transcend this mind. And there's the clear wisdom of truth, the philosophy in the form of intellectual knowledge. You would first, the message of the noble friend, first you would listen to it and you will understand it intellectually, but with the very clear practice that Aranvanse has expounded, you can see it within yourself first. With this, you see that there's nothing, the so-called external world is not real. How? Because when you say that is a mango tree didn't call it a mango tree. Mango tree is a label that's given by the convention, and that label is in the mind of someone. What is out there is just what you can see, the experience, the colors. We can't even say they're the colors, because colors are also a label. So, mango tree, dog. Does the dog know his name is dog? No. If there was a Tamil person, he will call the dog Nai or something. Or in Sinhala person who doesn't know English, he or she will have a different label. So whatever is the label that we use to call these things out there, no, it's in somebody's mind. We are attaching the system. Even though we say we attach, it's the system, how the system works. System started attaching these labels to a seemingly external object. So as we continue to contemplate on that, when we get upset to our kids or husbands or wives or whoever, Or, you go to a restaurant, you don't like the food. This tastes like that, this tastes like this. You contemplate on the truth. These ideas, they're not contained in the food. Oh, I don't like the way my husband treats me, talks to me, or my wife talks to me. These are not in these objects. And in fact, the fact that you call your so-called husband, husband, or your so-called wife, wife, all these labels are in the mind. It's a mental construct. So as you continue to contemplate this throughout the day with whatever the activities you do, contemplate as in to try to see this truth, inquire into this truth. Is it so? Is it true? I heard this. My noble friend told me this. Is that true? Does it make sense? You investigate, you inquire into that. With time, it sinks to you. It becomes your own first-hand realization that the so-called external is not real. It's a mental construct. And then comes to the next karma sthana, which is the mind is also not real, because when we in the wisdom of truth section, when we theoretically talk about how the mind is created through manifestations of vibrations, the visual component of the manifestation of vibration, meaning the colors we see or the experience of seeing, or the sounds we hear, when it comes to the auditory component of the vibrations, auditory manifestation. The sounds, they're also vibrations. And that's where the whole language, the labeling, even we think using the language, even when we don't talk, we think with the sounds. Smell component of it, that's also different range of vibrations manifested. Taste, touch, even when we think we are touching a table, only the solidity of a surface is detected, because we can't touch a whole table with one small hand. We think, the system thinks, I am touching a table, when in reality the fingers can only touch a limited area of the so-called table only. So when all these, even that is a manifestation of vibration. So when these vibrations come together, it feels like something is out there. And with respect to that, I am observing it. The labels, they're all this manifestation of the vibration. So this thought is also not real. When we um, when we read a book, whatever it may say, Kamal climbed a tree. There's no Kamal in whatever you read. Whatever you read is printed black. We can't even call it black, because then that is also a label. On paper is also a label, like white and black. But in the imagination, this Kamal, some guy, probably an adolescent, climbing, the act of climbing a tree. That's a thought. That's a mental object. Is that real? In that thought, are there any people? Are there any trees? No. So that is also, with that in enough contemplation over a period of time, we begin to see within ourselves, even the thoughts are, so-called thoughts are not real. And is there a person then? Is there a self then? the the fact that the so-called self, the idea of the self comes into existence when we were kids. The initial thought is taken up by the system. If that is my father, if that is my mother, there should be a self here. So that idea comes from kind of logic. There should be a self here, not that there is a self. There should be a self who is seeing these things, who listens to these things, who smells these things, so who touches these things. And then when the reflection of the so-called self is checked in the mirror, there's a face to it. Now that image of the face is added to this whole entanglement, the individual notion of self. So, when you pay attention to what's happening, okay, the external is not real, the thoughts are not real, there's a system that's at work here. You begin to pay attention to the process, the mechanism, the system. You see that there's no necessity of a self, and without the interference of a self, everything happens. Gets up, gets ready, go to work. There's no continuous feedback from a self. Even when we thought there was a self, if you really closely pay attention, there's no self. Like when there's a thought or a mental object, mental image, that I need to drink some water. With that, there's a mental image of drinking water in a glass. Everyone has different mind images of the so-called self-drinking. And the body is activated, walk towards the kitchen. The glass is grabbed, the tap is opened, and the cup is filled with water. And the water is drunk. And nobody decides how far to walk, how to keep the balance of the body, how should I open the faucet. Nobody gives any guidance about that. It's a bunch of mental images, and the task is done. Magically, it's done. You don't mistakenly go to a different room or overfill the cup or put the cup in the nose or whatever. This process is naturally done without anybody's interference. Where was the so-called self? Unless there's a thought, I am drinking the water, I am doing this, that thought is forcefully called upon to the system. That is what we call the self. And that is not required for this process to happen. That is what you understand with the third meditation instruction or karmasthana, that it is a process, that there's nobody doing this. It's happening with bunch of mental images, which acts like commands. And those two are essentially manifestations of vibration. So you kind of live, the so-called self kind of lives from one vibration to another. In between, the body is activated, eyes are activated, nose, tongue, the faculties are activated, the work is being done, the system is on autopilot. And there's no need for a self. There never was a self, there never was a need for a self, except for this wrong view that has created this self. And that is what we are seeing. There was no need for that. There's no need to claim ownership and say, I did this, I did that, try to show off and set goals and run after them and suffer to achieve them, suffer when you can't achieve them. This unnecessary commentator and sufferer is never required, not required. But it's part of the system, how this system works, how this thought process has started working, how these initial thoughts came into existence. But the suffering was unbearable, so somebody, this process started inquiring into the truth about this world and came across this kind of glitch of the system, and now this whole process is kind of undone by understanding and realizing this. So that is what this path is, the one that leads to the total liberation from the mind. And yet the system will continue, just like how trees bear flowers, fruits, goes in the wind, dies when needs to, when it's out of its life, usable life. That's what we awaken to, understand this system, realize this system. So I think that's all I got for this portion of the discussion. Therwan Sarnai, everyone. Therwan Sarnai Arana Hansa. Therwan Sarnai Randima.
Therwan Sarnai Harshi, thank you so much for your very valuable explanation. Therwan Sarnai Arana Hansa. Therwan Sarnai all Dhamma friends. Yeah, I think that was a very interesting explanation. So if anybody has questions, you all can ask. Mr. Justin, I think sometimes you raise questions so that immensely benefit our forum. So if you have any questions, please feel free to ask, or anybody. Therwan Saranai.
Therwan Saranai.
Therwan Saranai, Mr. Bernard.
Now, I have a problem regarding these neutral sensations. Now, there are three categories: pleasurable, painful, and neutral sensation. And the neutral, all these three are in the mundane world. And we often hear that we are standing on nirvana, and we don't know whether at that moment we are in nirvana or not. So that the difference between the neutral sensation and the first one, that is we are standing on the nirvana, and we don't know what it is. Those two instances is the same or different. It is not clear. That is why I am asking it.
Yeah. Mr. Bernard, thank you so much for your question. So as you said, in the mundane world, life means really the variation between this happiness, suffering. There are sad moments, there are so-called happy moments. So some moments are neutralized. So there is no specific happiness or sad life. So only the difference here is like the mundane world is a illusionary world. They are a fabricated world where all these sensor created things became real. So everything has become real in that world. So world has become real, soul has become real. So the simple answer that we can give is like, when someone understands this mind is not me, body is not me, and this is just a Quran, this is just a moment experience, illusionary world, sensor created world. everything is forming in the present moment, like. So you see the experience is different. So as Harshi explained, the right angle, that right angle is very easy because with the right angle, it is the path is very easy because it is with the right angle, this entertainment drops. Because the entertainment is the only problem here. Because you see, entertainment is the pressure, the pleasure, or then need to maintain the entertainment or not being able to maintain the entertainment is the sad and suffering here. So whenever there is some entertainment from a thing, mind wants it again. So it's a never-ending process. Mind looks for some kind of mental entertainment in the system, but you see, never the system will able to satisfy this mental construct. It vanishes and it wants to repeat again, like so. So the need for next one, like that is the system never-ending power. And once when someone caught up with that, it is in a never-ending process going behind the monkey mind, where it will look for some sense of entertainment in the system. So it's a very natural process, but you see, when this Dhamma is understood like, then it's very clear there is nobody to entertainment, and entertainment is not meaningful because there is no reality of any of the things found. So with that, it's more like insight given up because it's like more value not arising. So then it's a present moment liberation by the present moment awaking to the truth. So with that truth, you see the present moment is liberated from the worldly things, from the so-called soul. So it is not a thinking, but it is a happening thing where present moment is calm, tranquility and cool. It is because of that feel of the truth. It's not, that system is not in the blind anymore. So then in the present moment, you see, if there is no major power coming up from a particular thing, it can be like child or whatever, house or anything, let's say. So then there is no particular pleasurable or sad feel like. So it is the tranquility because it is liberated from this fabricated illusionary world. So it's then the feel has changed. The feel is liberated. So so there also, like you see, it's more towards the neutrality. But I can remember R.M. Mahansa has explained this in more detail. You see, than this explanation, because one in the path also, like when you see when this Dhamma is heard, like because sometimes it is it is in this can explain, I think, to another level. Like, so I think Aryan Mahansi will explain. So that's all I can add here. Harshi, Sakuntala, and all of you also can add. Teruan Saranai.
Yeah, Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala, I think if you can give your
Yeah.
Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai. Teruvan Saranai, I pay my homage to Aryan Mahanse. I may be using different words, but more or less explaining the same thing what both of you mentioned about it to as a reply. He mentioned two terms. One was that is sitting on the nirvana and looking for it, and other one is that what is meant by the neutral feeling. As Randiman was explaining, actually, neutral feeling means in mundane world, you take it as existing. You have a topic or you have something outside where you don't feel a pleasure or sorrow regarding that particular topic. You just feel neutral. Now, for example, if you look at something around you, you might, depending on where you are, you might see wall, a table, maybe trees. So regarding those, you don't feel a pleasure or sorrow. It's a neutral feeling. But for a person who has no understanding of this Dhamma, it is something actually existing. So you take it as something real in the outside world, which eventually or at the same time creates the self on this side who is seeing that or who is hearing that sound. So there are many things around us which are creations of our senses. We take as neutral, but if you have no understanding in the Dhamma, they are there. They are things actually. They are things which are persisting. And I can hear them, I see them, but I have no sorrow or pleasure towards that topic. That is mundane world. But what actually it should be is that whatever the topic that you come across, whatever the topic that is created by your sense level, it can cause a pleasure, it can give rise to a sorrowful current, or it can cause a kind of neutral current. What happens is here that the level of current is different. You label it as a high level of current when you are very sad or very happy, and the level of current created for a neutral object is much less. But in all three instances, you take it as something existing. So what you have to identify is that this level of current is the defilement. So taking something as existing is a defilement, which in Pali called moha. That means you take it as there, like a material which is existing, materialistic type of sensor information. So what you have to understand is this, whether it is a neutral feeling, but still it is in a fine way, it is your self-perception, or you can call it soul or self-existent, or the feeling of self. So you can call by different names, but all of them actually at the very fine level of Sakkaya Ditthhiya. for a person who has an internal change, or a person who is trying to understand this Dhamma, will see this as a different, in a different angle. So something pleasurable or something sorrowful will lead to a higher current, and you label it that way in a thought, and you might feel that the other one doesn't create a current. No, it does, but it is at a low voltage. On the other hand, you might see people in the society uh, who have no idea at all about this Dhamma, who are very neutral always. Whatever they come across, I mean, whatever the incident they are confronted with, they are very cool, and then they have a very neutral feeling. So, can you say that they have an internal transformation, or can you say that they have reached Arhat state? No, they are completely having the real world, real world. They assume that created world as real, but the person who is on this side is a very cool and calm character. So that is completely the opposite side of a person who is going in this Dhamma pathway. On the other hand, I think what Mr. Bernard was asking about the sitting on the nirvana, that as you said, our noble friend R.N. Mahansi mentioned that very frequently, and even in the discussions it is mentioned very often. Actually, what it means is that we look for something. Now, when we call nirvana, we try to achieve something like passing an exam, or passing a hurdle, or reaching some distant place, distant point. We look for something. So that means we don't know really what nirvana is. Nirvana is just that fire within you is getting less and less. So you are losing something that you thought you are having. The current which is generated with the sensor creations will diminish little by little, and then you are getting rid of something, something which was there, something which was burning in the system will gradually fade away. Actually, that is what happens. So as long as you are looking for something, you can't find nirvana. When you let go most of these things, only you can find it. So I think that is what is meant by that. So as long as you have a determination, as long as you try to do something, that is what happened to Ananda Thero during Lord Buddha's time. I think on the previous day, before he became Arhat, he was trying in his best by doing walking meditation and trying to reach that ultimate Arhat state. But as long as he was trying to do something, as long as he was trying to grasp or reach a goal, he couldn't do it. The moment he gave up, he let go his efforts, his mind reached that status. So, like that, we thought before we listened to this Dhamma of our R.N. Mahanse, actually we thought Nirvana is somewhere very far away, very, very far away, so many births to pass, and we have to wait until the next Lord Buddha will be born, and then we have to listen to Dhamma from Maitri Buddhun, that's Maitri Lord Buddha, and then only we can reach this nirvana state. But it was all an illusion and a misconception. Now we know that we can feel the relaxed or tranquility of the nirvana then and there in each and every thought, as long as that thought is not taken as real, as long as that thought is not given value. I hope I added something which will help to Mr. Bernard's answer question.
Yeah,
Therwan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai. I think, yeah, thank you so much. I think in the path also, you see this kind of entertainment. It's not the happiness, but we do not have any words to say like. But in the path also, these three experiences are there. I think in Mr. Bernard question that also included like. So in the path also, like, I don't know whether you all can remember some time back, Aran has a question in the forum about about the about like there can be entertainment of the non-entertainment. There can be entertainment of the non-entertainment in the system. So we understand it is this entertainment is the one which drops, in the sense values not coming. So it is the nothingness. So but what happened, this nothingness, you see, the nothingness nothingness is felt, it is entertained. Then there is a form of a happiness, some entertainment is there. So, but you see, when this nothingness break, like sometimes this tranquility breaks. When that breaks, now that system doesn't like it. It got break. This tranquility is the one the system feels, and now the system doesn't want like. So then there is a kind of a opposite of the happiness like. But this is in the past. But the full neutrality is not those two. It's like, it's more like this nothingness, you see, is the nothingness. So there is no any kind of entertainment or no kind of ill feel or whatever. I mean, not, it is fully nothingness, is the neutrality. So I think this can explain, you see, in that context also. I just want to add that too. Yeah, Therwan Saranai Hashi.
Therwan Saranai Vandana. Thank you very much for both of your explanations. I hope Justin got justice to what he was trying to understand. And I think to adding to the point that Randima tried to discuss about, I think it's what happens is, in the absence of this pain and pleasure, that there's this you can't, that absence, you cling on to that, the so-called self cling on to that. If something is clinged on to, there has to be the self. I think the remainder of the the subtle self-perception is there in a very subtle way, in that clinging on to the absence of these absence of the suffering. I think that's what Aryan Mahansa calls Loturu Suvaya. So the bottom line is, in this path there are many pitfalls. So that is one of those pitfalls the way I understand it. And one could get carried away thinking, oh, now my defilements are diminished. There's so much relaxation or tranquility or whatever they want to call. Yet there's a person to whom, there's a self to whom all this happens. There's a self to self whose defilements are diminished. So that there's a subtle self. So we have to see all this and see the hidden self in these encounters. And as we walk this path, initially these internal burnings can be detected easily because they are very prominent and much visible, therefore. But as we walk the path, they become very subtle, like Dr. Sakuntala mentioned. If it was earlier, before you start, initially when you started walking this path, if this internal charge or the mental charge is 50,000 watts or whatever, and it continuously drops down, and it probably goes to 30,000, 20,000, 10,000, and so on and so forth. And at a level of, let's say, 510, it's nearly impossible to detect. That's why when people get to the plane of neither perception nor non-perception, the asanyatala, it's very difficult for them to detect this subtle sense of self. That is why a lot of people get deceived by that state, thinking they are in super awareness or nirvana. Because if that perception of self, the sense of self, that vibration, if it comes into existence in that moment, that perception of self is there. If not, it could be like dormant for years or uncountable years. So these are the things that we need to understand. Even if we are not in that particular state, to have listened to this and to have even intellectually understood this will help detect this one day when we encounter these experiences. This is how this whole Dhamma, whole realization of Dhamma works. You listen to it before, Satyajnana, wisdom of truth, and when it actually takes place within the experience, it becomes self-evident to us. Oh, this is what the noble friend was talking about. Oh, this is what that we discussed the other day. You can see it within yourself. This and one would be like, so this is the vibhava tanha. I'm not sure the English word for it. Vibhava tanha, and then dharma uddacha, or the pride that one would get that because thinking that person knows Dhamma. So all kinds of pitfalls can, if we are not skillful, that's why kusalata, being skillful, is shown along the path. If we are not skillful enough to see all these in action, we will be deceived. Or if there's certain parts of the wisdom of truth that's lacking in the intellectual understanding, one would not be skillful enough to detect these in action. So they will be deceived by the illusion. It's a very once understood, once one has enough insight, it feels like, oh, how did I even miss this? It makes so much sense. that the mind is an illusion, the thoughts are illusions. That makes so much sense. But as someone gets to the path as a newcomer, just to understand the so-called world is a mental construct sometimes would take 3 years, 4 years to understand the depth of this just one particular sentence. So that is the that is how this Dhamma is. There's this saying, if you put a piece of cloth on a barbed wire or fabric on a barbed wire, you have to take it off very carefully, otherwise you will damage the cloth. So the mind is something like that. It's like it's spread everywhere with this self angle, entangled with the thoughts about so-called self, about so-called world, the illusion. It's everywhere. Now, to reverse the damage done by that and to awaken to the reality in this moment, which is the so-called world is not real, the so-called self is not real, and then everything we have never experienced anything that's beyond the capabilities of our senses. What we call the world and the self is the works of the senses, the sense faculties, and everything else is as a result mentally constructed. So to realize this is just like taking off a piece of garment from the barbed wire. One has to be very skillful. Randima, you want to add something to that along the pitfalls of the path?
Yeah, Harshi, I think one of the pitfall in the path is like doubts. I think doubt is the biggest
Buddothpado, Buddothpado, awakening in silence deep. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, where the mind no longer sleeps. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, breath is soft and flowing free. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, no self remains, just clarity. that shines like morning light. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, truth appears beyond sight. Buddothpado, 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 awakening, Buddothpado.
Bless you all. තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ. May I pay homage at your feet. තෙරුවන් සරණයි everyone. We live in a world created by our senses. But in the mundane world, we tend to think that everything is happening outside. Everything is happening to me. I am here and the world is out there. What we don't know is that we live in a thinking world, a world created by our senses. So our world is very heavy, isn't it? It's like we are carrying a heavy burden on our head. So we feel tired. Thoughts comes repeatedly, non-stop. With that, we get physically sick. But there is a truth in this world, isn't it? Truth is that what we see, what we hear, what we smell, what we taste, what we feel, what we think, all are thoughts. We are thinking. So the senses creates the world. And what we have to know is that it happens naturally. So with the things we hear, we see, so daily we suffer. We think that there is a war out there. We think these countries are fighting. So we think that it might go on to a world war. So I am in that world. And not only that, and what will happen to me and my children, my parents, to the people out there. So likewise, the thoughts go on and on. creating a powerful me, powerful soul. So the senses are at work always. So in the mind, there is always a war going on with the thoughts. So this goes on, how to earn some more money, how to become rich, how to study better than others, how to find a good job, how to buy a good car or a better car. All these are thoughts. Actually, what we think is not out there. So it is a thoughtful world which happens due to our ignorance. So due to ignorance, we think that outside world is real. With that, defilements are created. Mainly greed, desires, hatred. But there are lots of sub-defilements as well. Anushedam. So ill will, anger, say hostility, envy, jealousy, selfishness, fear, pride. Likewise, there are a lot of defilements. So we all have defilements, more or less, isn't it? So our noble friend Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa always emphasizes, be true to yourself, because we ourselves know what are the defilements we have. Sometimes we hide them. Sometimes we even don't know that we have defilements. We don't see that. For example, say if we take desire, sometimes in childhood there were things we couldn't do, we couldn't fulfill in life. So what happens? So we try to implement that on our children, isn't it? But maybe the child's desire is something else. Say the child wants to become a dancer, but the parents, mother, or even the relations sometimes, they want the child to become a doctor or an engineer. So they try to fulfill their dream through the child. But it might be a burden to the child. But the parents might think that they are doing something good for the child, for the future of the child. But later in the life, the child might not be happy. So often we have seen parents give targets to the children to do better than others. So the child, as he wants to satisfy the parents, he will work harder. But with that, sometimes the jealousy creates. jealousy with other children. But this happens naturally, automatically. So the parents only have to feed the system with data, with only one thought maybe. But what happens? Ultimately, when the child grows up, then also he will have that jealousy with others. So likewise, these defilements creates with the outside world, taking the outside world as real. So we can see that at any moment, any given moment, one of these defilements can occur. Though we give names to it, it is a feel, a fire within. Say, suddenly an elephant comes in front of us, so we feel fear. Likewise, if someone shouts at us, we feel the anger arising within. Say someone is hungry and asks for food, and the other person does not share it, so he will feel sad. All these are feelings. So always we have to turn towards ourselves. How did I feel? Did I feel anger? Did I feel sad? How did this I-ness was created? Is there actually a me who feels angry? Is there actually a me who feels sad? Is there actually a me, or is it just a system? So to solve this problem, it's easy if we go back to the radiant mind, the baby in the cot. If we take the baby in the cot, he does not have any anger, sadness, jealousy, hatred, selfishness, fear, pride. He doesn't have it, isn't it? But he also has the senses: eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and a body. He cries when he is hungry or wet, or if he is warm or cold, because he feels it, because it's a sense of feeling. So the baby expresses it by crying, but the mother thinks the baby must be hungry, baby must be wet, or the baby must be warm. So then she acts accordingly. But actually the baby does not know, because his world is not yet created. Say somebody shouts at the baby or scares the baby, he won't know it, isn't it? So say someone keeps some money or gold or anything valuable near the baby, he won't know it. I think he won't even look at it, isn't it? He does not give any value. So how does this value create? For this we have to go back to the Montessori level. When the child was shown a color and gives a sound, and the thoughts are created. For example, the teacher shows a picture of a flower and gives the sound flower. This is a flower. So the teacher might have to repeat it several times. A flower. There is a flower. It's a white color flower or red color flower. Further, she can say it's called a jasmine flower. White color jasmine flower. So Lord Buddha has said, the birth of your eye is your birth. So the sound of the flower is given to the child. The child gets the sound to the ear. It means the ear vibrates. Eye vibrates to the color. So the Tinnang Sangati Passo happens to create this flower. Here not only the sound and the color, but the Ditta, Sutta, Mutta. Ditta is seeing, Sutta is hearing, Mutta is the feel of smell, taste and the texture of the flower. All these get together to create the jasmine flower. A jasmine flower which is white in color with soft petals and with a nice fragrance. So now the mental image of a jasmine flower creates in the mind sensor. So whenever the sound of a jasmine flower said by somebody, the mental image of that jasmine flower will appear, isn't it? It is the telepathizing system. But if we analyze this further, is there a jasmine flower in the scene? Is there a jasmine flower in the sound? Or is there a jasmine flower in the smell or the feel or even in the mind? No, there is no jasmine flower in any of these senses. But the child get the feeling that the jasmine flower is existing, isn't it? So with that, the me who sees the jasmine flower is also created. I am here who sees the jasmine flower. So if we analyze this further and contemplate on this, is there anybody who is doing this? No, this is a natural phenomena. Just like germination, the creation of seasons, it is a natural phenomena. Chitta Niyamaya, the formation of mind. So whatever we see, hear, smell, taste or feel is created in this same way. Anything you think now, say mother, father, brother, sister, tree, sun, a moon, phone, anything. Anything is created this way with colors and sounds. So if I say jasmine flower, it's a sound. And the jasmine flower will create in your mind sensor, isn't it? So what is very important here is, if someone does not know this creation, the creation of mind, there is no Nibbana path. So if someone wants to know how this mind was created in the first place, the easiest way is to go back to the baby in the cot and see that even the radiant mind also had the senses, the eyes, the ears, nose, tongue, and the body. The mind sensor was not created, but he also felt. He felt something, he smelled something, he heard something, and he saw something. But he did not have a world of his own. So when we were born, we did not have a world either, isn't it? So what is very important in Buddothpado sermons? Buddothpado sermons, it uncovers our roots, the zygote. So where it all started. So even we have listened to so many other stories, many other sermons. We didn't even know about this, isn't it? So yes, we have read so many stories, listened to so many stories, but we never knew about our life story, isn't it? So it is very important. We used to read other people's stories, but in Buddothpado sermons, we have to turn to ourselves and read our own story, our own life story, which means how the vibrations occurs, how this story continues with the vibrations, and also how to get rid of this samsaric journey. So it is very important to know how the world of thoughts is created. So almost in all the sermons, there are about 12,000 sermons of Buddothpado. All explains how the mind is created, how this thoughtful world is created, how the suffering is created, how this soul is created, and with the ignorance, how do we go on this samsaric journey? Actually, this is a thoughtful journey. So in Buddothpado sermons, it deeply explains how these vibrations are created, how the power is created, and how the thoughts gains power. Me, my mind concept is created. All are illusions. So this is the true Dhamma which Lord Buddha has revealed to the world, the never heard before Dhamma, the cause and effect Dhamma. This is not action and effect Dhamma. It is the cause and effect Dhamma. So if anyone is interested, one can go to one of the Buddothpado Metmal monasteries and practice this Dhamma under the guidance of Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa. And obviously you will feel the difference. So this path is where one is freed from oneself, because this is a non-soul Dhamma. Just like in Lord Buddha's days, it's time to open our eyes, contemplate and practice. So if we talk about the senses, now we know if we have senses, we see, we hear, we smell, we taste and feel and think. So say if you are blind, we can't see. If we are deaf, we can't hear. If the nose is blocked, say with a cold, we can't smell. Say the tongue is burnt or we have some illness, we can't taste. Also, if we are anesthetized, we can't feel or think. So, we can see absolutely that the world is not outside, it is created by our own senses, isn't it? And different animals have the different senses. For example, bees. So if we take bees, they have compound eyes, which means it is made of thousands of little eyes, so different from human eyes. Also, they can't see red, but they can see yellow, blue, green and ultraviolet light. And also they have nearly 360 field of view, so they detect the motion. And what is very interesting is that they have high speed vision, which means they can spot individual flowers even while flying. So likewise, if we take an ant also has compound eyes made with multiple lenses. So it has a 180-degree field of vision and it can detect light and shadow. If we take a cat perceives the world with superior night vision. They have a high motion sensitivity and they perceive colors mainly in shades of blue and green. So likewise, we can see that each and every animal has their own worlds, isn't it? If we take a bird, they also can see into the ultraviolet spectrum. So they can identify fruits, insects, while they are flying. They also see red, green, blue and ultraviolet spectrums. So isn't it interesting how these worlds differs? And if we take the animal world again, they also communicate. They also communicate with sounds. So they have a world of their own. Likewise, the senses are different. So as humans, we perceive world with eyes, ears, nose, tongue and body. But the human eye is only capable of detecting vibrations within a limited range of frequencies. For example, imagine we see a flower. So in the same moment, all the other senses merge into one and creates this mental image of a flower. So now we know how the first thought of the flower was created at the Montessori level, which is called the Pubbe Nivasanusati Jnane, or the wisdom of knowing the first thought, which was created in the Montessori. How the teacher showed a flower and gave the sound of a flower. This is a flower. So as soon as the image of the flower appears at eye consciousness, the mind sensor identifies it as a flower. As the vibrations tallies, perasanya, navasanya, all perceptions, new perceptions. So our eye is only capable of detecting vibrations within a limited range of frequencies. So in the very instant that the eye perceives the flower, the eye consciousness creates. It's like a camera. The ruppane happens. It's the example, it's like the lightning in the sky. So the billions of vibrations happens in a fraction of a moment, and the light creates. It is called seeing. So this vibration of eye consciousness merges with the other ear consciousness, smell consciousness, and construct the mental image of a flower. It is another perception. So these vibrations generates power, and the rapid merging of billions of waves, it gives rise to more power to that creation. So what is very important here is it all happens continuously and automatically. There's no one doing it. As he said, it is the chitta niyame, or the mind formation. So we know that the mind formation is a natural phenomena, just like the germination or the 4 seasons. So this power, the existence, feeling, creates the illusion of duality, which means the sense that there is an external world out there and a separate self who is observing it. So all this happens due to the speedy vibration. So the one who does not know this truth, how this mind is created, this story of the mind creation, the illusion of an observer separated, which gives rise to desires, ill will, hatred and attachments. And with that, the suffering is created. And the endless circle of samsaric journey is created. So what happens when one sees through this? When one sees through this illusion, the false sense of self, it collapses. The power diminishes. With the understanding of actually there is no self. So understanding this reality is the path to Nibbana, path to cessation of suffering, liberation from mind. So actually this is a story of one vibration, which means in one vibration, color, sound, taste, smell, feel, all are merged. So this cannot be separated. For example, if we say apple, with the sound of apple, the color, the taste, the smell, the solidity, everything creates at the same moment, isn't it? Which means a past perception. Which means we have been taught of an apple in the childhood. And it will telepathize at this moment as a new perception. So when we talk about perceptions, so the sound, light, taste, smell, feel, all are perceptions. Due to the speedy vibration of the eye, we feel like the light is existing. Due to the speedy vibration of the ear, we feel like a sound is existing. Due to the speedy vibration of the nose, we feel like a smell is existing. So if we go back to the radiant mind, the baby, he also feels the light, the sound, the taste, the smell. And feel is existent. So it is a sense creation. If the child is not blind or deaf, he will naturally feel the light is existing, the sound is existing, the smell is existing, the taste is existing, and the hot and cold, the feel is existing. Vedana, Sanya. So the perception is when you feel something is there. So we can't separate perception from the feel. What do you feel like existing? It is the light. You feel like the light is existing. Light is a perception. So likewise, you feel like the sound is existing. Sound is a perception. So one can't separate them. So Buddothpado Aran explains that the perception itself does not have any power. So example, the baby in the cot. When the baby grows up and goes to the Montessori, and the teacher gives a sound and shows a color and shapes, we know that the colors and sounds merge to form a thought. So if we take the example of apple again, so this mental image of apple has a color, a sound, a taste, a smell, the solidity and a feel as well, isn't it? So likewise, if we look around, say in a room, everything has a sound. Even though we don't say it loudly, everything has a sound. So as soon as the sound comes, the image of that particular thing appears. So what is very important to know is that when the Tinna Sangati Passo, everything merges, nothing can be separated. So likewise, everything we see, hear, taste, smell or feel becomes telepathized to a previous vibration, Perasanya, Navasanya. But if we don't know something, say if I say babushka, if you don't have a previous vibration of babushka, you wouldn't know what that sound means, isn't it? So these things are wonderfully explained only in Buddothpado sermons. Why there is no thing called memory. So our noble friend Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa always highlights that this has to be seen through wisdom. This cannot be taken from a book. It is not knowledge. That all these creations happens due to speedy vibrations, which happens naturally. Though we think it is me who is doing it, all happens to me. But actually, me also a creation. If we think, of course, there is a me. So whatever we see, hear, taste, smell or feel, we habitually tend to automatically tie this me to all those. So how this me gets more and more powerful? We know how that the baby in the cot, he had perceptions but no thoughts, isn't it? So these perceptions, it gives the existent feeling, the vibration, that something is there. So if we take a worm, even it has only the skin sensor, it also has this existent feeling. It also feels the warmth, the coldness. So that's why it digs into the earth when it is hot. When it is exposed to the sunlight, he digs into the earth to find some cold place. So likewise, if we take the animal world, the animals, they live with the feel mostly. So what we have noticed is that when there is the morning sunlight, the cats and dogs, the cows, or the birds, or any insects, they sunbathe. They expose themselves to the sun, isn't it? They do it with the feel. Nobody told them, go and stay in the morning sunlight. so that you can get some vitamin D. They don't know about it, isn't it? But as humans, we were taught that if you are exposed to sunlight, in the morning sunlight, vitamin D is produced when the ultraviolet B rays from the sunlight strikes the skin, isn't it? So likewise we were taught at school. So when these perceptions comes repeatedly, so it creates power, the mind power, the abhisankarana power, sanya abhisankarana. So it itself creates another thought which wants to keep it. So for example, repeated thoughts of the mother become so strong that one can't even live without the mother, isn't it? So somehow one tries to keep this thought alive. So the thought becomes more powerful. So who wants the mother? I want the mother. So the mother is existing, and the same moment I, who wants the mother, is also created then and there. It's just like two sides of a coin. So more power to the thought of the mother, more the power to the me, my, mine. More powerful me. Mother and me, there are no two different entities. So more the power, one can do anything to keep that thought alive. So more the creation of bhava. So the circle continues. So what happens, one knows the Dhamma, which means how the mother is created with the sound and colors. So then the power to that particular thought becomes less and less. So this power is otherwise the defilements. Otherwise, me, or ego, I-ness. In whatever words we give, it is the power, the vibration, the current underneath. So what is important here to understand? Whatever it is, say apple, a book, car, house, phone, job, child, phone, mother, husband, wife, whatever it is, the power is what matters. And this power is what you feel, like burning. For example, say you are in another country and your sister calls you and say, mother has fallen. So you obviously feel the burning inside, isn't it? With that one sentence, you get a clear image of your mother who has fallen and in hospital, maybe in the ICU, and hospital surrounding. It all comes in a fraction of a moment. Also then there will be another thoughts. So I told my sister to look after my mother carefully and she didn't do it. That's why this happened. So likewise, first the fear, then the anger, then the sadness. What will happen to the mother? Do I have to go back? How can I go back because of this war? Likewise, the thoughts might come non-stop, automatically. You can't stop it. So if there was a me, you could have just stopped the thoughts, isn't it? But no, it comes repeatedly. Incidents like this happens in day-to-day life, isn't it? So in that incident, you even might book a ticket to go back. But say in the next moment, another call comes and say, doctor has seen the mother and says, nothing to worry, no fractures, no head injuries, just a small abrasion in the hand. Then what will be your thoughts? You will obviously feel the happiness, the relief. You might even cry. The tears might come in your eyes. You might even talk to your mother crying. But still, is there a me? All this is a natural process. It is the system. So say that incident has become a thing to you. You might call the sister and blame her, telling that she is not looking after the mother properly. So it might go on and on, isn't it, between the sisters. So how does this thought of mother got so powerful? Why another person, say the lady in the next door house, if she has fallen, why did that thought didn't have any power? Because the value we have given to that thought of mother. But when we further analyze again how the mother was created in the first place, again when you were small, you were introduced to the mother with a sound. This is your mother, say Amma. Sound and colors and shapes. From that day onwards, when the sound comes as mother, the mental image of their mother appears, isn't it? You get a solid image of the mother who is existing. So when the sound comes repeatedly, it becomes Sankara, a volitional formation. And the mind consciousness identifies it as mother. So what is important is that all happens in the system automatically. It's automatically happening. No one is doing it. So the speedy vibration, the repeated formation of the mother give the feel of I am here who sees the mother. The thought of mother is so powerful that you want to keep it. So we explained that the existent field and the alive field is like two sides in a coin. One can't separate it from one another. So in Mahanidana Sutra, Lord Buddha has explained it as a whirlpool. So it rotates around itself and it also goes around, collecting or dragging everything around it. Ittabhavaya, Atmabhavaya. So the thought of mother who looked after me, who gave medicine to me, who waited for me, everything comes with the thought of the mother. So our noble friend Buddothpado Varanvasa explains, if the child was taken to another country when he was small, he will then call the mother to the sound, color, shape, to that particular shape. But actually all are mental images, creations due to speedy vibration. So Buddothpado Varanvasa explains, whatever vibration we have at this moment, if there is another vibration which is equal, it will telepathize at the same moment. But we cannot say from where it came from, because it happens then and there. For example, if we clap, we can't say from where it came, the sound, where it came from, isn't it? So likewise, there is no space and time. We can't implement it. So what is very important to know is that always there is only one vibration. For example, if it comes as light, it is a light vibration. If it comes as sound, it is a sound vibration. And when all the five senses merges, it comes as a thought vibration. Only one vibration. For example, mother. Mother is a one vibration which was given in the childhood. But it's very important to know that in the light vibration there is no light. In the sound vibration there is no sound. Likewise, in the thought vibration there is nothing either. So this has to be seen through wisdom. Here it is very important to know that the Pubbē Nivāsānussati Jnana, the Chuttupapāta Jnana and the Ashrakshya Jnana, to know these three wisdoms is necessary when one is in the path to Nibbana. Pubbē Nivāsānussati Jnana, which means how the first thought was created. Chuttupapāta Jnana, how the thought is created at this moment. Ashrakshya Jnana, how the thought got the power or the defilements. So this is something we have to contemplate all the time. It is in other words, the insight meditation. When the thought generates power, then only the soul will appear. Then you will feel the fire within. Actually, there is no one called me. There never was. All are creations. Creations due to these speedy vibrations. So there is nothing in a vibration. As long as there is a vibration, there is a world. As long as there is a world, there is a birth as well. So as we said, it's very important to know about this Trividya, the three wisdoms, because there is no path to Nibbana without knowing this Trividya. Without knowing how the thought was created in the first place, we can't get the freedom from the thought, isn't it? So as usual, we are very grateful to you, our noble friend Buddothpado Aran Mahansa, for giving this wonderful Dhamma to the world. May you live long, and may I pay homage at your feet, Aran Mahansa. Therwan Saranai. Therwan Saranai, everyone.
Saticca Pariyodapana. The stanza above means that you should always be aware that whatever thought that comes to your mind is a mental fetter, akusal sita. Thoughts come very fast, and thoughts also tend to create more thoughts by thinking of past events and by thinking of the future. Isn't it the best to stay away from thinking of the past and the future? More thoughts only to make you feel like you are on fire, and more thoughts make you feel uneasy. Because when you have more thoughts, they always make you feel jealous, angry, greedy, or revengeful. Thought is like a pendulum of a clock. It always oscillates between greed, raga, and anger, dvesha. The mind always oscillates towards thoughts of greed or towards thought of anger. Thoughts will always oscillate from greed to anger. When you become mindful, it is like coming back to your base or to your point of concentration. Coming to the point of concentration is like stopping the clock. You can use your sati kamatahana, base of concentration that you are used to, so that you can maintain your concentration on seeing the thoughts. The base of concentration can either be your breath or the posture you are in at that moment. We use this sati kamatahana only to prevent your thoughts from going astray from thought to thought. We use the base of concentration only to make sure that we see the pure truth in every thought that arises. What we are explaining to you now is only the beginning of how to go on the path. The explanation for the last stages of going on the path is much different. This path to nirvana should not be considered as an easy path. The journey on the path depends on each person's capabilities. Some people are good at both samatha meditation and vipassana meditation. Some people are good at the concentration meditation, samatha, by birth itself. Terusan everybody.
Therwan Sarna Shami, thank you for reading the book for us. You read 2 pages from the book, The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2. We worship Aryan Mahansa at his feet, Therwan Sarna Aryan Mahansa. And also we warmly welcome all of you who have joined the Zoom right now, and also our Dhamma friends who may be listening via YouTube at this moment. So, Therwan Sarnai, everybody. So, as usual, we will just, because we are behind the schedule, maybe I'll shorten what I am going to say. again, what was sort of reiterated was the nature of the mind and the nature of the thoughts. When the thoughts are given a value, or when the thoughts are given a weight, or in other words, when we do not know how these thoughts are formulated, what is this mechanism, automatically there is a value or a weight added to these thoughts. We take them as real. And when it happens like that, more thoughts can be generated. And then only you feel that thoughts are really troublesome. And it becomes heavier and heavier. The thoughts about the past is a fresh thought that comes up right at this moment as a present thought. And also the thoughts about the future, about your future planning, etc., are again thoughts that arise right now at this moment in the mind. So, in other words, there's nothing called past thoughts and present thoughts. All of them are arising right at this moment, now and here. And also, it was mentioned that how the thoughts are oscillating between the two sides, the clinging and aversion, or greed and the anger. So this is the nature of the thoughts. Yesterday, I think we sort of tentatively talked about some discussion points today. So we can start it as we planned. Terasarnai, Dr. Kokila, we can start it.
We worship our say for his noble friendship. And also, I can remember Joel's question last time. But before that, I would like to ask him, what's your idea of ego, Joel?
Ego is something like kind of taking too much thought about this misconception of I.
How would you feel it?
It's kind of not I. Actually, it's like kind of pride, what I feel.
So it's something you feel, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, that was very important to understand. So, this is in the feel side. This is actually not in the thinking side. This is something you feel. So, like, we feel the, we feel the anger, we feel the, we feel so much things. At the same time, this is something we feel. How do we detect that? Or because, as I said, English meaning of ego can have the meaning kind of in pride, but actually it is much more deeper than that. It's kind of mental construct of me, as you said, but it's completely in the field side. So imagine you went to a discussion with someone. We can take For an example, you went to a counseling session and you kind of feel you coming up. I mean, I don't know whether this is a good way of telling that, but you know, if we take up another example, you hear so many sounds. Suddenly you hear a voice that struck you, and you are kind of born there. I don't know whether you have experiences like this. It's in English, I don't know whether we can say, because when we in English, when we say self-conscious, it's just like too much being, too much thing, because when we even use that word. But ego is something we all have in different ways. In one thought. That's very important, in one thought. Because it's only one thought we have at one particular moment. And when that thought, or whatever the thought it is, it can be mother, it can be father, it can be brother, it can be family, it can be Sri Lanka, it can be politics, whatever. It doesn't matter. But it's a feel that it is felt here. Or the moment that you feel that it is there. Different ways I'm trying to tell something. I don't know whether it will come out at all. But mental construct of me has no definition because it's in one thought. And the amount of that is directly related to the amount that the stimulus is a thing. If a stimulus is a thing or has so much value, the amount of mental construct of me is also as strong as it's equal, kind of equal. So if it is something like your closest person, it can be to a mother, it can be son, it can be partner, it can be anything. Or even job, it doesn't matter. There's something that brings up me. In layperson's word, we can really say that, when we direct it to the outside, if the outside is true, we can really say I'm true. Because then there is problem like, am I failing this? Am I a failure? Am I not smart enough? Am I good? Am I bad in that sense? Or am I a villain? There are thoughts associated with that, but that's actually kind of when someone is pushed to the extreme outside. So everything outside is true, and that's what we were before. Just imagine like that. Just imagine before listening to Dhamma.
how you believed everything is out there. Yes, 100%. And if they are there, I'm here, basically. And all your thoughts are directed in that way. So our thought process develops in such a way that it will give you like, I'm better or I'm worse, I can do or I can't do. Everything like revolving around me. But that's actually the extreme outside version of it, the basic version of it. But this keep going backwards and backwards. Someone understand this Dhamma, you won't really feel it that much. You're not shaken by the outside that much, but still this dream will be still true. That you will feel the dream, you will be in the dream, but still you're not that bothered. But still, in a lesser amount than before, you still feel you. You still feel you. It's a feel. It's a feel. Even when someone understands that actually all these perceptions are not true, they are just perceptions. They are just like electricity or gravity. It's just another vibration. All these things, and even getting that to the feel. You get to the feel because your mind, the world, this dream, you feel like awakened from that, but still you feel it. Even in that level, you still have a subtle way of you. So that's the thing. So even the ego, it's actually very, very big usually. So just imagine, we haven't understood that Dhamma, even though we hear it, if we haven't really felt it, our egoistic attitude will continue. It will continue. It's a kind of a attitude that brings us all these thoughts about me, what is happening to me, am I going to fail, am I going to survive, am I going to win this, am I going to be happy, am I going to go to next birth, will I be in a better world, I'm going to live with God, whatever, it doesn't matter. So the egoistic pattern, the thinking pattern can extend to that level because you feel something here. It's a feel. Ego is a feel, even though we talk about it so wide, vivid. So that feel extends into that story. I am. It's funny that to think about our own experiences, how we had this drive to make to be what can I say, the good English words are there, like to be noted, to be identified. So kind of sometimes the whole life you're fighting for that. to be loved, to be identified, to be, like it's weird, this how this feel will make you to think, how it will mold your attitude, how you will feel intimidated easily. But you have to understand, every person is different. Every person is different. So some people, this egoistic power that feel is less. Some people it's very high. You might feel it very quick. It's easy to feel when you master on this Dhamma as well. How we can feel the other person's vibration. It's kind of a vibration. It's a vibration. You can feel your own vibration. Also, you can feel the other person's vibration. So this is the vibration that gets less and less. So the restlessness, the everything in this so-called world is revolving around one center. What is the center? You have to get this. What is the center? It's a field. You have to detect this, then only you can actually understand your power, which was even in your as a baby in the cot. Also, you had this power. You were never able to identify that at that time, but now, with the thinking process, when you take one thought, you can actually identify. If you go deeper, if you pierce this one thought with Dhamma, you can't do it without Dhamma. With this wisdom, you will find this. How did this feel come? And the absence of that feel as well. So that's the most important aspect of this Dhamma. It's kind of deep, but piercing one thought actually can pierce this as well. So even though we discuss it with kind of attitude towards like pride and stuff, that's actually when we put ego to the outside. When we put ego into outside, in the sense gross, I would say gross, I think, because this become finer and finer, then that's the important thing. But grossly, it can be interpreted as pride, it can be interpreted as, trying to be noted, or trying to be, to be loved, to be like just me here and there. It comes and goes, but no one can actually understand that. Now with Dhamma, we can understand that. Whenever it comes up, you will feel it. But there are deeper layers too. So the ego in a normal layperson who has never heard this Dhamma can be very thick. It's a field though. It's a field. So it can be very thick. It can actually prevent you from understanding this Dhamma, because you have so many waves and you kind of hide in them, and you try to prevent you getting exposed. You don't like getting exposed. You don't like but some people do it without much effort. Actually, some people's this vibration level is low. Originally it was low, but with the time, originally in the sense in the baby level, it was low. But with time, there can be some augmentation of that with the story. You tend to have a story after about 1 or 2 years. You start remembering stuff, and then only you have this dream. I have talked about this before. This dream, the dream starts to work. So that you are actually isolated, or actually you don't think it's isolation. You are actually acting in the dream. You feel that the dream is true, and in that you can kill them, you can kill anyone, you can steal, you can shout at someone, you can try to enjoy the senses by taking something. You can do anything. How do you do that? Because this self vibration has gone into that far, this field has gone that far that it has a whole kind of outcome. If you go to a argument, you can see, definitely if you see an argument between two people, you can really see how they argue. They would be arguing, I feel that you are doing something wrong. And the other one is saying, no, I'm not doing anything wrong. You are doing the wrong thing. So it's kind of two self vibrations, having a conversation. But that's how it was. It was a feel, but the feel is augmented in the way that you are brought up, in the way you have had achievements or whatever, that the way you looked at the life, basically. So I don't know whether the basic message was gone, because it's not coming in one way. But what I'm trying to say is, ego has so many layers. So the pride is also one of them. Pride is when this self vibration is a feel. You feel it. It's a feel. 100% is a feel. But then when it goes into that dream, or in this world, so-called world we are, if you are like 38, you have at least 37 years of memories, 30 or 35, whatever that. But from whenever you can remember, you have a so-called world, so-called dream. In that dream, you have the idea of me, mine, and that has gone into that level that you feel bit upper hand, like bit uppish, bit self-conscious, basically. But that is the extreme level. That level is extreme level. Even that you can feel, but it can get finer and finer and finer, where even someone who is in this path can feel it in the tranquility that you have. Even in that subtle level, you can have this. But that's completely in someone who has understood this Dhamma properly and felt this Dhamma properly, and has felt the non-vibration, at least in one thought. so that they know what is self-perception and they know what is non-self-perception, because it's a fail again. Self-perception is also a fail, and non-self-perception is also a fail in that level, because you have to know it. Then only it becomes a perception. You have to feel it, then only perception comes. So if we hear Dhamma and we get some kind of extra mean that also, then we can understand this ego is everywhere, so it can hide anywhere. It's just a self-vibration, basically. Did I tell something properly? What do you think, Joel? Did you even get something?
Yes, doctor. Like another question was like, how do we cope or manage egoistic people according to Dhamma?
Well, I can only tell you about that, Joel. You are going to manage your problems, not others. You are going to be awakened from this dream, and you will feel everyone's ego, and you will try to help them. That's all. Did that answer? Did that answer suit you?
Yeah, I felt that vibration from you. Thank you, Doc.
All good. Yeah, it's a bit difficult topic actually, because ego has so many variations in that. We can talk about ego in gross way as well, where the pride comes, where the whatever. But when it comes to the deeper levels of Dhamma, it is a feel, and it is because this spark or the stimuli, or just that one particular thought has become a thing that is felt as you. That is how that has come. So it's all fully understanding Dhamma is what we can do. Understanding how this ego was created. The second question here is that which actually Joel didn't ask. How does ego come then? Yeah, we feel it. Yes, how does it come? It comes from a view. It comes from self-view. That is the terrible view we have. The most wrong view we ever have. But how does this self-view come? Self-view, again going back to because this is a vicious cycle, you feel something, and because you feel something, you have a perception, and because you have a perception now, you have a self-view. So you feel, you have a self-perception, and you have a self-view now. And this goes on. Because you have the self-view, whatever you feel is augmented. It's doubled, it's tripled, it's tenfold. It can be thousandfold. You might even attack another country.
Sorry, Doc, to interrupt you.
Yeah.
I just need an example for self-view.
Well, that is the view that Joel is existing. I'm here. You are in Candy. You did so many things in the past. You got a little bit upset about those things, and you wanted to be happy. So where this view is hidden there. There is I there. So self-view is also hidden everywhere. You know, we talked about, the hearing birds singing. Before knowing this Dhamma also we heard birds singing. But even in that, this self-view is hidden. It's kind of a hidden agenda, hidden view, hidden idea, hidden assumption or misunderstanding. It's not out there, kind of. I'm not telling, do you know that I'm the one who heard the bird singing? I mean, sometimes you might say that for an argument, but what I'm trying to say is, we never keep saying that I'm the one who heard, I'm the one who saw the thing, I'm the one who felt the warmth, I'm the one who felt the happiness, I'm the one who is thinking, my thinking is the right thinking. We keep telling these things. It's all hidden. This self-view is all hidden underneath. Even in Dhamma, if you start listening to Dhamma and if you feel like you can understand that and haven't felt this yet, you can actually get this self-view even in that. Because you can say, I'm not directing to you, just telling you here as a broad idea, so that you might even enjoy learning Dhamma. So this whole thing, even listening to a bird, before learning this Dhamma, before actually feeling this Dhamma, self-view is already hidden there. It's in sideways. It's there. How? Because you heard the noise. You saw the beauty of the morning. You felt the morning breeze. You felt the sun's warmth. So the self-view is already there, but it's not spoken out. It is spoken out in an argument, yes. You can argue and say, you didn't see that, I saw it with my own eyes. How come is that? Like when we argue, when we try to say something to a colleague, we are saying, well, you didn't understand that, but this is how you do that. And this self-view is hidden there. Self-perception is hidden there. And this power of ego is hidden there. But it's very evident to a person who is going in this path. Hereafter, when we try and understand this, Joel might even start feeling this. Wow, this is how you feel. Yeah, because we were not aware about these things before. You were not aware that every thought you arise. When the thought is real, you arise. All the morning you were not having a problem. You just was hanging around, but then suddenly, just one thought made you so agitated. How come that happened? It's extreme, but what I'm trying to say is, even the self-view is still there, because that thought, that one thought, made you to bring that up, that vibration so hard that you feel it. But even the other times, self-view is always there. Unless you hear this Dhamma and you feel the non-vibration, until you feel the non-vibration, we can't be so sure that we know non-self Dhamma or non-self vibration or non-self perception or non-self view in that case. Because you have to feel this. Because we always felt existent, we always felt alive. We've always felt as I'm here. We always felt the duality. So it's the normal for us. Dream was true. We walked through the dream. But when an awakened one, we say awaken, fully awaken, then he's still, I'll take an example as like Karanwansi, he still walks inside the forest. Layperson also can walk inside the forest. One is fully awakened. One is inside the dream. How beautiful is that? If you can feel this, even in one fraction of a second, this is so beautiful to feel. And feel that this ego is just brought in one stimulus. And when the one stimulus is not a thing, it's not felt as a thing, this, whatever the feel we have, that continuous feel we have that we are here, is broken. It is actually not there. But immediately you might go back to the normal again, that normal pattern. But that particular moment is enough for you to understand, okay, when the stimulus is not a thing, you are not there. The feel of self is not there. But before that, we hear this Dhamma, we understand this Dhamma, we enter into a path kind of trying and understand this Dhamma until we feel it at least once, but we keep feeling that afterwards. So self-view is hidden everywhere before we listen to Dhamma. Even that's what I said. We can walk through the forest, we feel everything, but it's we feeling everything. If you don't know Dhamma, if he actually hasn't fully awakened. The fully awakened word itself has that meaning. You are awakened from the dream. But you're still inside the forest. As with the layperson, imagine Naranans is walking alongside with someone else. Same thing. One is fully awakened, one is not. But both are talking as normal. Can someone predict? No. Once Lord Buddha was in a ambalama, like a small hut where people meet in long journeys for shelter. And a king also stopped by. King was actually trying to find Lord Buddha to ask for Dhamma. He didn't recognize Lord Buddha. He didn't know. He just was talking with him. And after the discussion only he realized, this is who am I searching for? Who I am searching for. So we can't really predict by outside. We can't really predict by the way they talk. We can't really predict by the way they act, but we can feel the difference. We can feel the difference if we actually tune into it. We can feel the genuineness. We can feel the, the directness. We can feel the truthfulness. We can feel the non-egoistic way, and we can feel the, if we have practice this Dhamma, you can actually tune into non-vibration. That's what it is. This Dhamma is actually tuning into non-vibration because we have never done that before. In whole samsaric journey, or this thought journey, we can say it's thought journey because it's a journey of thoughts. Even in this, whatever the 40 years of your life or 30 years of your life or 100 years of your life, it's a journey of thoughts. Each thought felt true, and we felt alive. That's all. That's what happened. And we haven't felt non-existent. But if we feel it, it will be because it's a massive field, that different field that because we felt all the time that we are there, kind of alive feel. But the absence of that alive feel is felt, and that will change your perception to self-perception to non-self-perception. View will be shattered without doubt, because we have doubts now. When we learn Dhamma, we have doubt. Why is she saying there's no self? I can feel it, I can touch something. But we know now it's just a function of the sensory organs. But then we still have this egoistic attitude. How come that happened? That happened because of the self-will. It is so engrossed in us, we didn't even think about it. It's everywhere. Before we understand this Dhamma and before we feel this Dhamma, it's everywhere. Even while listening to Dhamma, even if you don't know, that's how we begin. But then when we understand that this view comes from taking the stimulus for granted, we learn how did this, if there is no self, okay, you tell me that there is no self, then what are we feeling? Because we feel existent, we feel like alive, we feel angry, we feel upset, we feel agitated, we feel intimidated, we feel angry, jealous, we feel sad, we feel happy. If there is no we, who is actually, because the question you ask, it's a beautiful question. We can discuss it in future too, actually, again, because you ask whether these experiences are personal, and that's a massive question, even though it was discussed in a smaller way, because that's what it is. You feel as every experience happening here. But that came from self-view. Why did that self-view happen? Is because that you feel it's happening here. But in one particular moment, if you feel otherwise, this view is shattered. No one can do anything about that view anymore. It's so beautiful if you can understand how this self is going to get shattered completely. It can get shattered, it can get affected when we talk Dhamma, because as sensible people, we all understand Dhamma. We all understand, yes, actually, who am I? You know, you keep arguing with yourself. You can contemplate, who am I? Who am I? Who am I? But that's in thinking level. But you have to actually feel this non-self perception, or you without you. If you feel that, you definitely know now that you is a thing that is there with the stimulus when the stimulus is a thing. That's what it's a beautiful part of Dhamma we have learned. It's actually the practical aspect. So, when the self-ego is broken, you have no self-reflections again. You don't put anything into that bucket again. The bucket of self. You don't put anything in your life. You feel sad, like it's a mind sensor. You feel happy, it's mind sensor. Until you have this sensory function, you will continue to feel things. You don't attribute that to self anymore. That's the value of completely shattered self-view. Completely uh, yeah, that's not there anymore. But you know how the power has come. Power will be felt, but you know that it is the past vibratory effect, and it will slowly go down. Did you understand, Joel? Or how did you feel about that?
Yeah, I got it, doctor, when you said when you feel that you is not you, you come into that mode, and after that, everything like sad or happiness or anything, any feeling that you get, is that it comes through the sensory organs, and you just don't take it inside. You don't take it personal. Yeah, I got
Yeah,
it. I got that point. Yeah. Thanks, doc.
all good. And I think we have gone into, but I think Aranansi said we can have a few minutes extra. But is there anything else to add, Surangika or Dr. Sakuntala?
Yeah, I think you did a detailed sort of explanation. As you said, it's not easy to explain this because in English, the meaning that is given to the word ego is slightly different, isn't it? And in Buddhist teaching, what we learn is there is a
No, yeah,
vast
the
area.
different in the sense it is superficial.
Superficial, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
There's a vast area that covers, and then it is understood at different levels. As you said, the very superficial level is there, that sort of having the ownership to everything, and then going deeper and deeper, it becomes finer and finer, and then the slightest burning sensation that a system feels again is considered as the way of reflecting ego. I don't know, I may not be able to sort of give a detailed thing like you did, because it's at different levels, as I said. Maybe Joel will be able to understand this better when we go on with these discussions and the
We have to put it to the
yeah,
normal life
yes.
issues. Then only we can actually practice this. So from today onwards, Joel will feel this, and he will talk to us. Doctor, this happened today.
Experiences, isn't it? I
Experience.
mean,
Yeah, it's the
yeah,
experiences that matters, because
yes, that's right.
randomly talking something theoretically doesn't really do anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
So if
experiences
Joel
are
can
the
tell us
valuable.
the experiences day to day, the things that you sort of faced, we can sort of find and explain this more in a more practical way.
Oh, any one of us can do that.
Yeah, that's
It's
right.
really, really beautiful. And
Certainly, yeah.
Suranka, do you have anything to add?
Dr. Kokila, I think yes, in both ways it is quite challenging, because in the English language, I think when you say ego, it's mostly pride, isn't it? It's commonly associated with the word pride, as if it's something just attached to pride, and that's it type of thing. And they in that sense, it feels as if you existing is fine as long as you are not a proud person. So it was so in that sense, the way the Western society, and I mean, when if we use that word, you kind of get that impression, whereas that is not what it is here. I mean, as Dr. Kokila explained quite extensively, the ego is just a facet of this I sense, isn't it? The self vibration, the self view, and all these things.
But what both Dr. Sakuntala and Dr. Kokila said, Joel, is the easiest way to, now that you got a good understanding of it, the easiest way of detecting it is in your day-to-day activities. And these are things that we have all encountered from our childhood days, but we quickly dismiss that notion, that burning feeling, the sense of when we get affronted, offended by something, it is the I that gets upset. It is that self-vibration that comes to the fore. Even a simple thing like, you're in the queue at the bank, waiting to get to the counter to, get some cash or something, and somebody comes and stands in front of you, and you've been there for like half an hour, 45 minutes. Now, won't you get agitated? You do, right? So, things like that. And then you're going on the road and someone calls you a day tamuse or something and goes off, just completely out of the blues. It might be for a joke, but now suddenly aren't you extremely hot and bothered? So even those aspects, these are little things, but there are lots of ways in which the I comes to the fore. This vibration gets agitated. And all that is this whole I, me, myself concept, identity, persona that has been fattening from the time these thoughts started becoming a thing. Arden Vansi gave a wonderful explanation last night in the groundbreaking Zoom discussion. I'm not sure whether you listened to the Sinhala Zooms, but maybe we're running out of time today, but maybe there's some of those aspects Dr. Kokila can touch on tomorrow when we discuss, because it just shows how this whole fabricated world starts with the thought process, and that starts necessarily from a point in time in our childhood days. It doesn't mean that the self-vibration was not present before that, but it becomes absolutely magnified so when the thought world comes into being. So maybe we can talk about it again on another day. Therwan Sannai.
Yeah, Therwan Sannai, we worship Arden Vansi for his noble friendship guidance. Can't say how much gratitude we have, and thank you so much for Dhamma friends for coming for the participating in this Zoom, and thank you, Joel, for so beautiful questions, because it inspires the listeners, it inspires the Zoom discussion, and we actually try to bring up the non-vibration, basically. And it is the most beautiful thing to know in the whole life. So thank you very much. May Triple Gem bless you all. We'll hand over the Zoom to the other Zoom. Thank you so much.
Therwan Sannai, Dr. Kokila.
Therwan Sannai, all
Dhamma
Dhamma friends.
I was trying to be someone who could finally feel okay, working hard to hold it together, just to get through every day. Smiles came and they would leave me, like the sun between the rain. Every time I thought I'd found it, it would slowly slip away. I filled the noise with more distraction, told myself that I was fine, kept on chasing better moments, hoping one of them would last this time. But the weight I carried with me showed up everywhere I'd go, even in the quiet hours. There was nowhere left to go. Then I met a quiet teacher who said, look at what is happening now. See how every thought is forming. See it clearly, just see how nothing out there calling itself a thing. No one here that must defend. Just a quiet seeing of it. And the struggle began to fade away. Buddothpado, showed me what I could not see, not by faith and not by belief, but by looking quietly. Buddothpado, change the way this life is known. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Buddothpado, showed the way by asking, see. When the search at last grew silent, there was space to simply be. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. And nothing was the same.
May Triple Jim bless you all. We'll start the Zoom sermon today. Thank you, Hara and Hansa. We worship you every day. This Dhamma is so much, Lord Buddha's Dhamma will help every being, every vibration to become the non-vibration. So the cessation of suffering, basically. We invite everyone to listen to these Dhamma discussions. We have 24/7 Zoom sermons, as well as there's discussion time, Sri Lankan time 3 to 5. There is an English medium discussion as well. Sinhala medium, we have a lot of discussions. Aranuhanse mainly comes for the 7 o'clock one in the Sri Lankan time at night. And 5 a.m. also he joins us for a considerable time. So, and also there are face-to-face ones in Sri Lanka as well, in beautiful areas with secluded areas, monasteries. So if you want to practice Dhamma, you can research about it. Buddothpado monasteries are there. If you want to talk about it, you can join any some discussion. If someone is fully understanding Sinhala medium, Sinhala language, then it is easy. If somebody doesn't, then these English ones hopefully will help you. This Dhamma is mainly about how to get rid of this suffering. This is not the superficial suffering only we are talking about. Superficial suffering is a sadness that we know. You know, if you think about go to the so-called past, then you can think about a time that you have felt sad. These are like basic levels of sadness. When your loved one die, you feel sad. When your pride get attacked, you feel sad. When you are threatened, you feel sad. There's fear, there's guilt, there's remorse, there's restlessness, there's what else? Yeah, there's maleficence, worry, jealousy. I don't know what I haven't said, but there's so many. It all arises with the self-view. You know, the baby is not angry with anyone. Even though baby is crying hard, baby is not crying hard because of an anger or because of an jealousy or because of anything directed outwards. Nothing. It's actually because it felt different or painful. And it feels different also. Even their bowels move in a different aspect, different way. Also they cry. They cry for every little change. And that's where the way of communication. In the sense, they are not trying to communicate with you. That's their way. But it's all directed inwards. There's no direction to outside. That baby is not thinking that this is mother is the reason for my crying. Mother didn't give me anything. No. This outward direction starts with the thoughts. When the thought starts, when the thought starts in the baby system, that the outside person who is standing, if they actually get the idea of that's a thought, mother. If we take it as the first thought, you can understand that how it is projected. It is projected outside. It's a perception, but it's projected outside. This starts the self-perception. So self-perception starts. Self-vibration is hidden in the baby. So the astra, they are all in the baby. In the sense they are dormant. But as soon as the mind is formed, now that power is running this mind. So the mind is mother, father, sister, brother, milk, rice, plate, toy. There's slow transitions, isn't it? Like from the inward field to outward projection of a mind. So mind has the duality. You have to get this properly. Mind has the duality. Even the touch you can touch with the mind. Have you ever touched anything without the mind? That's a good question, I think. Have you ever touched anything without the mind? Have you heard anything without the mind? Have you ever seen anything without the mind? Then it's a feel. Because it's a fast vibration of the sensory organ that is light. That's a good one, actually. Have you touched anything without the mind? We can touch the floor with the mind. You can hear things with the mind. If you see with the mind, have you ever seen without the mind? If that is the case, whatever you felt was fast vibration of the eye or the ear or the touch sensation. touch with mind, touch without mind is actually an art which you will realize once you feel Dhamma. It's such a interesting area actually. You know, if you put an apple and a pineapple, it's two things, right? One would like the pineapple more, one would like the apple more. It's a clear distinction between two. It is a normal way of seeing. But the view that we have, that they are on the actual table and not otherwise, like if we really feel that it is there on the table, that is the Sakkaya Drishthi, or the you are there automatically. So the perception of the perception side is different. We talk about the perception after knowing Dhamma. Usually, what do you feel? You feel that the apple and the pineapple is on the table. That's basically it, right? Yeah. Then definitely you don't have to even think about this. I'm here. I'm looking at it. That's what you get. There's no even question about it. Because it's what it is. Have you thought about it? If you feel that your family is inside the house, what do you think? You know that the perception we have when we go to sleep is everyone is inside the house. I mean, don't worry, they are, but what I'm trying to say is a perception. Because you just imagine, this is specifically good for a mother. mothers, when the children are little, they go even on the bed, they might check, okay, they're fast asleep, right? And tuck them properly and, keep them warm and satisfied that they are fast asleep safely inside the room. They also fall asleep, right? And it gives them the idea that they are there. This mind only arises at one particular moment. It's only once it happens. Self arises once. So each and every time it's a different thought. But in one thought, we get the idea, we project it so much. We project it, they are inside the house, they are fast asleep, they are well, they are safe. That's what the mother checks. No? And satisfied with that, they go to sleep. That's the perception of safety that mother gets. Kids are safe. In the morning, if there's a large gap between that time and this time, gap is actually in the mind when we get up. Otherwise, we don't know. It's in the mind, the gap, the time. So we wake up with that previous perception. They must be fast asleep still. I have to wake them up to go to school. See this perception, how the perceptions work. You haven't seen them whether they are safe or not. But there is a perception. So the thought arises when you see that, or when you hear that, or when you touch that, or when you think about it. So this thinking, suddenly these pop-ups come, children, they must be fast asleep. That's the thought. And you immediately combine these two. Like when you get up in the morning, don't you combine the time you slept? You feel like you are the one who slept. Right? 100%. And you might argue with me, then who? Well, of course, it wasn't anyone else. No, we are not saying that it's anyone else either. We are trying to say this self-feel, self-thought is actually a mirage. It's a thought that which is, I mean, it is worse than the chair, isn't it? Chair, you have some idea. You can touch it. If you ask, touch yourself, what are you touching? Your body. You don't touch the chair. Someone with Dhamma might do that. Right? Because at that moment, if you're looking at a chair, that's actually the reason for the self. If the chair is felt as real, you are felt. So if someone asks you to touch yourself, you might touch the chair. But what is important is, do you understand? So when we ask, we combine the dots. Very easily we can combine the dots. I was the one who was born. This is so-called this date. And then we grew up. Then high school, primary school, high school. High school, primary school, what else? Uni, and then marriage, and then birth. You have combine these dots with what? You. What else? Yes. This you is the one which combines every dot. Every stimuli is combined with the you idea. Because you think you were there in the primary as well. You think you were there in the high school as well. You think you were there in the uni as well. You think you are the one who got married. You think you are the one who got kids. You think you are the one who is doing a job, and you think you are the one who is getting old. You think you are the one who is getting sick. You think you are the one who is in the nursing home. You think you are the one who is dying now. Wow. Isn't it funny? I mean, not funny, it's dangerous also. Why? There's so much suffering. So these dots, I was trying to talk about this feel that we have, that everything happened to you. And it felt as you were static and everything was happening. But when someone asks you, touch yourself, you're touching your body. If you understand, well, body can't be me, because people, when they are close to that, they say, I want another body. I don't want this body anymore. They say that. So the same feel is there when you wake up. You feel like you are the one who slept. That's an idea, right? That's a perception as well, not only an idea. It's a perception you have. You feel like you are the one who slept. So you feel like you are the one who was there yesterday also, who checked on kids and stuff. And even other than that, you feel that the child is the same child that you saw yesterday. You don't feel like it's a new thought. It's a brand new thought that arises now. Your mind is all over the place, isn't it? Yeah, you have to calm down. But what the problem here is this continuity feel, continuity idea, continuity perception that we have. That I was there yesterday. My kids were also there yesterday. They are inside this house. So you sleep with a perception that everyone is in the everyone is sleeping inside the house. You also go to sleep with that idea. Even if you die in the sleep also, that is the same thing. That is the same thing. So it is projected outside. And self is very, very strong. Even if you die in the sleep for a fraction of a second, they know that they are dying. So there's nothing called sleep in that either. A lot of people say, no, I would like to die in sleep. I don't want to suffer. That's not actually the truth. Suffering is actually in the human eye, the suffering is like shouting or in pain, with blood. But that's not the actual death part of it. Actual death is the last breath, or the last mind actually. Whatever the last stimuli. That is, there's no stimuli after that in that system, that's all. So when you understand Dhamma, when you talk, if you're talking, still talking, with the idea that you're the one who was there yesterday, well, you have to understand that, I'm still in the outside. I still project outside. And I still, even though Lord Buddha said multiple times, I'm not even understanding that one thought arises at one time. And in that self may arise, and in an arahant, self may not arise. And even the moment that you see Buddha, that's a Buddha status, that's a chitta where there's no self. One moment of no self. Without that, a life fails. So this, the projection is actually in the mind. It's okay. You need to know. Even an arahant can project, say, Kimbulwat Nuwara, Lord Buddha said, Kimbulwat Nuwara is so, the wind from the Kimbulwat Nuwara side is also very good, he said once. And he said this monastery or this forest is beautiful, he said once. So what does that matter? Oh, it says something, yes, but you have to understand. Mm. So This mind projection can happen at any time. So don't worry about it. What I'm trying to say is that this idea that it is true, if you really believe that is true, then, I mean, if you don't know that it is a mind projection. So this is all about the truth, right? Yeah, know the truth. So you have the right to know the truth. Any human being, because only the humans have this, the power of the mind. In the sense, it's actually can be a curse, but it's a mind which prevents them harm. Mind is the actual tool of the human being. Like the giraffe has the ability to reach any food above his level because of the long neck. There are so many various of things that prevent that species from getting extinct. Also, if you take an animal who is most powerful and most able to survive in the environment is the one which will carry the genes. So what I'm trying to say is human is actually, the power is in the ability of thinking. The ability of thinking is okay. That's the basic thing of humans. It's normal ability to think. What are we trying to understand by Lord Buddha's Dhamma is this is the way it happens. Thinking becomes real. That's a problem even the baby has. Baby's first thought, it already has become real because of the ashra, because of the tains. The power is there, and the tains have all these characteristics, and the first thought itself has become real. Baby doesn't need to know anything about it. Even if it is Tarzan who was a baby, human baby, but growing in the middle of chimpanzees or monkeys. Just imagine, this is a metaphor. Even that baby's first perception, whatever first thought, it may be monkey mom's sound and the monkey mom's picture. When they come together, Tarzan is there. In the sense, Tarzan doesn't know that it is Tarzan. The self-perception is there. Because that monkey mom has become a thing now. So this vibration anywhere, even if it's a duck, even whether it is a puppy, whether it's a kitten, whether it's a calf, anything, any animal, any human baby or any animal baby, this happens. Even their first thought, oh, it is coming as real because of the tains and the power it has. The tains and the tains is the power and the characteristics of that power. The characteristics of the power is like the tendency to become a thing and tendency to have the become it's produce a self perception. So for the baby, if the mother becomes a thing, as soon as this self is also formed, if the bhava is there, the bhava ashra is there, that is becoming the mother, Dittashra is already there. Kamashra, entertainment, is already there. Avidyashra is ignorance, is already there. It's like really it is embedded in that sasara, the vibration. Just realize this. You can feel this as well when you kind of understand that level, when you feel that level. So the perception of hunger gives you the idea that there should be some food in the mouth. These are the basic ones even the animals have. But they might not have these ideas like, I should store meat forever, not give to anyone else, and this might give me the chance to live. But animals also, they have these instincts where if they feel hungry and it gets worse, they might kill anything. Sometimes, even if it is your pet dog, we have heard randomly the pet dog may attack the owner. For some reason, some instinct, some perception, we never know what went through in that system. Aranwansi says, this is very unpredictable thing. You don't know who is who. Kind of these vibrations, intermingling of these vibrations are not that random, even though it looks random. But that's not the thing we were trying to discuss. We are trying to discuss about this self-vibration, actually self-perception. So the self-perception, if the vibration is there, immediately, even in the first thought, we have this self-perception. As soon as the perception of light occurs, the perception of color occurs, blue, red, that's a thought. When a thought arises, if the thought will be true anyway, that is what I'm trying to say. You don't have to listen to a mother or father to say that these are real, child, take it as real. No. Immediately it is taken as real because of Astra. Because it is felt like that. It is felt as real. So first impression, first stimuli. Even from the first foremost stimuli, this will happen. It will become real. And it will become a thought. With repetition, it's going to gain the momentum of power. So now if you are 40 and you still have your mother, imagine 40 years, how many times the stimuli may have been active. I mean, a lady one day asked me from Australia, she feels that her mother lives in Sri Lanka all the time. Actually, she's in Australia, mother is in Sri Lanka. She said, I know my mother is in Sri Lanka. Is my mother not in Sri Lanka? She asked that. I mean, she needs a lot of Dhamma, by the way. But what do you think? Is mother in Sri Lanka or mother not in Sri Lanka? I mean, this is irrelevant. The whole thought is not true. Mother is not true. What about mother in Sri Lanka or mother not in Sri Lanka? Actually, not or is also a perception. Sri Lanka is also a perception. None of these things are true. It's a projection of the mind. It's okay. It's a projection of the mind. If you actually feel that the mother is in Sri Lanka, definitely Sakkaya Drushti is there. That is the wrong view is there. That you are here also is there in that. Don't forget. You just have to believe that the mother is there. Truly, my mother is in Sri Lanka. at this moment. If when you think only mother came to your mind, other times you were engrossed in other things. You didn't know about a mother. You just projected this now. Just now you projected. Just imagine if someone is listening to this and if you say, my brother is in Sri Lanka or my sister is in Sri Lanka. My brother is in Sri Lanka, my sister is in Sri Lanka. Or Sri Lankan person can think, oh, my brother is in Australia, my sister is in UK. I'm actually taking one of my Dharma friends in the Zoom discussion as an example here. So she can actually say, my sister is in UK, my brother is in Australia. Are they though? That's the thing. It is a projection. Just now what happened? This happened. That projection. Do you know it is just a projection? Do you know that it's a perception only? That sister is in UK. If you really feel that the sister is in UK, that is Sakkaya Dristhi. You still feel everything is correct. Everything is outside. This is the thing. Sakkaya Dristhi is not that easy, even though we feel like, I know what the outside is not true. I know it is a perception. But if you really feel that the child is outside and you are inside the home, it is a thought just arising now. Just remember that. At least remember that. Thought arises at this moment. That's normal. The thought arising is okay. But the problem is the perception we have that it is true, that it actually exists. If you're looking at a chair and you really feel that it is there, in an arahant, everything will be felt except the self feel. In the sense that inner power is not felt. It's like a metaphor would be elastic band which is tightly held. Even in non-form, if you like the non-form, it is still there. So we'll go back to the baby. So the baby didn't know anything, but had this fuel for this fire, had the electricity for this, all the thoughts, had the power inside. In the sense, it is actually in one stimuli it is coming. So it can be a vision for the baby, it can be a touch sensation for the baby, it can be this feel, alive feel basically, and that arises with the stimuli. So that is going to be really powerful when the thought is formed. Thought is formed. Even the duck, if the duck mother died and the cat was there nearby, if cat was looking after them in the sense didn't do any harm, just let them be close to that cat mother. Ducklings actually might feel safe near the cat. They might follow the cat everywhere. So with the vision and the sound of the cat mother, there is a perception now. And the touch, of course, there's a perception now. It doesn't need a label as such. It doesn't need a label as such. But the self-perception is there. The mother perception, mother figure is there. Self figure is there. Mother thought is there. Self thought is there. Mother perception is there. Self perception is there. If there's any vibration in that other side, self vibration is there. But how can we reverse this? Well, fully realizing that it's the speed of that sensory organ. Well, it comes through Dhamma only. This reversal. Now, there was a talk about the marketplace. You're thinking about going to the marketplace. So an arahant also can go to the marketplace. If they really want to. I mean, they might not. What I'm trying to say is, just imagine about the thought, should go to marketplace. This can arise in the context of actually marketplace being true and having the projection to the outside as well. Or it can happen in the perception level as well. If there's no power of a marketplace, there's no you. So now one can really fight. Is the marketplace not there then? No, we are not telling about not there or being there. Marketplace arises in this mind. If it is felt as true, you are there. That's a self-perception. That's all we are saying. Because one can argue, is the marketplace there? Are you saying it is not there? Then where did you go yesterday? It is a problem, isn't it? Where did you go yesterday if the marketplace is not there? No, this is not a joke. This is not a arguing point. This is a thing to understand, this self-perception. If you really felt that you went to marketplace yesterday, you are there. It's just simple as that. What do you think? Do you feel like the next door neighbor is in the next door? No, don't think I'm going insane. Next door neighbor is there in the next door, yes. But just understand it's a perception which arises here. It's okay. It's a projection we have in the mind. That's fine. Just know that. Self-thought is also, self-view is also something like that. If you really feel that something exists, you really believe in that, you also believe in yourself, that I'm here. One would say I went to moon, other one would say I didn't go to moon. Which one is true? I went to moon is also a perception, a thought. If you actually feel that it is true, you are also true. The self-view is similar to every other view. Chair view, moon view, neighbor view, mother view, father view, husband view, child view, daughter view, son view. Everything. It's similar. It's just that it is confusing when someone says touch yourself, you touch your body. But as a you act normal, you touch your body and oh yeah, this is touch yourself. Isn't it funny? Can you touch yourself? Then you can say, I can touch my body. But body is not you. Can you touch yourself? I say, no, this thinking ability must be me, but I can't touch that. Is the thinking ability you? No. Thinking ability is not you. Why we felt alive is the reason that we feel that I'm there. Can one touch it? No. One has to actually find it through Dhamma, that is Aloko Udapadi, Prajna Udapadi. That's where this whole thing, you have to feel it. You have to actually capture it and fully realize that it's the speed of the sensory organ that we have misunderstood all the time, that as self. Did you find yourself? You might say, no, I can't. I tried. With the mind, you can't. You have to exit the mind to find yourself, the power. But we misunderstood that ourselves. It's a misunderstanding, it's a complete misunderstanding. Because you need to fully realize that power that vibration has, and also the characteristics of that power. The characteristics, the 4 astra is actually the characteristics of that power, that alive field, that self vibration. The self vibration itself has these characteristics. It can form, it can vibrate, it can give you the, it can fade the ignorance. It gives some kind of entertainment. There's some kind of amount of entertainment even in the field side. In the mind only, there's a, if you actually really take the mind as real and then go through it, everything you like that, the non-form level. You don't feel anything, asanya. You will really like it. But this path, without the self-view, there's nothing like that. It's the most important step in the path, is losing the self-view. Did you get this Do you understand this? That self-perception or the self-feel capture that feel level is a challenge which is not a challenge to the 7-year-old. Even the 7-year-old child may feel this. The thing is being very open-minded and less powerful mind. So this whole thing is about understanding that how this self-view arise, how this self-perception arise, how this self-feel is misunderstood. It's actually the speed of the sensory function. It is completely a misunderstanding, this self thing. To understand that, we have to understand that one stimuli about one stimuli. So the next door neighbor is next door anyway. Neighbor is a perception. If you really feel that is true, it's not true. Usually we know that neighbor is actually a pulse vibration of ear, eye and touch coming together. The neighbor vibration is formed as a new vibration, the mind vibration. So you feel that as very thick, in the sense you feel it is existing. That is the life view. That is self-view, self-perception. So there's actually nothing called neighbor. But if you really feel that the neighbor is real, tree is real, sun is real, moon is real, they are. No, don't take this in a different way. Some people might say, is it not real? No, not that way. It's a mind projection that we have. It's a projection only. Do you get it? It's not that argument that is the moon there or not. That's not the thing. It's not an argument whether the moon is there. You look at the moon at night and you say, Mother, I can see the moon. Why are you saying it's not there? Yes, you see something. What is that? That's the fast vibration of the eye. It's the outline that you see. True. It's an outline. It's an outline of light, right? The moon. Because if you don't have any light, you can't see anything. So it's an outline. If you are seeing something, it's an outline of light. So is the light true? No, it's a fast speed of the sensory organ that you feel as light. So you need to get this properly, otherwise you will be arguing, is the neighbor there or not? And you might actually go and tap on the door and talk to him and come back and say, see, I spoke to my neighbor, he's there. Still going there and talking to him is also a perception. It's a mind projection. Just realize how this works, that's all. If you have doubts, come to the discussions and talk. It's very easy in that way if you do this research with open mind. Whether you have ever talked to your neighbor, whether you have ever touched a tree, whether you have ever seen the moon, whether you have ever touched your daughter, whether you have ever touched your son, whether you have ever talked to your son. These are all perceptions which arise now. So I'm just bombarding you with this Dhamma so that your ability to understand self-view, self-perception, self-vibration will improve. Because if you're not challenged, you will not actually pay much attention. Yeah, it is such a we like to rest. We like to be in harmony. Like we would like to relax. And you might say to Aranans also, I'm relaxing, Aranans. I'm so much relaxed now. But the task is not over until you find your tension as well as the non-vibration arise. Even that, even if you felt it transiently for a fraction of a second, the task is still not over. Why? All the defilements are there. All the strength of those past, all the the stimuli we had, the power of these perceptions are still there. If you had 1 million of perceptions up until now, well, that is the power you have. If they are felt as real. So you need to sort out all your powerful, because even though there is 1 million, actually you might not fully realize, you don't need to fully realize all of them, because some are not actually a thing. But some are a thing, like the family, the status, the money, the house, the most dangerous thought, which is so powerful, is self. That is the powerful one. So friends, mothers, fathers, children, this Dhamma is so beautiful if you take it in that angle, proper angle, that we are researching about the self-perception, self-view, self-feel. And you can do this. It's not that difficult. It's not, you don't need to sit somewhere and, meditate or anything. You can feel this at any moment and fully become on vibration. Thank you, Aranahans. Thank you for your guidance. May Triple Gem bless you all.
Buddothpado, Buddothpado. It's time to open your eyes. Open your eyes. It's time for Nibbana, for Nibbana. Buddothpado, Buddothpado. Awake humans, be awakened humans. It's your liberation that comes through. Buddothpado, Buddothpado. The last breath will be so peaceful, so peaceful. With Buddothpado, Buddothpado. Wake up, wake up, wake up to the truth. Buddothpado, Buddothpado.
May the Noble Triple Gem bless you. And welcome to the 24-hour Buddothpado English Dhamma Talks. And first of all, let's all pay our homage at Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse's feet for his selfless service towards mankind. So this is the reawakening of Gautama Buddha Sasana. 2500 years ago, Lord Buddha or Gautama Buddharajanan Wahanse, was known as Light of Asia, disclosed this beautiful Dhamma of cause and effect to relieve the sufferings of Noble Triple Gem bless you. And welcome to the 24-hour Buddothpado English. There was no self, or there will never be a self. That is the absence of a self. So the biggest challenge that everyone who is in the path, who has at least started listening to sermons, is to feel the absence of the self and get to know how this notion of self or self-existence feel arises. Self-existence feel is nothing but the existence feel of any other entity. So at the times that we didn't know the true Buddhist philosophy, that we didn't hear the true Buddhist philosophy, we believed that this body is the self. And then we thought no, body is innocent, body is powered by the mind, so it's the mind that is identified as the self, or that actually is the self, because we felt that mind always has the control over the body, and the body does not have power without mind. So as long as the respiration happens, the mind functions, and mind provide provides power for body functions. So they were like mere superficial knowledge or certain guesses made by us. But when we listen to the sermons, especially the Buddothpado sermons about the true Buddhist philosophy, gradually the wisdom of truth arises. That is, the entire story of self-existence field. And this is not a problem of Buddhists alone. This is not a problem of people who lived in the era of Gautama Buddha. This is the problem of every man, or the sentient being. So they live in complete ignorance, believing in this existence self. So it is extremely important to untangle this knot. So Lord Buddha himself said, Anto Chata Bahijata, there are two knots. Basically, there are two knots that one should untangle to, and then if one untangles these two knots, he get rid of lot of suffering. That is how this external world gets projected, and how does this mind arises? Oh, why is it said that there is no permanent entities or no permanent external world, and similarly there is no permanent self, no existing self? So however much we talk about this, as long as we fully realize it, awakening to the feel level, which is actually the discernment of the own wisdom, we cannot say one has fully realized this, one has fully untangled these knots. So every day in these sermons, in these Dhamma talks, the full focus is on this self-existence field or self-vibration, how we feel as if we survive or we exist. So today as well, let's try to look into this aspect in detail. So to understand how we feel as if we are living, we have to go back to the zygote level, and then we have to come through the radiant mind level to the stage of full mind creation. So if we think about, actually, since no one of us cannot remember any of those stages, the period in the mother's womb and the radiant mind level, where the individual's sense experiences were present. So, at which point do we say someone is conceived? That is when the sperm and the ovum from the mother combined to form this zygote. So, in addition to the combination of sperm and the ovum, there is another natural phenomenon that happens. That is the power of the last thought of some sentient being should telepathize or should synchronize into this vibration called zygote. To understand this concept, we have to have some knowledge, actually, some knowledge of the creation of entities. That is how these solid, or actually, rather than going into that level, how does this matter gets created? How do we feel solidity, liquidity, heat, temperature, colors, smell, taste and energy in a single particle of matter? That was beautifully analyzed and presented to us by Lord Buddha. The smallest, all so-called entities that are perceived by sense faculties, let it be the tallest skyscraper or the smallest particle of dust or the blue whale or the amoeba, all made up of these 8 pure elements, or the Shuddhashtaka. The smallest particle ever has 8 attributes, 8 characteristics, that is solidity, liquidity, heat, solidity, liquidity, Patavi, Apo, Tejo, that is heat or temperature, Vayu, the airy effect, and color, taste, smell, and Oja, some energy form. So, these 8 attributes are present in any particle, any smallest particle of matter. So this zygote or sperm ovum, they may not be visible to the naked eye. You have to identify them through maybe electronic microscopes or some instrument. So this smallest particle, although I say it as a particle of matter, it is purely a vibration. Why it is, everything is in a vibratory nature, because even this 8 pure elements do not exist. They all arise and cease at great speed. That's what we call as a rising of the five aggregates in Buddhist philosophy. These five aggregates known as form, feeling, perception, mental formations, and consciousness. So although we talk about this in five aspects, it is something that happens instantaneously. It is just the rising of vibrations. So this should be thoroughly studied. Actually, without that even you can realize the Buddhist philosophy. But if you are into science and rational thinking and want to know, I mean, why, if you always need to know the reason or the cause to convince this mind of certain philosophies or phenomena, better to study this section of vibratory nature of entities. So going back to this zygote, I mentioned that it is the synchronization of the power or that vibratory nature of the last thought of any sentient being that the life is detected in the zygote. So zygote gets life, that unified cell gets life with this synchronization only. So that itself is the origin of the life, and gradually as a plant grows, a small sapling grows from a seed, this zygote grows inside the womb. Nobody is doing that. It is purely a natural process. Absorption of nutrients through the umbilical cord, across the placenta, and formation of all body systems and organs. They are not done by anyone, they happen naturally. So the sense faculties also develop within the 10 months stay of the mother's womb. So in the birth of the conventional world, that is the when the delivery of the child happens, the baby is separated from the mother's body by separating this umbilical cord, and there is a gap between the pressure, air pressure, and to bridge that gap, the breathing happens as a natural phenomenon. So first cry itself is the beginning of breathing. With the breathing, the body, like a machine that starts working for the first time, all body functions begin to function, or all body functions start. So, just to drive away the dryness within the system, the suckling of milk when the actually, if you are a mother, is it you who created milk in your breast or someone else? No, it's a natural phenomenon. Now we gain the ownership of all processes, but even without Dhamma, if you contemplate, is breathing done by me? Is food digestion done by me? Is passing out of excretory or waste from the body done by me? Is this reproduction system, the hormone system, operated by me? So similarly is the now if you know the structure of the human ear, is the hearing done by me? If you know the structure and the functioning of the human eye, is the seeing done by me? If you know the function of smell receptors of the nose, is it done by me? Tasting, then body sensation, if you know the structure of the human skin, is it done by me? So you cannot answer any question of mine yes, because they are happening without the involvement of so-called self. So when these body systems function, I mean the movement of the body, then the movement of the body needs some power. How does the newborn get that power? Did we ever know that? How it's natural, we know it's natural to move hands, the muscles, even suckling, the lip movement. They need some power. This power is generated through the interaction of vibrations. That is always the vibrations or the waves of opposing charges generate some power. It's like now if you bring together the two terminals, positive and negative, of a battery, the power automatically gets generated. Similarly, when the newborn is placed on the cot, on a certain, let's say, stretcher or cloth is given to mother, when the skins interact, that is just we feel it is associate the skin interaction. Otherwise, the two skins are just vibrations. So when they interact, the positive, negative ends of the vibrations come together or gets attracted and generate some power. Even though we know it or don't know it, that is the natural process, actually natural phenomenon that operates by itself. So when after a month or so, so we feel the newborn's eye begins to work. That is, eye begins to perceive certain shapes of light. Initially the light means again that everything in the world is in vibratory nature. So when the vibrations or the waves of some frequency interact with the physical eye vibration, when they synchronize, the seeing arises. Seeing, the phenomenon called seeing, starts or begins. So whenever these vibrations of opposing charges interact, the power generation happens. So it is natural. Then further, when the ear perceives sound vibrations, ear is again a thickly set vibrations. That is, initially I explained this. The smallest particle is a vibration called 8 pure elements. So whatever the vibrations, sound vibrations tally with that, tally with those vibrations of the physical ear of the child interact, and that is the phenomenon of hearing. So the nose, the physical nose is again thickly set vibrations. Thickly set again is a bit tricky because we don't talk about any sort of permanent existence of any phenomenon. This should be discerned through your wisdom. So nose receptors, they are in the vibratory nature. So the vibrations that tallies with the nose vibrations interact, and that it generates some power. So it's same with skin and tongue, nose, eye, ear, all 5 we referred to. So that is actually a natural phenomenon. So this is it is obvious this is the automated process that happens, involuntarily or purely the nature. It is not done by us or any other self. So gradually what happens is the light, sound, smell, taste, then touch sensation, they occur repeatedly. Now, at radiant mind level, or this basic level, in the first few months, the function of the eye is actually seeing, and it is purely the process of seeing only. It is seeing only. No identification is there, and no feeling of existence. But as child grows, the eye perceives light, and this, now we know it is just the interaction of vibrations or similar frequencies. And when it is not just two vibrations coming together, now when we go down to vibration level, it is a flow of vibrations that occurs at great speed. So this unending interaction of vibrations makes the child feel as if the light, though the child doesn't know by name, that light, as if that light exists, because it existing feeling arises due to this high speed. Now, for example, it's important to go back to the metaphor given by Lord Buddha at this level. So, when someone rotates a fire band with great speed, one who doesn't see the fire band before he starts spinning it may see a circle of fire or a ring of fire, as if, it existing. So similarly, when these vibrations flow or come together or synchronize at that great speed, the same ring of fire gets created in the eye. Eye perceives light as an existing nature of light. Some existence feel arises. Same with the ear. Ear perceives sound vibrations, and when it happens continuously, this continuous occurrence of sound vibrations in the ear is a natural phenomenon. It is not done by anyone. When it happens repeatedly, the notion of existence of sound arises. So, smelling is the same. The notion or a feeling of existence, smell is felt. Taste and the touch sensation by the skin, felt by the skin, have no difference. It is the same phenomenon. So gradually this existence feel what if from the scientific angle what happens is that unending interaction of vibrations generate more power. The power gets augmented, or that power becomes the self power. That is also not done by anyone. When the feeling of existence of light arises due to unending interaction of vibrations, like I said in that metaphor, the battery, when the positive and negative terminals are brought together or connected, the electricity gets generated. So it's the same sparking, same thing that happens in the sense faculties. Connecting of positive and negative vibrations. So this power that gets generated is nothing but the self-existence power, or Atmiya Aropane, we call it. That is how this subtle feeling of self-existence originates. It is not done by anyone. And I told you at the beginning of a certain vibration that synchronizes into the zygote, and after that only we believe that there's life. So Lord Buddha has shown this to the world through this philosophy. Otherwise, this cannot be captured by the human system. He's realized that it is the samsaric vibration that which is the level of one's defilements or the taints or the craving. So this same vibration or same power repeatedly happens, repeatedly occurs at every sense faculty function. So it happens very fast. Now when the seeing happens, that power gets generated, has some connection to that vibration that occurred in the zygote. That is why two people do not experience the same projection in the same way. Now the light perception. Now let's take two infants. The radiant mind level, even the seeing, when the eyes function, the power generation of one infant may not be exactly the same level of power generation in the other infant's eye, because always this samsaric vibration, or that we call it sastrava, that telepathized or that synchronized into the zygote, has some effect, or in other words, our spiritual teacher says it is the same power or same vibration that arises in each and every sense experience. So this vibration of taints is what that binds a system, binds someone to this deadly cycle of life and death. So self-existence feel, this tendency for self-existence feel is nothing but this vibration called taints. It is augmented due to the power generation in each sense faculty. But at radiant mind level, we do not talk about a thick self-perception. It is just the beginning of it. I mean, it is, we can't say the beginning of it even. Radiant mind level, what happens is pure sense faculty experiences. Individual sense faculty experiences. The feeling that I see, or I hear, or I taste, I smell, I touch, that feeling is not there. That thick self-view or self-perception is not there. The sense experiences happen at individual sense faculty levels, and a thick perception of existence is also not there. It is individual sense faculty experiences are mere light perceptions, sound perceptions, smell, taste and touch perceptions that has no connection. What I mean is, now when our eyes perceive something, let's say the shape of light, so it is identified as the handbag, and you walk out of the room and you come back and your eye perceives the same shape of light, and the knowing that it is the same handbag that I saw previously that I see now is they are in a dull system. That is due to ignorance. But at radiant mind level, although the light arises billion times at some with some intervals, regular intervals, the system doesn't detect it as the same light. Now, in an adult system, the sound perception. Now, some sound perception arises and we realize that it's a voice of a certain human. So, you move away and come back to the same place, and again those sound perceptions arise. And how do you feel? You feel as if, oh, I hear that voice again, same voice. That is not there in the radiant mind level. They are just disconnected. Sense experiences are have just instantaneous experiences only without any linking or connecting. So what happens to that radiant mind experience gradually? As it is also an automated process. There is a natural phenomenon that operates without the involvement of any person. That is why Lord Buddha said this creation of perceptions and later thoughts or stimuli is not done by you nor someone else. It is beautifully said in Pali as Nahidang Attakatam Bimban Nahidang Parakatang Agang. This creation of mind does not happen due to a certain self or some other person. It is a natural phenomenon. This is what was lacking in our experiences. Until we come across this true Dhamma, we thought everything is done by me. So as it came up yesterday in the discussion, we put everything into this me basket. I see, I hear, I taste, I feel. I touch, so on and so forth. But it is just an automated process only. So that child in the cot, as he reaches age 1, some maturity of the system happens, these sense faculty experiences gets gradually they get a thick existence feel. Like, now let's take the closest example to the child. the mother. So the system feels the warmth of the mother. What technically happens is interaction of vibrations of similar frequencies. But this happens repeatedly. And feeding, mother feeds the child and the taste. Now the system is mature and then the smell, maybe the milk smell. So on top of that, mother's voice and the shape of light, this figure. So when these perceptions occur in the child's sense faculty system repeatedly, they get connected gradually. The smell perception connects with the taste perception, and the light perception, and it gets thicker and thicker. When it gets thicker and thicker, the current or that self power also gets augmented. And this is a very gradual process. And this combining of sense faculty experiences is not done by anyone. Nahidang atta katam bimban, nahidang para katangan. That is the Lord Buddha's very words. So, as the child grows further, when all these perceptions arise, the sound mother is given to the child's ear. The mother, which in no time gets connected with the sense faculty experiences. With that, all sense faculty experiences come together, and the first thought or the first full stimulus called mother arises in the system. When that happens, it is not just the not just the shape of light, not just the smell, not just the taste, not just the warmth or body sensation. They spark together along with the name mother. This actually generates a thick existence feel and a thick self existence feel. Existence feel of the mother itself is the existence feel of the self. This is not done by anyone else. It operates within the system, and this is the proper origin of the self perception. So this scenario or this phenomenon is explained by Lord Buddha with the metaphor. Now, the individual sense faculty experiences happened so far now gets connected with the sound mother, and a single shot, it became a single shot that sparked as the mother. Now in this mother thought, the smell of the mother, taste of the mother's milk, warmth of the mother's skin or body sensation, shape of light of the mother, the sound mother, cannot be seen separately. Although this mother stimulus comprises of the 5 sense faculty inputs, and spark, and the fact that they spark together cannot be discerned by the human system. What happens at this level is the thick perception of mother, although it is a mental construct, it is a thick perception which brings the system or brings the child the existence feel of a mother. So that is the self-existence feel itself. I said it earlier also. If something exists out there, the self exists this side. That is the beginning of the duality. Actually, what is experienced is this stimulus only. But what we feel is there is a self to experience that mother perception. So I tried to mention a metaphor used by Lord Buddha to explain this scenario. The metaphor of making cheese or making ghee out of milk. Once the milk is converted to ghee, one cannot see milk in ghee, or it cannot be converted to milk. But the wisdom that, or the knowledge that milk was converted to ghee, or this ghee was made purely from milk, is there. So that knowledge is that knowledge has an effect on not accepting ghee as a kind of full, complete entity. We know how the story behind ghee, the process of making ghee. Similarly, when one knows this mechanism, of the sense faculties and the taints, the impact of taints in thought creation, this mother perception may not have that much weight. It reduces the heaviness of that thought because the knowledge, the wisdom, the discernment that it is just a mental construct arises with that. And that will result in the reduction of the thickness of self-perception too. So we should contemplate on it so much because this is all new knowledge initially for us. This philosophy is so rational. There aren't any gaps. There aren't any. There is no room for doubts. It is beautifully explained in numerous perspectives. So please listen to them and discover the truth of self, which will be a big relief, which will alleviate your suffering and the heaviness of thoughts. So we have come to the end of this segment, and as usual I request you to join the English Dhamma discussion which happens at 3 p.m. Sri Lankan time and which goes on for 2 hours, where you can ask questions directly and get them clarified. And I pay my homage at Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse's feet for his immense kindness towards the mankind and sharing this truth through the long-term involvement of penetrative insight which was hidden from the world. And may the Noble Triple Gem bless you all.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි everyone. තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ. In this early morning, you are listening to the Buddothpado Dhamma sermons on Buddothpado PeoTV. You can listen those Dhamma sermons 24 hours a day. Yes, we always talk about Dhamma, and our noble friend Aryan Hansi also makes great effort to spread this great and blissful message to this world. All Dhamma friends and with our noble friend, we always talk about Dhamma, but actually there is nothing there except exploring your six senses. Nothing there except exploring your mind. Your mind means your six senses. What you need to do is look deeply, layer by layer, through Vidarshana meditation. If you look carefully, your eye contacts colors, the ear contacts sounds, the tongue contacts taste, and the skin contacts touch sensations. So think about it, what does the mind experience then? Look at these six sense bases carefully. You can clearly see how your five senses work and what each of them experiences. But look very carefully at the mind. What does it experience? All these five senses finally become a single vibration within the mind. A mind object means that the experiences of these five faculties arise together as one mental vibration. Now you must carefully observe how this mind is being formed. Now look at what is right in front of you. If you are sitting on a chair, doesn't that chair disappear? That chair appear to be something real to you. But if you examine how you actually experience that chair when you are sitting, you will see that it is formed through the five sense bases actually after realizing the Dhamma. Without realizing the Dhamma, you won't experience like that way. What you recognize as a chair is only a vibration created by the mind. It is a mind object, a single mental vibration arising from the five faculties. The hardness of the chair is known through the skin. The color appears through the eye. The sound of the word chair arises through the ear. But the vibration that arises from these five sense bases is not directly known to us, because all of these separate experiences comes together and form a single mind object, like a rope entangling together those 5 senses, all of these separate experiences comes together and form a single mind object. That mind object is what we take to be something real, but what we experience as a real is only the mind object. But we don't realize, if we don't know the truth. After you hearing the true Dhamma, then you will realize that experience something as real is only the mind object. If you untangle that mind object and look into it carefully, you will see that nothing in is truly real to you. Once the mind object is broken apart, there is no solid thing left that can appear as a real. That sounds, colors, smell, taste, touch, warmth and cold and hardness, all of these gather together and combined, and it creates as something real. The mind object is formed through those combinations. It's if I say an example, it's like a rope, how it's wound together with the little strings as a one thing. So once you untangle those strings, you can see that there is nothing as a rope, as a big rope. That's how our mind has formed through entangling these 5 senses. In the same way, this eye can never experience a chair without the support of that sound. When you look at something outside, try to observe it very carefully. For example, when you see your car or your phone, you think that you see those objects through your eye. The experience does not come as only a color. It appears as the object with a name. When you see the phone, you never experience just as a like color. It appears as a phone. This sense of hardness and the sounds of words, that phone, the name, and all the other sensation also arise together. If you don't touch it, even if you are not touch the phone, when you see it, it appears as with the hardness and or softness. With those all feelings comes together with the name, with the sound. Everything appears at once the moment you see it. Without touching, all these vibrations comes together. the perception of color, the perception of sound, the perception of smell, and the perception of touch, and they combine into a single perception as a phone or a car, like that. That combined perception is what creates the idea of a car or chair or phone, whatever you see. When the perception of the word of that car arises through the ear, a car is created in the mind. But within that perception, the sound, the color, and all the other sensations are already included when you see that object. That is the sanya. That's how you recognize or you perceive something. Now, if you look very carefully, whenever you look outside and see those objects, you are actually experiencing only the sounds, only a name. Actually, when you see something, you only experience the sound because you are not touching them, you are not hearing them. But when you see something, just suddenly it's appearing in your mind as a object or with a name. Everything you see is mixed with the sound label that the mind adds. If you think about something with your eyes closed, even then it appears together with color, smell, taste, and form. You never can stop when you imagine something. You never can stop appearing objects in your mind. It's appearing with the sensation or the hardness or softness or with the color, and even you feel the smell even when you think about the jasmine flower. The smell, you can realize how the flower you can smell. Everything comes together. So we are using those sanya to live on this world every day. The mind automatically brings all these qualities into an image. If you don't understand the true Dhamma, you never realize that you are in illusion world and in a world of consciousness. Even when we look outside, we experience name when we see something, even though we never seen a picture. Actually, this eye never can recognize a picture, but we think that we are experiencing a picture or a person or an object, but it is just a stimuli arising in this eye. That is stimuli never can recognize any object or any name, but we think we seen through our eye, we recognized something through eye. This is how other senses also arising. Uh, Even when we close our eyes, we experience names without a real object. So, how does this happen? We have to think very carefully, where do these perceptions come from when we think, when we imagine? So, have you ever tried to understand this process through your own system? That is the beginning of um, noble investigation, or the beginning of the search for the true noble truth. If you look deeply enough, you begin to realize that you are living in a world that is very much like in a dream. What we experience is not truly real. It means that what we think has never actually appeared to us in reality. If we say that what we see and here is not truly there, it may sound like an extreme claim. But what we experience through the mind is not something that actually exists as a solid reality. This is something that must be seen with a genuine insight, or with wisdom, or with jnana. Only then can its true nature be understood. Everything arises from a mental object, mental vibration. It is these vibrations that cause your happiness, your sorrow, and your suffering. When you sit on a chair or lie in a bed, you feel as though you are sitting on something solid and real. You feel as if there is a person, you, with a soul, living in a real world. You feel like that way. We never realize, without understanding true Dhamma, we never realize that these 5 faculties arising in this very moment, 6 faculties arising in this very moment. We have created the world divided into good and bad, but what you don't realize is that this entire experience is created by vibrations arising through the 6 senses. These vibrations merge and entangle, giving rise to the sense of aliveness. Then you feel that you are sitting on a chair and it is hard and it is a real object, and you have both extremes. Because we can never isolate a single stimulus. Since everything is continuously flowing, we feel as if everything appears here as real and existing, because we never can see the stimulus arising in this very moment. When something we see only an object. We have created a world divided into good and bad, pleasant or unpleasant, happiness and suffering, like that way. Yet all of it originates from a single vibration. But we never realize that without seeing this Dhamma in very depth. When we attach ourselves to the world and take it as our own, and suffering begins. When you understand that all these signs are not actually real events, what happens within you, as you see or hear anything, you start to recognize its impermanence. You see that with prajna or jnana, the perception that once appeared as a permanent now becomes seen as impermanent. That is the anitya sanya, that is the perception of impermanence. You see that after you realize in the Dhamma, once you understand the Dhamma, you will begin to see that process, that ignorance once appeared as a permanent now becomes seen as impermanent. That is the anicca sanya. It's arising within you automatically, because if you understand properly and very clearly, you never can take something as real. So when the true Dhamma is understood, the perception of impermanence arises naturally on its own. At that point, you don't need to seek a quiet place to meditate, or the meditation begin to arise within you continuously. Because you know the truth, and then you don't want to hang on with anything. The perception of impermanence itself becomes a condition that leads towards Nibbana or liberation. This is how it happens when the perception of impermanence arises within you. You stop creating new thoughts and defilements. You no longer want to hold on to anything or give it more power to generate more and more thoughts, because with wisdom you see that these things have no real substance. You clearly understand that clinging to something that has no true value is pointless. Even though once you understand how this mind has formed, then once you realize, or once you understand that there is no real mind to take as a real, so then you don't want to clinging to something. That's what happened. So then you don't want to divide it into good or bad, or happy or sad, or pleasant or unpleasant things. You see the mind object, whether it is good or bad. That's what happened. At that point, you no longer need to classify your thoughts as a good or bad. Some Dhamma teachers encourage you to label the mind in that way. But such method do not lead to true liberation. If you try to hold on only to good thoughts and remove bad ones, and try to see thoughts as unreal, then whenever a thought arises, it will naturally appear and fade together with the defilements and suffering tied to it. You can observe this in your own experience. Both methods. If you try to hold only a good thoughts and try to remove the bad thoughts, you can try that way, how your defilements fades away and how your the suffering fading away. And also you can try, if you are not sure, if you can try to see the mind object, how it has formed. Once you understand the Paticca Dhamma, you can see that there is no real mind object. Then you don't want to choose this is a good thought, this is a bad thought, this is wholesome, this is unwholesome, like that way. So through this you begin to understand how the mind moves towards the non-vibrational state. You can see the difference. If you have practiced to hold only good thoughts, you can see the differences between these two teachings. Because when you clinging to the world as something real and solid, if you keep something as good things or good habits or good thoughts, you get caught in extremes. There are two extremes. As long as you hold on to it, there is no way to break free from the cycle of samsara. Because there is a good person, there are good thoughts in your mind holding, and you are trying to be a good person with the good thoughts. Then you are still going through this cycle of samsara. You never can break this cycle. Even after this understanding, thoughts will still arise in the ordinary way. Ordinary way means normally what you see, you can, it's appear thoughts in your mind. Because whatever you see or hear creates a perception that cannot be stopped. Because there is no controller to stop this process. But the difference is that the perception no longer has the power to create a greed, happiness, or suffering. When that power disappears, you experience a deep ease. Then someone might wonder if the mind becomes non-reactive. Oh, it is not real. So how can happiness arise within you? It may arise a question within yourself because the reason is that the ordinary or unrealized the Dhamma, that mind has been conditioned to grasp at pleasure always, the conventional world. It has been shaped to cling to anything that feels pleasant always. But when you actually practice the Dhamma, you will see it for yourself. The happiness of the ordinary world is nothing compared to even moment of freedom from the sense basis. Until you realize that moment, you might think happiness is the what you are experiencing now in your mind. When you are in mind, you might think that that is the happiness. But once you understand the Dhamma, you might feel the differences between those, what we are calling this happiness or calmness. That single moment brings an extraordinary peace, actually. There is no words to describe it. You experience it in a completely ordinary way without experiencing it. For example, think that once you realize this Dhamma, when you sit in your garden, you will see, you still see birds and flowers, the beauty of the nature, but they no longer appear as something real when your awareness is stable within you. Instead, they appear as a beautiful Dhamma through the nature. So without a person, without clinging to anything, in pure nothingness, you will see this dream becomes beautiful once you have seen the Dhamma. So it may arise a question within you, so then if it is not real something, so then how we can enjoy the life like that way? Those questions arising within you until you realize the Dhamma. Once you realize the Dhamma, you will see everything clearly, and then it might be changed completely in a different way. So when you see your own thoughts as part of the illusion of the world, once you realize Dhamma, ignorance fades right there. When you see the truth, ignorance fades right there. When awareness becomes stable in that same place, when you practice vidarshana meditation, when you try to see your mind, how it's arising and disappearing in this very moment, how you experience your six senses, how it's arising in this very moment, by keeping stable awareness within you. And when you stop giving reality to thoughts and stop creating new thoughts, then sila, morality or concentration, means samadhi, and wisdom, prajna, arise together in this very moment. when you see the truth, when you realize the ignorance in this very moment, that Sila Samadhi Prajna arise together. How it's happened? Because you don't want to go to a temple to to um, make steady awareness, or when deep inside arises something very special happen in the mind. That means you don't have to try to be moral, or you don't have to try to concentrate, just make an effort. You don't have to try to be wise, and that root is non-clinging. You don't want to try to become a good person with the Sila Samadhi Prajna by making an effort. It will arise in naturally within you with non-clinging. Because once you realize this Dhamma, you will understand that there is no person to become as a good person with Sila Samadhi Prajna. When the mind stops grabbing thoughts, stop treating the world as something solid, and stops creating me and mind, something very natural begins to happen. When the mind stops grabbing thoughts, stop holding the world as real, when you see the truth that there is no both extremes, you only experience your mind consciousness, then the mind becomes naturally harmless. That's what happened. That is the Sila. Because you don't want to attach or to reject. You don't want to reject or attach with something. Once you see the truth in this very moment, then the rise in Sila within you, that means when you see anything as your own mental illusion, you don't want to harm yourself or anyone else, because you see this is a one process. As a one process, you see the truth, and Sila arises within you automatically. It happens automatically within you. The mind becomes naturally steady with the awareness. That is the state of Samadhi. That means when you don't want to hang on to unwanted or unreal or useless thoughts, because you know that the mind object is not real. Once you understand how name and forms creating through your mind, the Samadhi, the concentration naturally arises within you. Because there are no defilements, you have a clear mind, because you are awakened to this very moment, and you will see the truth in this very moment. It leads to rise in the Samadhi within you. It's happened automatically within you. when you see the truth every moment. When you experience something, if you try to realize the Dhamma, at that very moment, the Samadhi arising within you, because you don't want to create or you don't want to generate more and more thoughts. When the thoughts is not appear in your mind, the Samadhi arising within you automatically. That's what happens inside you once you realize this Dhamma. The mind sees clearly without effort. This true Dhamma, when you awaken to this very moment, that is the prajna, that is the wisdom arising within you. When you have a steady awareness and know the truth, you begin to see the mind arising and disappearing in this very moment. You see that the world created by the six sense basis is not real. You clearly see that through your prajna or through your third eye, Dhamma eye, and then wisdom arises in that moment. Also, you will begin to see the Dhamma in more depth as your defilements fade away. When reduce your thoughts in your mind, you will see very clearly, step by step, layer by layer, how this process is occurring every moment. So the Lord Buddha explained that what we experience as a life is simply a fabricated perception or a mental construction. So our noble friend Aryan Wahanse always emphasized this from the very beginning up to today. Sanya Bisankaranaya ජීවත් වෙනවා කියන්නේ, that is in Sinhala. Aryan Wahanse always emphasizing that words. It is only because he explained this Dhamma so clearly and beautifully, untangled all the points clearly. Actually, that's why we were able to understand this true Dhamma. We always feel deep gratitude towards him. If you look on YouTube, there are so many Dhamma discourses available that you can listen to and learn from in depth. If you hear those Dhamma sermons, I'm sure you understand this true Dhamma. You never fall back into this cycle of samsara. You can break this cycle if you practice, if you try to explore about your six senses, if you try to keep a steady awareness in this very moment to see how your mind is behaving. So then you can become, or you can enter the path to Nibbana. So actually, if you think about this, when you practice, if you are walking now or when you walk every day, Do you think about every step you control as you walk? Have you ever think like that way? If you try to think and control each step, you would never be able to walk fast because you would forget to lift your leg and place it on the ground. If you are controlling that process, you have to think every step when you're lifting and placing it on the ground. So while that process, when you are controlling, then you have to keep, you have to focus on your breathing as well. So this whole process happen automatically, following perception, following sanya. That's what happened. So when you explore like that way, when you walk, when you run, or when you do anything, when you're cutting vegetables or when you're washing plates, everywhere you can practice this Dhamma. You can explore within yourself how this process is happening and how this body moving, how you experience this perception or sanya. So when you look around even your garden and see beautiful flowers, it should appear as a perception, sanya with awareness. I had that experience when I begins to seeking for this Dhamma. So how I was experiencing when I see those flowers in the garden and everything. Even though you see the flower, you can ask, are you really seeing it? It is simply happening. You can never operate the you can understand if you have studied science or if you have looked videos how this eye is working. So you can understand you can never operate the rods and cones in the retina of your eye to see something or to see experiencing something. You don't even know how fast that process happen, how fast those stimulus occurring in your eye, through your eye. So then, is there really a person operating this process? You can ask yourself. So there is no one there to control anything, isn't it? So that's how you can practice when you see anything, when you do anything. Keep a steady awareness to see the process, to explore yourself. Then you will see layer by layer, in depth, how this process occurring in this very moment. So when you look at the very outer layer of the eye process, you will see it layer by layer. When you look deeper, you will see that it is just a stimulus arising on your vibration, and that is how names form around it. first a tiny stimulus appears, even though it is continuously flowing. Because of that process, we see it as a flower. But the eye consciousness never experiences a flower, yet we think we have seen a flower. Actually, if we think in very depth, we never experience a flower or anything what we see through this eye, because this stimulus never can recognize a flower or color. It doesn't know the red color or yellow or blue. This retina or rods or in this eye, it never can recognize those colors. It never can recognize the shapes. It just only a vibration or a stimulus arising in this through this process. This is why the Lord Buddha asked Venerable Tarujirya, is this eye permanent or impermanent? The Buddha taught that in this process there is no owner or real entity behind it. The stimulus that arises here also disappears right here. It never can stay as a fixed thing. Also, once we experience something through that stimulus, it's arising and disappearing in that very moment, and again it's arising a new stimulus again, and then we are thinking that we experience the same old thing what we seen before. So we are thinking that existing as a real object. We don't realize in this very moment this stimulus arising and disappearing, and then again it's stimulus arising and disappearing like a river. It's flowing very fast. That is why we never can recognize this process, and that is why we never can understand that we are in an illusory world. So that is why Samma Sambuddha emphasized this is as a ditte ditta mattam, sute sutta mattam. That means when something is seen, there is only a seen process, not a person, or not a person, something seen. Because we never can those process as a real thing. Once you understand the Dhamma, you can realize that we never can take as a real object that winding on this stimulus. That's vibration also we feel because of this mind. That is the feeling that feeling is that you think that as your soul. So, Sute Sutamatta means when something is heard, there is only a hearing process, not a hearer or not a soul or not a person to hear something. The process arising here and disappearing in this very moment, you can practice the Dhamma anywhere, at any time. From the very beginning, you have to make an effort to keep steady awareness and to see this very moment. Sometimes you might forget, and then sometimes you might hang in on your thoughts. Then you will realize, oh, this thought is not a real object, so why I am hanging on these thoughts like that way. From the very beginning, you will practice step by step. But once you continuing that practicing with a great effort, then it will arise in within you automatically. When you see something all the time, something, or when you do a study, or when you do some assignments or anything, you will see, you will realize that all those words, there is no meaning actually. You will do what you want to do, but inside, within you, it won't be real anything. You will see it very clearly with steady awareness in this very moment. And then even if you fail an exam, you won't be worried because you never take anything as a real thing or real object. You will see the true every moment. That's what happened within you. So keep a steady awareness and to see this very moment. Even when you walk, you can observe who is walking, whether there is a soul or a person walking. And if it is not clear, you can look at the five senses separately, one by one. How your eyes experiencing the color world, how you ear experiencing the sound world, how you experience in the sense world, like that way, how you experience the taste world. So then you will see everything. It become clear gradually within you, and with rising wisdom, you will see everything very clearly. So to see whether there is a soul or a person controlling these five senses. Once you understand, once you see very clearly about all of these six senses, you will understand the Dhamma, which teachings help to come out of this cycle of samsara. In this way, from any posture, you can practice this meditation, this vipassana meditation. Once you practice seeing the rising and disappearing of this mind object, or whatever you recognize or feel through the sixth sense, so in this very moment, you will realize what the truth is with great effort. If you keep awareness in this present moment to observe the rising and ceasing of these 5 aggregates, then you will begin to enter that state of wisdom. So I hope this was helpful to you to understand something about Dhamma, how to practice and how to explore within yourself when you carry out your responsibility day to day. I think time is passing now, and then I'll stop here for today. Thank you for listening, and may the Triple Gem bless you everyone. And Teruvan Saranai Aryan Wahanse.
I was lost in a maze, the maze of samsara, going on circles where there was no way out. The walls whispered of lives I'd lived before, each step was a shadow knocking on a closed door. I carried all my suffering, carried all my doubts, but inside had the feeling there is a way out. With Buddothpado guiding light, showing in bright in the night, showing me the way in the darkness of the night. Wipe away the tears cried before with fear. Every step brings happiness as the path is true and clear. Buddothpado guiding light will shine bright and clear, showing you the way out of the maze of samsara. lost in a maze, the maze of samsara, going on circles where there was no way out. The walls whispered of lives I'd lived before. Each step was a shadow knocking on a closed door. I carried all my suffering, carried all my doubts, but inside had the feeling there is a way out. Buddothpado guiding light, showing in bright in the night, showing me the way in the darkness of the night. Wipe away the tears cried before with fear. Every step brings happiness as the path is true and clear. Buddothpado guiding light will shine bright and clear, showing you the way out of the maze of samsaric fear. Buddothpado guiding light will shine bright and clear, showing you the way in the darkness of the night.
Therwan Saranai, Dhamma friends. We are gathering today to listen to the usual daily Buddothpado and Mahansa's English Zoom session. First and foremost, let us pay homage to Aryan Mahansa, Therwan Saranai Aryan Mahansa, and Therwan Saranai to all Dhamma friends. So today we don't have a few of our usual speakers, so I will try to start off at a certain point from the book that we have been reading to you in the last so many weeks. So this is True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 6. I believe we have started off somewhere around page 80 yesterday, and I thought I'll read to you a short couple of paragraphs starting from page 83, somewhere around midway, because I feel as if that's a good starting point for today's conversation. So this is a discourse between a participant and Aryan Mahansa in one of our Zoom sessions. So in response to the participants' various questions, R.N. Mahansa, he often does this when the participant is slightly confused or has not really quite understood the Dhamma principles. He has a tendency of taking us back to the roots, to the cause of where all this started, to where the ignorance lies. And so that's where this discourse starts, which I will read through. So Aryan Mahan says to the participant, let's go back to the place where the infant came out of his mother's womb. And then he asks, can you tell me how the mind or thought is constructed? The participant replies, everything is an illusion in this world. And then Aryan Mahansa asks, but where does this world exist? To which the participant replies, in the mind. We have created it because of the ears and eyes. So Aryan Mahansa asks, can you ever find a world from the outside? It is created by the illusions in the mind. Can someone see without ears? Sorry, can someone see without eyesight or hear if the eardrum is damaged? These are all created when cause is in effect. When it vanishes, cause becomes non-effective. However, we do not come across the so-called existing cause. These are actually constructed then and there. In other words, they are not coming from anywhere. The world created by the sixfold base is an illusion. Now let's talk about how this illusion is created. You see with the eyes, hear with the ears. Your skin or body feels the heat. Cold sensations are felt on the skin. The sense of taste comes to the tongue. So then where do you find this so-called self? The infant could not find any of these things. Do you know how the electricity is created? By the rapid rotations of magnetic fields. Due to the rapid rotation only, this electric current is generated. Accordingly, with the fusion of the plus and minus ends, electric power is generated through various instruments. And in the same manner, when sounds and colors are fused or combined, the feeling of an existent thing or existing thing is created. Now, this is only an influence created through a process. Then how can you find a soul or self here? In that case, is there anybody called Aryan Mahansa or noble spiritual teacher in the first place? The wall is seen by me, but is that true? Or is it just seeing? Don't we call that a vision? In the same way, the wall, mother, tree, etc. are not things in reality. They are only thoughts. A little child is taught colors, in other words, rupa or form, and sounds, nama. And that is how, at the beginning, the world has been created in the child's mind. Actually, these are only thoughts. Everything that you see, hear, such as chairs, houses, children, music are only thoughts. Isn't that true? Senses are only senses. There is no existence of a self or me or mine in any of these. When senses can be limited to senses, the notion of a self disappears. Because in reality, these are only sensorial activities. At the end, these are merely thoughts. Performing activities without the notion of an individual self. How far is Daruchirya, who was an ascetic, traveled to listen to the Dhamma? How far the Buddha traveled to offer a single Dhamma stanza? Isn't it the greatest thing that you are able to receive the Dhamma? Said the Aryan Mahansa. Yes, Aryan Mahansa, replies the participant. I think I'll stop there for the moment in terms of reading the book and open up the conversation to all our Dhamma friends. So what you just heard now is nothing new to this forum. In all our daily Dhamma Zoom sessions, this is what we talk about because this is the only thing we can talk about in terms of bringing to an end this suffering. And in order to understand the suffering, you have to understand the six senses and the function of the six senses. After all, the beginning of the whole thing is at the six senses. The Buddha said, Salayatana loko loko, Salayatana nirodho nibbano, which means that the world as you know it, that you see and you think is outside and around you and surrounds you, is only something that gets manifested through your senses, your sense faculties. If you don't have your sense faculties, there is no world. It is through the eye faculty that you think that you can see. It is through the ears that you hear. If you are deaf, there is no hearing to begin with. If you are blind, there is no seeing. Similarly, if for some instance you have lost the sensation of smelling anything, then that nose sensor does not work anymore, and therefore you are immune to any sense of smell. The same thing with the tongue. And for instance, if you're going through some surgery and you have either you have taken some kind of anesthetic or gone under general anesthesia, your body doesn't feel anything. Even if they prick and prod you, there is no sensation. And if there is no sensation, there is no vibrations that can then turn into the so-called mind consciousness that we have spoken of in this forum several times. So all these sense faculties and the senses that they manifest, light, color, sound, touch, taste, feel, and so on, gets combined into what we call the mind consciousness. And then suddenly the so-called light, color, sound is no longer light, color, sound, but then they are then turned into these things that we get attached to. We call it mother, father, tree, house, our car, our favorite ball, our job, our career, all these things. These notions were not there for an infant, for the newly born child or the newly born infant. The baby in the cot had no notions of this world. But gradually, with the progression of time, when the baby becomes 2-3 years of age and starts going to either nursery or Montessori, there is a gradual feeding of information, data to this child. And how are these so-called data taken in? It's taken in through the senses. It's gradually drilled in to the child, and bit by bit, gradually, the sense faculties, which are now relatively mature, start to take in the sense of smell, the sense of taste, attaches a label and a sound to light, to the tree, to the greenery, which is we call a garden, or the lawn, or the tree. The smell and the touch of the person we call mother. The redness of an apple. All these things are given a picture and a name to it. And then suddenly, or gradually, should I say, these start to become real. And then, with the progression of time, these objects that keep on getting manifested in the child's mind starts to grow on the child. The power that underlies those so-called notions and sensory perceptions keeps on gaining momentum to then ultimately give the child the notion that there is a world outside and there is a me or an I who is savoring or tasting or experiencing this so-called world. The duality gets formed. And with that existent feeling comes the notion of wanting to keep that world, wanting your bag, wanting to go to school, wanting your mother, wanting to sustain yourself, wanting to sustain an identity different from the other person. So this so-called momentum, this power that builds up through these sensory perceptions is the thing that ultimately ends up in suffering, in attachment, in defilements. So I'll stop there and open the conversation to other Dhamma friends, and perhaps we can have a discussion from that point onwards. Teruvan Saranai, Mr. Bernard, or anyone else who would like to add to that.
Teruvan Saranai Arena. Teruvan Saranai Surangika.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Chandini.
Yeah, this actually what I wanted to add is this, the mind creation, how it is a wonderful thing, isn't it? So say, when I say apple, so different people has different creations in the mind. So a small child might get a image of a fruit, the apple, but a young adult might get the image of an iPhone, Apple iPhone or something. So if I take the example of myself, when somebody says apple, I get the image when I saw the apple for the first time. It was when I was about 7 years old. My father bought me an apple, only one apple, a large, red, big apple. So always when the word comes as apple, I get that image. So I don't know, it happens. So now only I understand that it happens automatically. But with that image of apple, the father also comes with that. The three-dimensional, it's like a story. Now the story starts. How my father went to Colombo and bought the apple and so on and so on. Now it doesn't happen, but it used to be like that. So the story starts from that, isn't it, Sarangika? That's what I wanted to add.
Yes, definitely. And this is the way that, I mean, we haven't talked about telepathy today, but the telepathization of something that has been taught to a person the very first time. And then you think that you are, when you remember that now, have this common fallacy that we are recalling a memory, which is what the mundane world thinks that we are doing, isn't it?
Yes.
And we have heard through the true Dhamma that R.N. Mahanse has explained that it's the telepathization of the vibration happening at that moment. If somebody says apple to you in a flash, the telepathization happens and you get recalled to the almost the most fondest memory that you have had, perhaps at the age of 7, that apple that your father gave to you, isn't it? So, Mr. Bernard, would you like to add something?
Teruvan Saranai. Yes, yes. The telepathization in that particular telepathization, what we always get the first impression or the first picture that we experience in our life. That means if you say apple, the first apple you experience, that comes into your mind with the other sensations also. Then whenever you hear the word apple, that also telepathizes at the same time. So the word goes on. In the same manner, everything what we have experienced, heard, or felt is telepathized, get telepathized again and again. The life goes on. So we live in actually a fantasy world. That is what I feel. I think. Yes, Teruvan Saranai.
Yes, Teruvan Saranai Surangika, I just have a question. Is now sometimes we can't remember some things, say beyond 5 years of age, which means we can't telepathize there, no? Is that so? Do you get what I say?
Are you saying that some memories, or the so-called mundane term of memories, doesn't work now?
Yes. We say sometimes we can't remember that, so which means we can't telepathize, no? That memory or something is not there.
And I think there are 2 answers to that. One is, I think I have heard R.N. Mahanse saying on an occasion, not recently, sometime back, because there can be 2 answers to that. One is, our central nervous system itself can weaken as we grow old, or due to either some kind of illness and so on, and then that can also contribute to that. The other thing, which is from a true Dhamma perspective, perspective that can be said is every telepathization is basically a vibration. So the senses that come about is through vibration, and these sensors then get together, as Mr. Bernard said, and it gives us a combination of, when we think about the apple, we don't only see the color red and the shape of the apple, right? Each of us have had an apple, so we know the exact taste of the apple, how it feels when we touch the apple. We know how juicy the inside of the apple is. So all these color, touch, taste, smell of the apple, all that combines and comes to us in one shot. But as you said, Dr. Chandani, you're right. There are some instances where even if we kind of try to forcibly recollect something, we can't seem to recollect. And so apart from that other physical or health-wise kind of reason, the other one that Mahanse says is the evolution of the vibration. So if one has got attached and given quite a bit of value to that vibration and to that sensory perception at the time one perceived it, and you continuously associate and continue to give value to that sensory perception, thinking it's real, and making it one's own, desiring it, and so on, then the attachment is so great that the sense of vibration and the vibrational pattern and the power that underlies it is equally great. But over time, there is an evolution. The word in Sinhalese is, of course, viparinama. I'm not quite sure exactly what the viparinama word in English is, but there is a fading away of the power because the vibrations and the vibrational patterns themselves are subject to change. And with that change, there is an automatic fading away. So if one doesn't reinforce the value attached to that object continuously, for example, all of us have been attached to various things. But if we have, through the true Dhamma, we now know how the trees are formed, how the car is formed, how is the mother and father formed. And gradually over time, the attachment that we have had to these so-called objects, people, and so on, have faded over time. And therefore, even if we think up that person's name or think up of a very fond memory that we had been holding on to in the past, those are just a thought at the moment, and then it fades away, and that's it. So that whole thing comes about through the change of the vibrational pattern by itself, which is a natural thing. It's the phenomena of how the thought process works. And the other thing is through the realization of the Dhamma itself, where gradually the value that has been attached to those objects fades over time, because why? One realizes that these are all made up of just thoughts and thoughts alone. And is there anything of substance in the thoughts? There's nothing. So there are different ways of looking at that. Dr. Chandani, I hope that answered your question.
Yes, Sarangika. So when we talk about memorizing, say memorizing a new language or memorizing a new word, it's actually it's the repeated telepathizing is happening, isn't it? So, is it so?
I think that is so, because of the repeated thing is the reinforcing of the same vibration. Mr. Bernard or anyone else on the call who would like to add to that?
Can you elaborate that question again, please? I didn't get that.
Yes, when we talk about memorizing something, so it means it's actually where the repeated telepathizing system is happening, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. To say, you keep on remembering means again the mind sensor, with the help of mind sensor, what we telepathized the earlier previous memory. The same thing is repeated.
Repeating.
Same thing
Yeah.
is repeated. Yeah, that's right.
Yes.
Yeah.
And even in that sense now, I mean, we talk about that childhood memory and that apple and that kind of thing. But again, there are so many forces at play when we think about how that telepathization happens at this moment, because after all, the experience is only experiencing this moment. There is no, it's not as if we are experiencing the past. We might think we are thinking of something in the past, but even that thought is the thought at this very moment, isn't it? So when you think about that aspect, you may have, taking that example, Dr. Chandani, of that apple that you first had at the age of 7. Now, for example, later on, so there are several factors that keep on getting added to your current experience and the telepathization process. So you have that recollection from, say, 7 years of age. But then, for example, if you went to the Norelia market, and you went to a market where there were lots of apples there, or you went to an apple orchard later on, say when you were 20 or 30, you went to a different country and you say you went to pick apples in an apple orchard. Some experience like that, or if you have come across different types of other apples. So all these things, what they say is that it's not just that initial vibration with regard to a particular object. Your current conditions, the area that you grew up in, your lived experiences, Then if you have learned something more about agriculture, how apples are grown, and so on, then all those experiences combined will telepathize at this very moment when the notion of apple comes to your mind. So, but as we talked about, if that memory of at the age of 7 of your father giving you that apple is probably a fond memory and therefore a strong memory that there is a certain attachment to, although you said there is no longer an attachment, that would then be more prominent in terms of the telepathization. Just because that is the thought that is, or that is the flash that is more prominent, when one hears the true Dhamma, that doesn't mean that there is attachment there, that it is a defilement, because if one thinks about it, the thoughts is a natural phenomena, isn't it? There is nothing wrong in the thoughts continuously streaming through the mind. That is the function of the mind. So the fact that depending on each of our experiences, depending on where we've lived and how we've grown up and, you know, the various things that we have been exposed to, there will be different experiences. The telepathization that happens when you hear the word apple and when Mr. Bernard hears the word apple and when I hear the word apple are quite different. And even if there is something that we can flash back to, maybe now I'm in Australia, but if I think about Aralia, the first thing that I think is our house that I grew up in, Ratmalana, where we had lots of Aralia trees. So just because I bring that memory up doesn't mean that memory itself, there is an attachment to the memory. It's just the telepathization, how the telepathization works. And then that comes about, but due to the realization of the true Dhamma to a certain extent, and depending on the extent to which one has realized it, the so-called attachment to such memories, whether they are fond, whether they are average memories or average kind of some kind of experience you had during your childhood days, it's just a thought at this moment, and then it passes and ceases to be, and then comes the other thought and the other thought. So there is that normality that can be brought in this whole mind process. But in this Zoom session, what we are trying to kind of show our listeners is that the attachment that comes by not understanding the mind is the thing that brings this suffering. Because as long as you think that the so-called world outside exists, and that there is a you here or an I here who is experiencing it, then when this world starts falling apart, or, you know, your favorite car gets bashed up in an accident, or something happens to your mother, or, you know, your child falls down and maybe breaks a leg or something, immediately there is this sense of burning, this sense of suffering that comes upon you. And why does that happen? Because you have actually not understood the fact that the child is only a thought, that the car is only a thought that has been constructed in one's own mind. And as long as you don't know that there is suffering because you think there is an object or a person outside, a loved person, a family member who has either, you know, who has either died or has fallen ill, and that the so-called attachment that you have had with that person is now going to come to a climax because you think you're going to lose the person. You think something is going to happen to that person. And then there is this burning sensation. But if one understands that this whole mind process is that we have generated through our own ignorance these vibrational patterns that we have then taken through the senses, and it's the senses themselves that have manifested these light, colors, touch, sound, taste, and smell, and so on. And it is these sensory perceptions that then have then been combined into a mind consciousness, which we have then attached labels to and kind of projected to the world outside. What is only going on in the mind consciousness has been through our own ignorance projected outside, and that is all it is. But in reality, as Aryan Vahanse mentioned in that little discourse that I related to this audience, everything is constructed only in one's mind. And if one understands that, there is an enormous sense of peace and calm that comes about because you're no longer attached, or the attachment starts gradually diminishing because you know that all this is just a manifestation, that this is all a construct, and there is even nothing in the thought. The thought itself is also just a combination of color, sound, touch and taste and smell and so on. Is there anything in it? There isn't. They themselves were created only through the speed of vibration. If the speed was not there, this manifestation itself would not have happened. And that's where Aryan Vahanse says, or keeps on repeating to us, and says to us, in order to realize the true Dhamma, one has to deeply penetrate and see the roots of this, the cause of the suffering. And where does all this start? It starts with ignorance, yes, but it also starts with the senses. And if these senses didn't have the speed of vibration, there wouldn't have been anything to begin with for the mind consciousness to start and create all these so-called notions and objects that we have got attached to. So if there's anything else that anyone can add to that.
Therwan Sarnai. Yeah. Do we see a apple, or do we hear the word apple, or do we think? We think it as an apple. We hear the word, but we think apple. So that is we always consume thoughts. This is the root cause, the thoughts. How the thoughts are generated in the mind, that is the very important question. We have to understand how this mind sensor function. So we see, the eye sees, I capture a picture of an apple, but we think it as an apple. That is the fault there, that we think. Actually, this is the function of the faculties. But mind sensor or the mind faculty is very important. So it is not just seen an apple, but we think. We always think something exists outside. So that is the problem. So when we think something exists outside, automatically the self-consciousness, self-existence arises. So then we have two problems there. One is something exists outside, something is there, and someone is here. So two problems arises at the same time. So in order to understand this, we have to keep on listening to them and how these sensors function, how these sensors work, the mechanism of these sensors. So we have to pay more attention to mind sensor, because it is not mentioned, it is not clarified or described very clearly. So only Aryan Vahanse explains it very descriptively. No one else has ever done. That's what we were so late to understand this. So what I want to say is that we always consume thoughts. Thoughts, it is the mechanism of the mind, that mind always generate thoughts, but it's all right. But the thing, the I captures an apple, but we think apple uh, we think it as an apple, and all the previous memories, including the senses, sight, sound, taste, and smell, everything comes, telepathizes, and we form an apple which is totally different to the sensor which created the apple. And the final thought, it is at that apple, they those two are totally different. So here, uh, next one is, I want an apple, I want to keep this apple, and the aversion, you start creating defilements. So this is how the process goes on, man. So we have to solve this slowly by understanding what is created outside and how this self is created. So then only we can uh, uh, skillfully solve this problem. Thirvan Sarnai.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Bernard. That was very, very helpful. And yes, you are indeed absolutely right. We all consume thoughts, isn't it? And R.N. Mahanse has said several times in his discourses that, the mind can't eat rice, the mind can't, play games, and the mind can't drink. And yet, when we have a glass of water, it's the mind that thinks that we are having a glass of water, isn't it? It's the mind that thinks that we are eating pineapple. It's the mind that thinks that we are eating ice cream. So after all, what does that mean? They are only thoughts. And it is the thoughts that drive us to do various things. And we think that we are doing various things. We create the so-called fallacy of an I self existence on this side, and we think we are, we as a separate identity is doing various things, and going places and experiencing various things, whereas everything boils down just to the mind. And that is where this whole fallacy of the mind comes about. But I think that's a good segue from what you explained. Perhaps Dr. Chandani, that's a good segue if you can just explain to how through the practical program of the couple of stages, the 7 stages that R.N. Mahanse has then shown to find out the truth behind this thought, and the way that we can gradually exit or remove ourselves from this belief that there is an external world, and then come to the realization that that is just the mind, and then to also realize again that there is no such thing even in the mind. The thought itself is made up of basically nothing. And this so-called creation of an I, an existent field, is also just a fallacy. So if you don't mind, just outline through the practical program how this whole thing is, how an apprentice understanding the true Dhamma is taken through those couple of steps, if you can.
Yes, Surangika. So as Mr. Bernard explained, yeah, the mind sensor is very important to understand, and it's the most difficult thing to understand also, I think. So as if we talk about the practical part, as you said, as the first thing, we can't go to the mind sensor. It's actually, we are approaching it step by step, isn't it, Surangika?
Yes, that's
so
right.
First one, we have to get out of the outside world. So then we have to see the sensors. So then only we understand that mind sensor also is a sensor. It creates. The eye sees, the ear hears. Likewise, the mind sensor also creates it has its own thing to do. So it creates. It creates. Even though we say stop it, no, it won't stop. It create the apple, no?
Yeah,
So don't want an apple, don't create it. We can't say that. because it is already created and it will go on creating. That's his duty, life. So step by step, we have to approach the mind sensor. So ultimately, when we approach the mind sensor, what we understand is that there is no self there. It is a creation. So that is the stepwise we have to approach it. That's what I think, Surangika. Yeah, if you can explain more about it.
Yes, Dr. Chandani, thank you. So I think there are a couple of stages. We have a practical program for the benefit of our listeners that Aryan Mahanse has put together. And this is the most unique thing about Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse's discourses, Deshana or discourses, because for the last so many years, or 2,500 years basically, we have had something called the Pali Canon, the Tripitaka, which is encapsulating the Dhamma teachings. And all our temples and monks have been dutifully following the Tripitaka and trying to understand the Sinhalese interpretations of what the Buddha has taught, which has been captured in the Tripitaka. But unfortunately, what has been omitted is, and probably this is the most fundamental reason why people have not gained realization, is because it lacks the practical side of things. So understanding, and this makes so much sense, isn't it, in our day-to-day world? Even when we go and get a qualification or anything like that, we get a degree or a technical qualification or anything like that, just the qualification itself is not enough. Most of these professional organizations, they want the practical experience. They want you to do 4 years, 5 years, 6 years of practical experience. Now, why is that? Because no matter what you learn in the classroom, if you don't understand the practical aspect of it, how do you put that into practice? Then what is the point? It's so difficult. Learning it from a book is only just one part of it. How do you then put it into day-to-day practice? That's where the real understanding comes about. So this was unfortunately what was lacking, which Aryan Mahansa after so many years has revealed in the last 3-4 years or 4-5 years. And that practice is what he has now deployed through various monasteries in Sri Lanka, and which we are practicing wherever we are in the world. We are all practicing the same thing, depending on what stage we are in this practice. So the 7 days of the program, how it works is the first 2 days of the program. I mean, if you think about, it used to be a 7-day practice, but now it has been brought down to 1 day. But if we think about it, generally for a person who starts on the practical program should have a basic understanding of how the mind works and how the senses and the sense faculties create these so-called sensory perceptions and how the mind consciousness forms. And once you have that basic understanding, you go through a practical program, basically a walking meditation, where you then, as Dr. Chandani, you quite rightly mentioned, you can't start with the mind directly. You have to say, because everybody starts with making the world to be true, isn't it? Believing the world to be true. So how do you get out of that notion first? That's the most difficult one, because getting out of that means you are sotapanna. So to get out of that, one deploys the most basic of experiences. So for example, if we take all we can hear would be, for example, one hears a sound, and then it is the mind that says, the mind recognizes that it is the sound of a doorbell. There one can see an image, and then the mind says that it is a tree. Then one can taste something, and then it's the mind that says it's a piece of pineapple. And one can feel some sense of solidity against one's arm, and then it's the mind that says that your hand has knocked on a chair. So these labels, as I think Mr. Bernard mentioned, are all labels that have been put to color, sounds, touch, and this taste, and so on. But the labeling is being put, the interpretation is being put by the mind. So we go through the process in that first stage of the practical program, where we say that the ears, there is a sound that comes to the ears, and that sound is then labeled the sound of a crow. And if there's an image that comes to the eyes, or the eye sees an image, then it is the mind that says that that's a temple, or that's a gate, or that's a dog, and so on. So gradually, when you keep on doing this, taking this practice and using it on all your different sense faculties, one comes to the realization that it is always the mind that is putting an interpretation to that image, putting an interpretation to the sound, smell, touch, taste, and so on. Without the mind getting into this whole mix, there is no interpretation, there is no labeling. And then what happens? The person who is undergoing that practice, they themselves start to realize, although we have always, forever and a day, been thinking that there was a tree outside, there was a car outside, there's a mother and father and children and so on. All I can see, or all the eye can see, is an image. It's my mind that is saying that's the mother. All I can hear is a sound. It's my mind that is saying it's a doorbell ringing. It's my mind that is saying that a car is approaching. It's my mind that is saying that a lawnmower is working in the next door garden. So then the person starts realizing, actually, it's all the mind that is saying all this. I haven't even actually seen anything. It's the mind that is saying. Always it's the mind. And then one comes to the second stage, where then they turn from this external world to the mind. Because what's the point in thinking about this so-called external world? Because there is no external world. It is the mind that is saying that there is a gate and a tree and a chair and so on. So then the focus turns to the mind. But then the person who's practicing starts reflecting on the mind. So the mind means the thought, right? So what is the constitution of the composition of the thought? The thought is only made up of sensory perceptions. So what's a sensory perception? A sensory perception is light, color, sound, touch. What are those? Those are just perceptions, isn't it? So then the person practicing thinks, but there's nothing in those, because when we learned the true Dhamma, we understood that light, touch, taste are all also just a manifestation of the speed of vibration. There was no such thing called light. There was no such thing called sound. They are only manifested, and only through the speed of vibration. But so if they were only manifested through the speed of vibration, and then they don't exist, is there anything of substance in that thought? There isn't. So then the person practicing thinks, so then there isn't anything in the external world, because the mind is the one that's interpreting it. The mind is only telling us. But then when we turn to the mind and the thought, there's nothing in the thought either. The thought is just sensory perceptions, and then there's nothing of substance in the sensory perceptions either. And then one comes to the realization, but we are still, there is a certain mechanism. There is still a functioning, meaning one goes about, one walks, one does it's a person's daily activities, one is engaged in walking meditation. So then one realizes that just because it's the mind and the thought, and there's nothing in the thought but sensory perceptions, and that there's nothing of substance there, but there is still a walking, there is still a hearing, there is still a touch or a sensation that gets felt to the body. There is a sense of hearing. So these sense faculties still function, and these natural functions of those sense faculties still work, but they work mechanically. They work almost, there is nothing but just the function of it. And then gradually one comes to the realization that there is a mechanical almost functioning of these senses or the sense faculties, and therefore there wasn't actually an I or an ego here. So the faculties work, the functions work, and there was never, or there isn't, an I here. So then that is the most fundamental and important realization that one comes to at the end of the practice, that there is no external world. We have only been thinking that there is an external world. So when we turn to the mind and the thought, there is nothing of substance there. Then we realize that these faculties is not I seeing something, I hearing something, I am touching something, and so on, but just a touching, just a hearing, just a seeing, and just a smelling or tasting. That's it. It's just those functions. That's all. And there was never an I or an ego or a self here in the first place. So this whole notion and this practical program, or the practical steps that one follows, which one can do continuously over weeks and months and so on, then gives the person the gradual realization that there wasn't anything here. These so-called notions that we have given so much attachment to, that has brought us so much suffering, was out of just our ignorance, because we didn't understand the mechanics of the mind. If we did understand the mechanics of the mind, which this practical program helps us to do, gradually the value that we have attached to these objects disappear, because we know it's a notion of the mind. We know how the mind process works. We know that the so-called self-existence was created because we have believed things wrongfully because of our ignorance. And this self-existence, which then gives rise to this I, or the fattening of the ego, gradually also dissipates over time to finally bring us a sense of peace and calm and inner transformation, which then puts us onto the path to Nibbana. So yeah, that's what I wanted to say. If there's anybody else who would like to add to that, Thiruvaan Saranai. I see Dr. Kokila has joined. Miss Dr. Kokila, Thiruvaan Saranai.
Thiruvaan Saranai. Yeah, it was really good explanation, but everything comes to the practical aspect, as you said, and we invite everyone to actually try this and see. But the first step is understanding what she said, like she was trying to say about the truth, how this mind works, how this feeling of self-existence, feeling of existence, basically not even self, it's like a feeling of existence, how that is created. That is created. So when we talk about it, we actually talk about it from the beginning, but once the mind is created, it's mainly in one stimulus. So if it is the pineapple, so if it is the chair, if it is the son, if it's the daughter, if it's the mother, father, whatever, it's the same way that the self is also a thought. And why this thought about a self has created this thought of a self has created very simply, because there was a difference. We felt as a difference. We felt something, a difference from the stimulus. So that was the main reason that when then with the Lord Buddha's message, we understand that why we felt the difference, why we felt that there is existence, why we feel a feeling of existence, even at the level of a baby, even though we can't go back to that level, we can understand how it happened. And then when we come to the manifestation now is different. Manifestation now is mother. We can't go back more than that, but that's the beauty of it. You can understand this whole thing, understanding the mother, father, or chair. So when we take pineapple, the you felt that it is existing, the feeling, that is the reason behind actually you getting the idea that there is a self, because you get the perception of a self. That's why we have the idea of self, like, or the thought about self. So when we talk about I am doing this, we can't blame them. We can't actually do anything about it, because that's what they feel. So they feel it, they talk about it, they feel it, they get the perception of that, and they talk about it. They act like that, as I am doing these things, I'm feeding kids, I'm doing these things, Then after understanding all this how this perception occurred, how this existence feeling happened, then we understand actually it's a kind of a mirage itself. So how it happened was because the stimulus, that was the only thing that was there at that particular moment. There is a stimulus because there is some ear, nose, throat, ear, nose, eye, ear, nose, tongue, skin, all these organs are working. Then we always have this feeling of existence, and then that forms into an idea or a formation of a thought. And then after that, there's only a thought. But in that, the beauty, or actually not the beauty, actually the problem has arisen at the same time, because it's not only the thought, but there is a feeling of existence, and then that is interpreted as another separate perception, which is actually not there. That's actually the mirage. The beauty is understanding actually this, how this perception of self happened. So when we talk about perception of self, that happened, and now we have the thought about it, because this happens all the time. So this is reinforced all the time when it's kind of proven to that person that, yeah, I feel something here. So obviously I am here. Otherwise, who else is feeling that? So that's how we interpret all these symptoms, or not symptoms, the process. So that's where we understand Dhamma, where we understand the self, or the self-thought, or it started actually from the feeling of existence. The feeling of existence made you to believe or feel that there is someone. Then the self-perception has occurred, and the self-perception has gone into that extent that you have a thought. Now you have a kind of a very concrete thought about self. I, me, mine. Now there's a story, my home, my family, my country, my race, my what else? I mean, there's everything. And then if you talk about the other way around, you can say it's not mine, someone asks this, who is this? Who sees this one? And you say, no, it's not mine. That's hers. Then we separate things. So the separation began actually with the feeling of self-existence. So that's really good
to contemplate and understand that this is how this happened. But when we understand this further and further and further, what actually happens is the feeling of existence fades away. And the feeling of existence, one particular moment, you might feel that there's zero feeling of existence. That's where only the stimulus would be there. Meaning, if you were the chair, you take the chair would be there, but you don't have anything to do with that. In the sense, there's no one to keep have a burning towards that, or greed towards that, or actually in the basic level, you won't get the feeling of existence from that chair. That's the most I think that's the experience that Aran Manse also trying to get everyone to feel, because this is priceless. You can't explain this, so you can only ask them to come and feel it. I mean, if you don't feel it, don't be sad. Just let it go and just keep understanding this, because that's the thing you can only do, because you can't force the system to change, because the forcing, when you try to force or navigate through something, you actually creates that situation again, because in the mind only we can do things. That's how the world is. But anyway, if you understand this, keep understanding this, is the only way to go. But that's the beginning of the letting go. So the letting go has a lot of meanings here, because people have used that word for a lot of things. You let go of your estate, or you have a land and you let go of that land. That's not what we are talking about. We are talking about letting go of your own self-perception. That's really even fascinating to talk about, because we don't know about something like that. So it's nice to know. I invite everyone to listen to this Dhamma and try to understand this. We have about 10 Zoom discussions throughout the day, or 8, I'm not sure, around that number throughout the day, and it's mainly in Sinhala language. But it's really interesting, because true happiness is actually, you have to feel it. The true happiness comes from the dissolution of the self-perception, or when it is dissolving the self-perception, or not. The word dissolve is not good. So when you don't have it, that would be the most you can feel the tranquility that brings on. So if you want to be happy now, you just have to understand how this self-perception or feeling of existence happen. You keep understanding that. That's all you can do. And from here and there, you will understand, oh yeah, I felt it. Yeah, I am born. How? Because you felt something is really important. When you understand, oh, that's how it works. Then the other side is like, you understand how your self-perception arises, and at the same time, there will be one moment that you will understand, or you will actually feel it, that the lack of self-existence, the zero self-vibration. So in that moment, you understand, okay, the stimulus is still there. Nothing has happened to the stimulus. You still perceive everything. There's no problem in that. You still do things that you were doing. You're not going to change dramatically, but nothing will amaze you. Nothing will spoil you. Nothing will actually worry you. Isn't that amazing? Nothing will spoil you. Nothing will amaze you. Nothing will worry you, because there's no one to get worried. There's no one to get amazed. There's no one to, because there's actually in the other way around, when we put into a different word, nothing can worry you means actually you understand that there's nothing. So it's we can talk about it in different ways, because the stimulus is actually a mirage. So it's a production of your sensory organs. Yes, we agree to that. It's a production of your sensory organs, because you are born with a sensory organ. Yeah, kind of, you have a body, you have your 5 or 6 senses. They will work until your last breath is done. But that's not the problem. The problem is the burning, the fire inside you. That is not part of that body, actually. Even that is not part of your mind. That's actually due to ignorance. So the more you understand about that, ignorance will be gone. Ignorance, so when the ignorance is not there, the self vibration it doesn't have a field to grow. There's nothing you can do. But you will be happy, tranquility. That's not the happy that you get from enjoying something. Like you're happy when you're eating pineapple. That's really a basic happiness. If you know the tranquility you get from understanding this Dhamma, you won't even compare those things. But we can only say, come and understand. Yeah, I'll hand over to Surangika. Thiransana Surangika.
Tanai, Dr. Kokila, that was a really good explanation, and you took it further and in a more advanced fashion explained how that whole momentum and the underlying power is or dissipates through the realization. And there are no words that can explain it, isn't it? One has to come and experience. As we say in the Pali Canon, Ehipassiko, come and explain, or Sandittika, one has to experience it to understand. And how much one tries to use words to explain it, words don't do justice to that experience, because it is not something that can be understood through the sensory perceptions, because it transcends the sensory perceptions by themselves. So a couple of things that I wanted to perhaps raise again is that, so we know that the practical program is going on in so many monasteries, and sometimes maybe people feel that, I can't get away from home or get away from my activities or from my job to the monastery and undertake a one-day program. I know it has been brought down from 7 days to 1 day, but people still think that they have to get away from their homes and households and their normal livelihoods to get to a temple to do this thing. But there is no such thing, isn't it? Because wherever you go, the sensory perceptions are the sensory perceptions. And perhaps if you can take half an hour, 1 hour of your time, slow down, meaning slow down the activity in order to understand the different functions of each sensors, and then understand how, an image comes, the mind recognizes that is this. Another image comes and the mind recognizes it as it's a door, or you take just the routine of brushing your teeth or having a shower or having your breakfast. You slow down that process, and then you can put that experience, that practical experience, into practice by understanding how these different sensory perceptions are then interpreted by the mind. Actually, is there anything in the thought? There's nothing in the thought. And then go through the motions of that practical program in one's own house, in one's own daily routine, which Ajahn Vahse has taken a lot of pains to explain. The other one that I wanted to ask, perhaps if you could elaborate, is recently, I think you have talked about it yourself in the morning Zoom about how people on this practice followers are at different stages, and therefore being depending on what stage they are, if they're a relative newcomer, then the sense of the reflection has to be more of an active reflection. And then a person who's a little bit more progressed on the path would find that one doesn't have to do that active reflection of those different stages, but when a thought comes and depending on how that
Actually,
yeah.
Surangika, in that no one can actually put a demarcation like now. So
yes,
so imagine that I have listened to Dhamma for I don't know how long, but imagine that 4 years, or we put a mark. Now I'm done. You can't really say that. We can only understand that by the way we handle the day-to-day life. So it's all again it's unique to that system. So if a person is still thinking, that can be a habit, or that can be actually because that person hasn't understood this process yet. So the puzzles should be done appropriately, so that that you get the whole idea. If there is one piece missing, sometimes the person, that system might keep thinking about it because that they feel that it's not correct. So we can't really put a line there saying, you have heard this Dhamma for 3 years or 4 years, now you have to know this and stop thinking and go to this one. No, that if I have talked in such a way, it's actually it's different. When we try to say some things, we tell things, but it's not actually that. It depends on the actual system, because if you get the idea of it, you won't keep thinking about it. So it's vice versa. This leads to this. So if you understand it properly, and you actually will not automatically will cease thinking too much about it anyway. You know what I mean? It's not artificially done. So you can't if you're trying to put an artificial line, that's not the way. So it should come naturally. The person, him or herself, should get it. So when they get it, they will automatically cease to think too much about it. Addiction part is different, because sometimes someone can get the idea I have to think about it. Then they get a pattern of thinking and they keep thinking. But in the same time, all the Zoom discussions are guided in such a way that we don't appreciate that too much. But in the beginning anyway, we tell them these things. Automatically you will think about it. That's how it begins anyway. But when to cease that thinking is actually unique to that individual, because if that individual has not come to the particular understanding, or has not got all the puzzles together and has got the clear picture, they will definitely keep thinking. Once you get into that level, sometimes you stop you automatically, the system will cease thinking, and then here and there the thought will come to you. It will naturally come to you, and that also you can't stop them forcefully. You know what I mean? If you are doing something here, then you are there. Even when you describe Surangika, the beginning part, it's a bit difficult to explain this, but if you try to focus too much on something, then you have to know that you are in the mind. Because when you are focusing too much on something, then you can get a concentration meditation, but then you just have to know what these differences are. So it's okay, because if someone is actually too distracted to everything, like some people are very distracted, so they can't come to like a pointedness, then they can concentrate and see. But then you don't really need to do that if you are in that some people are different, some people are already having that, so then they don't have to. So it's really individualized, really. It's different from system to system. So even the advice should be different to each person. That's why I tell most of the time to talk. When RN1 is there, to talk, someone to voice their concerns, voice their difficulties, voice their whatever because then it's very easy even for yourself to understand. If you are like getting a heart attack by trying to talk into in one of the Zoom discussions, then you really understand you have got this a big thing now. How do we know? Because we all have gone through all these things. So you can you might talk in front of a conference with 100 people there, but here you might be like, oh, do I know this? Or because there you are confident, you know what you're talking about, you are the guest speaker, so you will be like, yep, I'm going to do that guest, like I can do it. Yeah, you can do it. But then here you might you might hesitate a bit because you don't know what you're talking about sometimes. So then the hesitation comes, then the the heaviness of the mind, you might feel all that, but that's natural. All these things are natural. So what you can do is you can shake away the concerns and keep talking, because you can talk. One thing is not keep talking haphazardly like nonsense, no, nothing, not like that, but just try to understand this. If you feel that I'm still thinking, why am I thinking, then it might be that you haven't got the puzzle correct, who knows. But then if you talk about it, and then you understand that do I have to do anything? Or if Aranon says saying to have a cup of tea and rest, that means you have done too much now, basically too much, because too much is you're in the mind. So yeah, there's a very very balancing act between the forces here. Don't know whether you got it.
Yes, Dr. Kokila, I think in terms of, I suppose, yeah, you definitely you're right in terms of you can't say 4 years, 5 years or anything if somebody's still in the mind and still acting that way and everything has become real and, experiences are making the person's emotions go haywire, then
No,
you're certainly...
even the one person might be not in the mind, but in the field, but still not knowing what it means.
Yes, that's true. Mm.
So because you have to actually get this point correctly, because this is about non-existence, like zero self vibration. So that you might get it in the end of your life. We don't know. We can't really force anything into that system. So that's where the difference is. You might actually not have any problem with life, like you might not get shaken by anything, but still you haven't really understood this non-vibration. That can happen. So there are so many stages, and that's why there's talk about Mahayana and Theravada even, because there's so many ways. There's no one unique way, but there's one unique way in zero vibration, That's one unique way, because that is not, it's equal to everyone. That particular moment is equal, isn't it? So that's why Lord Buddha and Venerable Sariputta, they are kind of different. Their abilities are different. Everything is different, but the non-vibration level is equal. So there's only one path to that. So telepathizing into non-vibration is not that easy, but still it can happen. Whether it will happen to your agenda, that we will not know. We can't predict that, whether it will happen to your agenda, but it might happen at a moment where you don't have any agenda, isn't it? That's the most valuable moment, that you don't have any agenda of achieving anything, and you are in such a beautiful moment that you might feel it.
Yes, indeed. I think that's the most important thing. And I think R.N. Mahanse also has, just like you, Dr. Kokila, repeatedly mentioned the point as to particularly people who are too earnest in this quest of realization, because he keeps asking, what are you looking for? What are you searching for? And is there something called Nibbana? I have heard him say that so many times. That is because we forget ourselves and we tend to get fixated, because then there is a focus, then there's an I, isn't it? The I is automatically gone.
Yeah, exactly. That's where we don't know how to let it go and how to be happy with what you have, because that is a particular moment that you might actually, you miss that point because you are so fixated on something.
Yeah.
Even whether it's Nibbana or Nirvana or this non-vibration status, if you think that it is something, then you feel like, okay, that is the thing that I have to get. No, that is, you will get it when there is nothing to get, like kind of when you understand that there's nothing to get. You
Exactly, because
give up on everything.
I mean, where there is the wanting, there is a vibration, isn't it?
Yeah.
And what is the person who is wanting and has the vibration is what are they seeking? The non-vibration. How can that even be possible? Because the wanting is a vibration by itself.
Yeah, that's the beauty of it. And more you understand this, more calmer you become, because you know that there's nothing to kind of, you can't really do anything on. Only thing you can do is think about these things, listen to Dhamma, discuss these things, and associate someone who has zero vibration, because it's so easy for you to kind of feel the difference, and also their advice and pratipada. I don't know the what is the English word for that? The
practical program.
Yeah, practical program. Yeah. So those are the only things we can do. But whether we have a seeking in our mind, like we are trying to achieve something, that part will not work.
Yes.
So taking something easy is very difficult. Very difficult.
Yeah.
That's not something that is practiced in some ways. Actually, the teacher might give you those clues. The teacher, in the sense, noble friend, might give you the clues. That's how it happened. And that will be the way that it will happen in the future too.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Kokila. Before we conclude, let me open the forum to anyone else who would like to ask any questions from Dr. Kokila on what the last part of her explanation or whatever that she explained. Thirwan Sanai. Okay, looks like there are no questions. So before we conclude, Dr. Kopla, is there anything that you would like to say as your final remarks?
Yeah, just listen to Dhamma, try to understand this. If you have any questions, try to join to one of the Zoom discussions and ask that. It's really nothing to argue. It's just there. Truth is out there. It's up to you to whether you want to find it or not. And if you want to find it, you will find it. If you don't want to find it, let it be. We can't force anything to you. If there's anyone who wants the truth, we invite them to come to discuss about it. Therwan Sarnai, everyone. Aranasach Namaskar. Therwan Sarnai.
Therwan Sarnai, Dr. Kokila, and this concludes today's daily English Zoom session. Thank you everyone for joining and participating in the conversation. Let me pay homage to Buddothpado and Mahansa, Therwan Sarnai and Mahansa, and Therwan Sarnai to all Dhamma friends.
Therwan Sarnai and Mahansa.
Everybody, do you hear me?
Therwan
Yes, sir.
Sarnai.
Yeah.
Therwan
What is
Sarnai.
I want to know what is Kokila's last explanation? Yeah.
I think she has left the forum, Aryan Mahansa.
Yeah. It's okay. I won't know about that. What's Kokila's telling? Yeah. So, yeah.
Mahansa, I think what she said was the knowledge of the true Dhamma and going on the path is something that we can't force on people. It is something that they have to listen to the true Dhamma, understand themselves.
Yeah.
And each of us can take it at only our own pace and our own speed. Because we come from different backgrounds, and it's Ehipassika and Sandittika. So that's what she was saying, that
I heard she told many ways here to Nibbana. I think it is wrong. Am I correct? One way is the Nibbana. No, many ways. So Theravada, Mahayana, these are one way. So our monks are talking about their own mind, but Buddha not told that. Buddha told everybody, Ekaina Maggoyam Bhikkave. Is the meaning is one way. Is someone know the true Dhamma? He's in inside meditation. Someone don't know the true Dhamma, he's not in inside meditation. So concentration meditation is not the Buddha's way. That's the important. Never heard before Dhamma, Buddha told after became a Buddha. You know, what's the 5 teachers? Never heard before Dhamma. So 5 teachers did at that time concentration meditation. So it's not Buddha's way. Buddha told that this one is not yours one. This one is a new one. Is understand someone is what's the truth is here. Is inside internal transformation is coming. What's that understand? Nobody is here, no one is here. Nothing here, anything. It's your mind, everything is your sense of creations. No? Salayatana loko. This world is your sense of creations world. It's not any, yeah. That's why, no? Buddha explained this. Somebody understood this Dhamma, he know everything is not real. So finally, what's the happen? Nothing is coming, but everything is there. You see, internal transformation, what's that? Non-soul feel is coming. No power for that. No power. So stimulus are there, but no power. So that's why tranquility is there. It's the one way, no any other way. It's okay, Mahayana, Theravada, all of them want to be here, one way, not two way. After Buddha's time, new monks talking about we are Theravada, we are Mahayana. I think it's misunderstanding. It's not true. Only one. One way is the Nibbana. These are only the names. They are all of them are going one way. They are not going that way and not understood the real Dhamma. What is the truth is here? They are in other way. They are not in Buddha's way. It's okay. It's okay, Suranga. That one
Yes,
is,
sir.
that one I explained, Kokila. It's okay. No problem for that. So I won't tell this. No any other way. No any other path. So various of type of, it's okay, experience have human beings. But they all of them want to be here. One way. First, understand the truth. Secondly, internal transformation is coming. Is a krutya jnana. Is a krutak jnana is the tranquility. Is okay. Satya krutya krutak tiparivattan dedasakarang is the meaning is someone know the truth. His internal transformation is happening is the true, and this krutya, satya krutya is a krutak is a tranquility. It's okay. It's okay, no?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the way. The Kokila is, are you there? May I correct? I think Kokila know this.
Yes, of course, she knows that.
He knows this is okay. But I want to say this. I want to tell this. It's a one way. It's a one path. It's a one practical way. Otherwise, no any other way. It's an inside meditation, not the concentration meditation. Inside meditation today, this whole world in the misunderstanding. This whole world, people in misunderstand. What do you think about Suranga? May I correct?
Yes, sir, and I mean, that's why the Buddha said Ekayana Mago is means whether people have created these wrong misconceptions about Mahayana Theravada, but they all lead to one non-vibrational state.
Yeah. All of them, only the words, all of them are doing one.
Yes.
They are telling, all of them are telling me. So last few months, I went there, so Vietnam and the Thailand and the Laos and these countries, Mahayana countries. So they are talking about same. Buddhan Saranam Gacchami, Dhamman Saranam Gacchami, Sangham Saranam Gacchami. All these are same. And they are getting their lunch before the 12 o'clock. No, the same, no. They are going same way. They are talking about the same thing. It's the same way, but they don't know the truth. Sri Lankan also, our Theravada monks, do you think they know the truth? They don't know the truth. So Satya, Jnana, they haven't the Buddha Darshana. What is Buddha's real? What is Buddha's real? Explain. You know? So Sri Lankan's Theravada monks are going the Dhamma Niyama. They are talking about the Dhamma Bhumi and Sri Lankan everywhere. The Sri Lankan people in misunderstood illusion. What's that? They are believing that karma. The monks also talking about the monks want to be trust the karma. But you know, the Buddha guys, who's the Buddha's guys? Who's the Buddha's guy? It's not Anusota, it's a Patisota. What's the difference, Suranga, Anusota and Patisota? What's the Buddha's guys? What's the illusion guys' difference?
Yes, so the mundane world where people believe this external world to be true, and that creates a duality, and then they have an I who's experiencing it, is going on the Anusotagami or with the stream in the samsaric cycle. And when one hears the Buddha's true word, the true Dhamma philosophy, and then one realizes there is no external world, it is all a construct in the mind, and that there is no such thing as the self or the ego. This is a non-soul Dhamma. The realization of that is the Patisota.
Problem is, Surangika, is a Karma Bhumi. What is the Hetupala Dhamma? What is the Buddha's explain? How is this? That's a cause and effect. Cause and effect Dhamma.
Yeah, cause
and effect Dhamma and the action and effect Dhamma. That Sri Lankan monks today in action and effect Dhamma. They are not in cause and effect Dhamma. really is practically not. They are not there. That is why I told that. What do you think about Sri Lanka Theravada Theros also illusion in today because they
Yes,
are in action and effect. So Mahayana Thero also same. What do you think about?
yes,
They all
Saran.
of them are thinking what is the pratipada, what is the practical curve, what is the practically path. They all of them are Mahayana or Theravada, all of them are talking about the concentration meditation. They don't know the inside meditation. Whole people, whole world. It's a Buddhist guys in illusion today. No,
That's right, Saran.
that's why I told this. No two way, no any other way, only one way. That's why Ekayana Maggoyam Bhikkave, Satya Krutta Kritak. What is that? You want to know the truth.
Yes,
Is
let's start with the truth.
action and not the action and effect. Is a cause and effect done. It's not action and effect done. It's you want to know how is this mind is creating, how is the thoughts are creating, how is life feel is coming, how is all is happening here. It's not real. No, may I correct?
Yes, Saran.
Yeah, it's okay. That's why I want to tell this. It's okay. The words are very powerful. Don't worry about that. It's my family voices. It's okay, but the message is important. what I
No,
want to say.
that's
It's
actually
okay.
important, Aryan Mahansa,
Yeah,
particularly
yeah.
for the English audience, because in
Yeah,
our countries or in these Western countries, most of the monasteries are following concentration meditation, and they don't understand, as you have said so many times in your talks, that the Buddha, before he was the Buddha, went to the 5 ascetics and tried concentration meditation and then gave up. Why did he give up? Because it didn't work. He went to the jhanas and he practiced right up to the advanced jhanas, but he realized the soul was still here. When he came out of the meditation, there was still suffering. So then he realized that that was not correct, that wasn't the path to Nibbana. And then he embarked on a path of his own and then realized the cause and effect Dhamma, which was then pronounced and propounded to the world.
Yeah. Because that's why Buddothpado Dhamma discourse is very important today. Always. So it's a really is we won't telling that our experience. We won't telling not copies, not any others. These are own. No, it's your experience. No, Surangita. That's why you are here. You have
Yes.
experience. You know, it's true. That's why you are you follow many paths, but finally you understood. It's not
Yes,
it's not anywhere. That's why it's okay. That's why Kopila also here. That's why Dr. Ravi also here. That's why Suranka also here. Everybody, they understand. No, they are not believing. They are not us. They have experience. That is why they are here. Because you have now peaceful mind. No, now you know about that. It's very important. Yeah, thank you so much, Suranga, today because more guys today not here. It's okay.
We had
Thanks a
Dr.
lot.
Chandani and Mr. Bernard as well.
Everybody, I heard that voice. Dr. Chandani so many times. No, after many times later, no. Dr. Chandani here. Thank you so much, Dr. Chandani, and the Bernard here also. Everyone, everybody. Tomorrow we can join us again. Everyone, thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thiruvan Sarna, Aryan also. Thiruvan Sarna, everybody.
Good morning, Dhamma friends. As usual, you have joined with the English Dhamma Zoom session. Teruan Saranai Aryan Wahansa, please accept my humble worship. Teruan Saranai all Dhamma friends. As usual, we discuss few pages from the True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 6. Currently, we are reading page number 80. Let me start reading. Nirvana can be reached. Give your mind and body rest. Give peace and rest to these innocent people. We do not need any division such as Siam Nikaya, Amarapura Nikaya, or anything else. This mundane world is entangled in the madness and in the wild wrong view. Buddha has only one Nikaya, that is the Buddha Nikaya. Gautama Buddha Sasana is about how to get liberated from the mind, how to understand the illusions in the mind and destroy them. In order to accomplish this goal, you have to have liberation from the notion of an individual self. This is also the true understanding that there is nothing other than sound, shapes, colors. When this situation can be seen, the liberation from the subject or the thought can be experienced. This is the liberation from the thought that occurs in the moment, here and now. Atitan nata gammeya. Then you can find the true nature of that thought or subject. When you see the origin of the subject, you will able to come across the cessation of the subject. So this explains when you see the origin, then it is the cessation. Because once see the origin, we'll find the cessation. So actually, there are no segregation when it comes to Buddha Nikaya, because it is the Buddha. So that is one Gautama Buddha Sasana. So I think that's really important. So let me continue reading. Participant Teruvan Saranai Aryan Wahansa. On the poor day, I thought of visiting the temple. The monk in charge asked me to conduct the evening program, saying that he had to attend a funeral. I accepted the invitation. I felt that I received great encouragement to present the Sariputta Singhanada Sutra because of the influence given by your disclosures. Therefore, I was able to explain the sutra appropriately and meaningfully. The part that describes the rain and the buffalo with broken horns, I was able to explain so very well. The participant expressed their happiness after listening to the sutra. I want to say I was able to perform so well only because I have been listening to your disclosures. You describe the Dhamma concept in a unique and different ways. Aryan Mahansa is asking, How is it different? Then the participant says, in this disclosure, it is stated that just like disregarding the rain, fire, or a buffalo with a broken horns, things should be disregarded. Then Aryan Mahanse says, in this disclosure, what is explained is one of the great qualities of the Sariputta Mahathero. This can be also referred to the final result achieved by the people who follow this path. This is the noble simplicity. In other words, it describes the freedom that can be gained by abandoning simulation and receiving cessation or an unshaken, delicate state of the mind. This disclosure is different from the Dhamsak Sutra. Dhamsak Sutra reveals the path and the Sutra reveals the results. A lot of people are confused regarding the path. This is not about some knowledge a person has regarding existence and non-existence. This refers to knowing and understanding and how this happens. Satya. Then the practical side must be followed. In the Sariputta Singhanada Sutta, Sariputta Mahathero's great simplicity and humble nature have been explained. It has also been said that it was like a rock. Do you have any more questions? Then the participant says, no, Aryan Mahansa. Then Aryan Mahansa says, Teruvan Sarana. So then part 2, participant Teruvan Sarana Aryan Mahansa. I understand that in these images, sounds, and colors, only the soul is in action. Aryan Mahansa saying, how do you know the soul is in action? Participant says, when we see an object, we know it is just sounds and colors, but we also give them importance and value. Aryan Mahansa asking, how do you give them a value? Do you find anybody in them? Is there anything that the eye can see? Is there a soul that talks and do things? Then the participant says, we try to own objects, rupa, material things, and relationships, nama. We think these are beautiful, even if we know this is idea is a lie. Idea. What is the lie you are referring to? Knowing that a value cannot be given, knowing that there is no soul, still we go after them. For example, when we see a beautiful rose plant, we bring it home. When someone is yelling, we get the feeling he is yelling at me and I am hurt. The notion of self comes forward. Yeah, I think we can now have a discussion on this. I can see my friends, Dr. Sakuntala is joined and Mr. Bernard is also joined. So I think how this self come forward, I think this is very interesting, the instances where the self come forward and that power appears. So that is felt. I think Dr. Sakuntala, will you please explain that, and you can continue the discussion with Mr. Bernard. Teruwan Saranai, both of you. Teruwan Saranai, Doctor.
Teruwan Saranai, Nandima. Thank you for starting in spite of having a physical problem. You are not well today, but still you made the beginning. I pay my homage to R.N. Mahanse, Teruwan Saranai, all Dhamma friends. Would Mr. Bernard like to raise any questions on what you heard, or shall I just talk on that topic? Would Mr. Bernard like to raise anything or start the discussion?
Teruwan Saranai, go ahead. You start, will you?
Okay. Okay, so I think in Dhamma discussions, all these, the path that Aryan Mahanse is showing us, actually that was Lord Buddha's teaching, but that has been going under the cover all these years, and various different concepts have been coming up and covering the true Dhamma facts. So it's even though lots and lots of books are written on these topics, and so many deshanas, so many discussions are happening, none of them actually lead to the true facts that we have to understand in Buddha's teaching, which is the root. Actually, root is the concept or the illusion that self-existence or self-perception, and that is what is always coming up, always it's surfacing, and giving various sort of various masks. Well, I would say it wears different masks and appears in different ways. But really, if you take the root of it, it's always this, the main problem, the one and only single problem is the self-perception, or the illusion of self-existence. But what happens is, now it's always projected to the outside world. We always expect happiness and sadness. We always project that responsibility to the outside world. And but if you take the root of every defilement, everything that is happening around us, the root is the illusion of the self-existence. Now, I think we have discussed these facts again and again in this morning English Zoom, how this illusion of self is coming up. It's not something purposely done by a person, but it is a part of the system, part of an automatic, I would say, automatic mechanism, and it is the end result of that. So there is no way of controlling or stopping it halfway. As we know already, now this concept or this illusion is not there in the baby who has the radiant mind, but his or her senses are functioning. If the organs, if the material physical organ is there, the sensor function is created then and there. So as a result, the baby can see, baby can hear, baby can smell, taste, and the sensation on the skin. So these things happen. This is a continuous and very fast process. Now, if the baby is awake, one after the other, the sensor functions are changing from one to the other. It's a very speedy process. The baby will see something, then hear a sound, and then will feel something on the skin and get the smell. especially when the mother is coming near, the baby will get that mother smell. And then if the baby is fed, the taste of the milk. So all these sensors are functioning alternatively, one sensor at a time. But because of the speedy process, you tend to feel that it is happening at the same time. So that time there is no self-image, no self-perception, but the baby experiences through the sensor formation. And what happens thereafter? When it progresses to the formation of the thoughts. Again, as I said, this is a very speedy process. So it occurs at a very fast speed. You feel that it is really existing. So the same thing happens at the sensor level also. Because of the speed of vibration, you tend to feel a light. Because of the speedy vibration, you tend to feel that there is a sound. So all 5 senses act like that. And that itself leads to the feeling that there is a light, there is a sound, there is a taste. How does that happen? It's because of the fine current or the fine power generated with these vibrations. And same thing moves forward. And then when it comes to the level where the thoughts are formed, again the thoughts occur at a very fast speed. And what happens is when there is a fast speed of thought formation, you tend to feel that it is existing. So your thoughts are the mother, father, sun, moon, house, car, orange, apple, all those are thoughts. The illusion of a thought is that it is a construct of the mind. The sound which is vibrated in the ear doesn't say that it is the cawing of the crow. And the eardrum doesn't know that it is a crow, but the construct is a cawing of a crow. So that is your thought. So like that, everything is a construct of the mind. And construct means then and there it happens. The formation or aggregation happens then and there. It's an instant thing. So will it stop from there? No, it will not stop. There is no way of stopping this process. The thought will progress to the feeling that it is existing, which in Pali we call itha. You feel that it is really existing. And the feel that you get, the existing, doesn't stop from there. Like the other side of the coin, you feel that I am enjoying this, or I am witnessing this. I feel it. So there is a label of myself. Now, this process, as I said earlier, it's a continuous one. There is no way of stopping halfway. Because we were at one point, we were wondering, I mean, if you can stop this process halfway at the level where the thoughts are formed, there's no problem, no defilements. But you cannot stop this process because there is no person who is doing. Since this is a nature's law, it will continue. So it's the ultimate product always which you come across. So the ultimate product is that the feeling of self-existence or the self-perception or your soul, which different words are used, but the same feeling. And what you really feel is that now those are all words actually what you use, but what you really feel is that some form of sensation which is described in several words. Now, you might, in some instances, depending on the situation, it might be described as a sadness. Depending on a different situation, you might describe it as happiness or sometimes anger. So all these things actually is used, all these words are used to interpret a form of current that is formed as a result of the non-stop, unstoppable process which happens. So what can you do then? This is in Pali what is called the Sakkaya Ditthiya or Atma Drushtiya. Both words are used to interpret the same thing. That means you give a value to a thought and projects it to the outside world. So what can you do about it now? There is no escape actually, because it is a continuous process and no controller. So what can you do? Only way is what Lord Buddha said was, know what this process is. So that is your knowledge, that is your Satya Jnanaya, or we call it in Darshana. That means you as a fact, you learn the mechanism, you study the mechanism, how it happens. So you have to be very thorough in this one. You have to thoroughly study this, maybe by listening to Dharma Deshana, or you can read the relevant books, which there are, I mean, number of books written under Buddothpado Deshana. So you can read some of those books. That will give a very clear idea about this process. So once you know this process, once you find out exactly what is happening, at the beginning, sometimes you might have to sort of actively think about this process. Now, when something happens, other thing I wanted to tell you is that the day-to-day activities, most of the thoughts are not given a value, which we don't realize actually. All are not defilements. There are so many thoughts that come because thoughts is a continuous and very fast flow. So if you look at these thoughts, it's a speedy process, and most of the thoughts actually do not give rise to defilements. They are sort of mental pictures, and you attend to day-to-day work. Sometimes, for example, if you are walking from one room to the other, or if you are combing your hair, maybe you are having a cup of tea. It's done just with the preset mental picture, and you have no burning fire within you. So in those instances, actually, there is nothing to think about it and analyze. Anyway, practically analyzing all the thoughts is not possible. So what you have to do is you will be able to identify now with this knowledge about the how the self-image is formed. With that knowledge, when the knowledge is very clear to you, now some people, most of us actually have to listen to some of these Deshana so many times again and again. And once you get a very clear picture, with that knowledge at the base as your background information, then you will realize that you will be able to automatically identify the thoughts which actually gives you a weight, which you feel heavy. Now, it may be a sad thought, angry thought, or maybe a happy thought. Now, one thing that we don't realize is that an incident that causes happiness is not considered as a heavy feeling. We sort of brush it off, thinking that these are okay because you feel happy with that. But what we don't realize is that the happiness is equally uh, a heavy thought. Because if you lose that reason, whatever has given you the happiness, the sorrow follows. So happiness is not actually happiness. Happiness is another phase of the sorrow. So when you feel yourself having a heaviness following an incident, that is a feel actually, that is a feel, but you use the words to explain it. You use different words, as I mentioned earlier, to explain it. Then it becomes a thought. And if something happens like that, then you use the knowledge that you had, how this mind was formed, then you can analyze it. So if you analyze like that, then you can get into the root of this one and then find out how it happened actually. Now, then you go backwards with the knowledge that you had. You had this thought of sadness following a certain incident. So how did this sad thought come up? Then you go back. It may be a vibration of the ear. It may be a vibration of the eye as well. Sometimes if it happened by the phone call, it may be just a vibration of the ear. If the person confronted you and then shouted at you, then you have your ears and the eyes both vibrated at that time. And then that is how this thought, sad thought formed. And why did you get the sad thought? Because there is a person who is receiving on this end. The illusion of the self-existence is the one which led you to feel sad. So you can see that root of all these things is the illusion of the self-existence. So always if you dig and see, ultimately you find that it is a self-existence, that is the illusion which leads to all this. If there was no one to suffer on this side, now Aryan Vahansi usually says that be like a tree. So if you go and shout at a tree how much you do, I mean, there won't be any change in the tree. And still the tree will give you the fruits and the shade if you need, and the firewood if you need. So all sorts of services, there won't be any change. So what Unhase says, what Aryan Vahansi says is that you should be able to be like a tree, because tree is a life. There is life in the tree. But what happens when a person is confronted with a situation like that? You get all sorts of these defilements. So that is a process that happens. And there is, as I mentioned earlier, it's very important to remember and realize that there is no person doing this. This is an automatic process and you cannot stop it halfway. So the ultimate result is that self-feeling, self-existence, and a person who felt sad remains on this side. So this is the first step of this practical experience plan. And in the first step, when you realize this sense of function, what is happening here, and then you can see very clearly that all these things, even though automatically you tend to project it to the outside world, it is a creation of the mind on this side. So this is something that need practicing for a while actually, because we are used to project all these things to the outside world. because of them, I feel sad. If they come and visit us, I feel happy. And because they are doing bad things, I feel angry. So always it's a projection to the outside world. Now just take another example, how this mind is behaving. Simple example, if you take a leader of a country, now the moment that you see his or her face on the TV screens, and maybe he's giving a talk or something, several people are watching, and different people have different images in their mind. One might feel that, oh, he's a good person, he's trying to do a change. Another person might say he had so many bad things in the history, very bad history, and now he's trying to show a nice face to everyone, and he's a big liar. And another person might feel that he's just useless. I mean, not doing anything, but no harm either. Now this is how it happens. Now different people will have the different perceptions in their minds. How does it happen? It happens with the past data that has sparked in their mind. So it may be different sources from the different environments. The different people will have different inputs. So thereafter, the spark that happens at this moment when the picture is shown, when the picture is vibrated in the eye, the spark that occurs in different persons is different to each of them. So that is how, I mean, this is one of the examples. You can use many examples around you. You can take a hearing as an example. When you hear a person's voice, or maybe when you get a smell. Now the smell of durian is very attractive to one person, and then another person will run away because can't tolerate that smell. So that is another thought. So you can see how the thought is manipulating. Thought, it's not one single thought, but the thoughts which are formed then and there, how strong it is, how it's manipulating the person's behavior. So these are some of the practical aspects I wanted to tell you. I can see our friend Dr. Ravi has joined. Therwan Sarnai, Dr. Ravi. I was just talking some basic things about the self-existence and sort of more practical aspects. Would you like to add something?
Yeah, I heard what you were saying. Yes, that was great explanation. So, yes, as you said, everything is the mind, is your mind. So that means Lord Buddha also told this with the saying that chitte niyati loko. Every people in the world, each and every human in the world lives in his or her own mind. So the problem is we tend to feel that the mind is me. So in that case, if we ever at any point, if we feel like the mind is the self, so that is the point where, that is the exact point where your ignorance become prominent. That means, so you can't ever take the mind is as you. So why you can't take it as such? So that means mind does not represent you. So in other words, you have to identify, you have to get to know, you get to know that this mind, how the process, the which the mind gets created. So that means if you understand that process very clearly, then you will realize, wow, how can we assign a self to that mind? So mind, after its creation, it behaves as another kind of a sensor, which is very similar to eye, ear, nose, and tongue. So, but unfortunately, people who is still in the mundane world, they don't feel like as such. They tend to feel, I am the one who is thinking. The mind is me. So so even though you tell the mind is not you, so how can I believe it? Because I feel, I am thinking, I am planning for the future. So I am the one who is doing. So how can you say this mind is not me? So that's bring a big query for everyone to find out in which way that mind has got created. So in order to address that question, Lord Buddha has brought up a kind of a concept called cause and effect Dhamma to explain that. So that law, that Dhamma will explain to you how this mind gets created. That, in other words, it will clearly explain you how this mind becomes another kind of a sensor apart from the self. So that's why we need to understand this Dhamma. That's why first we have to learn this Dhamma, learn this explanation or learn this concept. Then we have to look in that direction, in that perspective. So if you are able to see this Dhamma in that particular unique angle, then of course you will be able to see the mind is as another kind of a sensor. Otherwise, even how much you study this Dhamma, that won't help you to realize that this mind is another kind of a sensor. So that's why you need to look at this Dhamma in that particular unique angle. That means the angle of Patisamuppada, angle of non-conscious angle. So non-conscious in the sense, we have to look this Dhamma as a non-living soul. That is the angle that makes you to realize that this is another kind of a process that happens naturally. So creation of the mind, then you will realize the creation of the mind happens naturally. So unfortunately, we tend to assign a self to that process. So as Dr. Sakuntala clearly said, there is no one here There's nobody here. There's no one who is responsible for doing it. There's no one to uh, uh, authorize the creation of the for the creativity of this mind. So that angle has to be clearly captured, and from that angle you have to look at this entire process. That is the non-conscious angle. So as Dr. Sakuntala clearly explained, even though you realize this Dhamma in the theoretical way, you have to apply that knowledge to the day-to-day happenings or the day-to-day activities. Then you will find every time you will be dealing with a thought. Even in this very present moment, we our thought is there, is here. We are focusing on this uh, discussion. So it is also a creation of the mind. It is also a thought. So I have a thought in my mind. I am talking in this forum. So it is also a thought. Thought in the sense it contributes to create the mind. So how does this mind get created? I heard Dr. Sakuntala was speaking, and I heard in the YouTube Dr. Andima had initiated this discussion. So all thoughts are there in my mind. So I got to know, now the discussion is going on. It is also a thought. So then I got a feeling I have to take part in this discussion. So then I join these things. It is also a thought. So how I joined this? I opened up the Zoom link, then I joined this discussion. So what are the things I followed? What were the things I followed? Just seeing taking up the phone, then clicking the links. So all these things are thoughts. Thoughts in the sense, a kind of impulses or images that were captured through my senses, either from the eye sensor, either from the mind sensor, either from the sound sensor. So all these things, combining all these combination of all these sensors will create me an environment that I am talking in such a forum. To that we call the mind. So my mind says, I'm talking in a forum. But if we analyze that, how did that mind become, how this mind got created? So the simple theory can be applied. With the help of the other 5 sensors, the mind gets created. So then we have to find out whether the mind is real. No, it is not real, because we know the faculties that have been that have been created, that gives the inputs for that creation, are not permanent. They get created then and there. So at this very moment, I don't hear any sound from the rest of the friends. I hear my own voice. So it creates some kind of a impulse in my ear that convince me that I am speaking. It's another thought. So if I take this instance as am I the one who is speaking in this forum, that would be my ignorance. So that doesn't say I should not speak up. No, I must speak up, but I should not take this entire incident as a real thing, because I know very well the thoughts are not permanent. They are not real. And also the thought behind everything, the self, I already know the self, the thought that says the self is speaking in this forum. Am I the one who is speaking in this forum? Is also another thought. So both these things can't be real. So that is the way how we should apply that knowledge we gain through the listening into the practice. So we can analyze, we can apply each moment, even while you are walking, even while you are doing your job. You can put it into the practice. In the practice, in the sense, for a beginner, you have to contemplate, memorize what Lord Buddha said, and you can apply. All things are thoughts. All the things are thoughts. But as time passes on, the time goes by, if you get used to it, you don't want to really contemplate it and apply. It will unknowingly come and say, there's nothing there. All them are thoughts. So I am not here. The self is also a thought. So you get to know for sure there's nobody here. So that is the point you start to liberate from your mind. At that point, you will be able to see your mind, how the thoughts come, how the thoughts go, what is the impact that thoughts can make to you. The impact in the sense, if you encounter some kind of a what do you call this, some kind of a frustrating or some kind of sad, some kind of a anger or sadness. So you will be able to see how your mind behaves at that particular point. Mind gets some kind of sad feelings in the sense, sad thoughts. So yesterday we were able to listen to the practical Zoom session that has been conducted for the children. So one child told that she gets some kind of a sad feeling when she hears the sound that hits, someone hits a cow or an animal. So then you will, at that point, you will be able to see how your thoughts behave. First, you received some kind of a sound. Then you realize, it is the sound that has been generated after hitting someone with a piece of stick. Then you get to know it is a cow. Oh, then you get another another thought, that animal might have get hurt. So that feeling, that thought made her to feel a sadness. So all things can be clearly visualized if you are able to understand this Dhamma. How the behavior of your mind also can be clearly seen. How these sad feelings, how these happy feelings, how these um, uh, aversions come into your mind. Everything can be clearly visualized if you understand this mind, if you are able to liberate from the mind. But at this point, you will get sad feelings. But who cares about it? That is the impact of the mind. As a result of creating the mind, you will get a feeling of a sadness. So, what is all about? You know clearly there is no doer here. There is no person to receive that feeling. So, that you will realize that is the nature. So, at the same time, we'll take some kind of ailment. So, if you have had headache, yeah, my head is another thought. But you feel the pain, the throbbing pain that comes from the forehead. But if you assign it to your head, that will carry a lot of pain for you. But if you are able to see the head, the so-called forehead is also a thought. It is also a mind creation. So mind creation gives that kind of a feeling of pain. Then who cares? Let the head have that pain. So why should I worry about that? But pain is still there. So likewise, Aryan Vansa says, when you eat something so spicy, you feel a hot tongue. Your tongue will burn. You will get a burning sensation in your tongue. You might eat something sweet. You might drink a lot of water to get away from that. But at that point, was there a person who is responsible for that burning sensation? No, because you know everything that has been created, the environment, the food that you ate, uh, the tongue that is burning at the moment, all the things are thoughts. But the burning will be there. You get the burning sensation as a result of eating a spicy food. Your tongue gets hurt in the sense. So you may ask more food, more water. You may ask something to sweet thing to eat to get away, get rid of this uh, spicy feeling. But at that point, will there be a person who is doing so? No, person is not there, because you know everything are thoughts except the actual feeling. So if in the absence of the doer, in the absence of the owner for any activity, there won't be any kind of a suffering within you. There is no room to get some kind of any kind of a suffering to you in the absence of the self. So that is the main target of understanding of this Paticcasamuppada. What we are trying to do is we are trying to realize there is no person here. There is no doer here. Everything we so we think that we are living in such a colorful world, but the world that we are living is completely an illusion that has been made up from our own thoughts. So it is okay, but the self that has been created in that external world also a thought. So why we should be worry about that? There's no need to worry about that, because we are living in such a thoughtful world. The thoughts are not real. The thoughts are created through the faculties. The sensations that we receive through the faculties will altogether create some kind of an imaginary or illusionary world for us. So if you do keep faith on that world, the sorrow that carries along with is inevitable. So what you have to do is you have to understand there is no doer here. That is the whole focus of this entire Dhamma. So how this becomes real for you, how the things become real for you. As Dr. Sakuntala said, as long as you take, your head is really there. The suffering that carries along with that thought cannot be prevented. As long as the spicy food that you ate is there, it's really existing, the pain that carries along with that cannot be prevented, cannot be stopped, because at the very moment that when you feel that the spicy food is there, at that same moment the creation of the self would be there. So that is the most trickiest part in this Dhamma. That is the most difficult thing that we should try to understand. If as long as we take something is there, something is existing, the creation of the self would happen automatically. It is a spontaneous thing. It is not created by you. It happens. But what you have to understand, so-called creation is not exactly there. The creation of the mind is not real. So that understanding is sufficient for you to get away from the notion of the self. So it is very, it is little bit difficult, but it should be the way of understanding this Paticcasamuppada. So in the practical way, so as I said earlier, the example, even after you eating some kind of a spicy food, you feel very hot into your tongue. But if you know there is no person who is responsible for that feeling, you will be able to liberate from that suffering. So at the Buddha era, once Arahat Thero had said, a lot of body pains are there for me, but for my mind, I don't feel all of them as a real pain. That's how Arahat Theros expressed the non-self Dhamma into this world. That is the way how Arahat Theros have expressed this non-soul Dhamma to this world. A lot of body pains are there, but for me, I don't feel any kind of a pain. Because for Arahat Theros, the self is, they don't have a self there. So likewise, the Mugalan Thero, in the Mugalan Thero story, we heard some gang of people have hit him and put him to death. But for them, for us, the people who are coming from the Mandarin world, we think, wow, Mugalan Thero has been hit by a gang of thieves and put him to the death. But for the Mugalan Thero himself, didn't have a self to die, because he knew it is only a thought. The death is only a thought, the birth is only a thought either. Yes, Mr. Bernard, Tervan Saranai, do you have anything to add?
Tervan Saranai, Dr. Ravi.
Tervan Saranai.
Yes, we know that this mind sensor, or the mind, this faculty is clearly explained by our noble friend Aryan Vansi. Then only we realized that the mechanism of this aggregates, 5 aggregates. Until then, we couldn't understand, get a clear picture of this, how this mind is work. It is the most important, the crucial thing is the mental construct, which is the important role is done by mind sensor. So the mind sensor is the key here, because all the other 5 senses, whatever they sense, ultimately the final product is given by the mental mind sensor. So the mind sensor itself is a sensor, but we can't clearly understand it because it is not visible, not tangible. So Aryan also clearly explained what it is and how the mechanism of it is clearly. Then the mind sensor itself work as a sensor separately. The happiness, sadness, pleasant, unpleasant, everything is there. It has its own characteristic. So when we come to Just take an example. Now we dislike killing animals. So, but in Great Britain, they have a sport called fox hunting. They do it as a fun, as a sport. So that also depend on cultural basis. Whatever it is, the Dr. Sakuntala and Dr. Ravi, both of you explained how the mind works, the mechanism of the mind. But how are we going to understand or diminish our self-existent feeling? So here we have to do the practical part. In the first practical stage, we ask the practitioner to do the practice as, for example, a sound is heard and the mind sensor interprets it as a sound of an aeroplane. So when we do this practice, this part, we understand that the thoughts that are created in the mind, which give us the outside world and the inner self, clearly diminish, because we understand they are the products of the faculties, not a person's involvement. So I think mind sensor is very important, because if we clearly understand mind sensor, then we can come to the first stage of the practical part. In the first part itself, it says you hear just a sound, and it is only the mind interprets what you heard. Then there itself you understand, you get the feeling of the self existent feeling. That also slowly diminish by practicing this first stage, that is in the walk-in meditation. So understanding the true Dhamma and doing the practical part also very important. This is what I explained. What I just mentioned was the first stage. You hear something and the mind interpret it as no sense, no self-involvement here. Teruvan Saranai.
Yes, yes, Mr. Bernard. Yes, as you said, the mind has some kind of an ability to generate its own thoughts. So after creation, so after seeing, we'll say, as you said, after watching some movie, so you take some kind of a pictures. So ships are moving, the war is going on, like that. You get some kind of pictorial things. But after creating the mind, then you recognize, there is kind of a war is going on. So war is there, so we can see the war. So after that, our mind tends to create some more pictures for us. So what will happen after that? Will this hero would die after this battle? So many mind creations will take place after that. So that is the ability of the mind. After creating the mind can itself generate more thoughts. So it will, that is the trickiest point. So then we tend to think, the person who is thinking is me, because we have another notion that I am the one who is watching this movie. So after seeing some kind of a scene there, so we tend to think, what will happen next? What will happen next? So whether this hero going to win this war or he will get defeated. So likewise, so many thoughts will automatically generate within us. So that is the nature of the mind. That's why we call it acts as another kind of a sensor. So it can trigger itself to create more thoughts. So then we tend to live in the thoughtful world. So unknowingly we go into that world, we tend to live in that world. So that makes us some kind of a what do you call this, entertainment. So we feel that we are enjoying this. Then after that, what we feel is, we feel like we are enjoying this movie. So along with that power, we generate more and more thoughts. So how this mind gets propagate further and further, like a spinning top. That Aranvans gives this example, like a whirlpool. It can generate its own power to keep it sustained. So it will sustain. So we tend to think, I'm the one who is started to watching it. So I'm the one who is still watching this movie. I will be finishing watching this movie in another 1 hour or two. So that's how your time frame also come into that particular scenario. So from that we tend to feel that we are living. So I am one the who started watching this movie. I'm the one who is still watching this movie. I'm the one who is I will be watching this movie for another 1 or 2 hours in the future as well. So that's how so everything gets created in your mind. So because the mind the behavioral the behavior of the mind is very unique and very different. So it is very nice actually if you are able to see this from a different angle. How this mind creates thoughts, how it empowers the self, how it establishes the self within you, how it implants the self within you. So in order to do so, we have to understand this Dhamma first. So it is completely a process that is completely not beyond your control. So as a result of that process, you will be get created. You are the self will be get created. Otherwise, there is no soul at the beginning. So the sense of soul also become a part of that same movie. I'm the one who is watching this movie. I'm the one who is enjoying this movie. So that temptation is enough to move you forward. That temptation enough to create more and more thought for you. That will energize you to the self as well. So it is very beautiful thing, isn't it, Mr. Bernard? Teruvan Saranai?
Yeah, yes, Dr. Ravi. Yes.
Doctor.
Teruvan Saranai, Ms. Lala?
Doctor, the entangle of the mind to one thought to another, it is a process, a natural process, no, Doctor?
Yes, it's a natural
Always
process.
try to get attached one after the other, one after the other, one after the other. And even it is a speedy occurrence even, Doctor. We cannot imagine the speed even. So if we understand the nature of this mind, I think it won't be a big trouble for everyone, Doctor, isn't it?
Exactly. So we once you understand how this mind behaves, the way that mind behaves, we can peacefully watch the movie. We can enjoy the movie.
Yes.
So
We can
without
please
self,
watch the movie.
without creating
Yes.
the self, isn't it?
Yes, doctor. And the other thing, doctor, being emotional also, I had a problem. So why I am being so much of emotional for certain situation. That is also the nature of the mind, no, doctor?
Yes, yes, exactly.
Yeah, so when I see some movie, not YouTube videos, I saw some animals are killing, brutally killing. So that during that time I got more, I was being more emotional. So I thought also it is a, so I'm there. So once animals is explaining this, that is also a emotional pattern that having in the mind. That is a system. Yes, am I, doctor? Am I right?
Exactly, exactly. Whenever we take that animal is really existing, the creation of the self would be there. So it is the process, it is the natural phenomena that happens. So as long as you create, there's an animal who got killed by someone else. So at that point, the self get created. So, but you can you can see the same scene with the notion of non-existence. So even though I see these things, that someone who is killing, someone got killed by another person, so it is also a natural thing. It has not been created by anybody else. So even though I see an animal in front of me, actually if there are any kind of such an animal, no. With the understanding we know, there is no such kind of animal as our mind projects. So that's why this Dhamma is called as Sangitte Nibbidaya, or that has to, this is a completely an understanding. It is not some other kind of a belief or faith. With the understanding we know, even though you see some innocent animal gets killed by somebody else, we know it is only a mental projection. So if it is mental projection, what makes you to feel sad? You know it is your own thoughts. So it is very different, but it doesn't mean that you won't feel sad. Yes, you feel sad because, but you can live in both situations in similar way. Even you see feeding a animal, or even you see a killing an animal, those two scenes are not so different for you, will not be so different for you. So all two scenarios are mental projections. So you know this is your own mind. So mind, the functionality of the mind is creating more thoughts. So it happens automatically. So why should I bother about these things? There is no, yeah, isn't it, Lana?
Yes, doctor. And when we consider everything about the mind, it has a vast area, doctor. We have to understand it little by little, doctor. We can understand more and more. When our nurse is explaining only, we feel that can be happen like that, no, doctor?
Yeah, exactly. Only the understanding will help you to get liberate from your mind. Only the understanding, not a faith, not a believing. From the through the understanding only you can get away from this you can get the full. It is actually the liberation. It is not stopping the mind. It is liberation. Liberation in the sense, mind creates its own thoughts. It's fine, right? But it doesn't carry any impact towards you. So that is the meaning of the liberation, as long as I know, I think. So it doesn't carry any weight for us. Mind creates, mind goes on creating thoughts and thoughts again and again, one after another. So who cares about it? You know, that is the normal nature of the mind. That is the behavior of the mind. So what? The impact would be very gets minimalized gradually. So into that extent, you can get liberate from your mind, isn't it?
Yeah, Teruvan Saranai Ravi, just wanted to
Very
add
okay.
one
Yeah.
more thing.
Yes,
Now,
correct.
if you talk like in Dhamma, the system called Lalanas, the thought that she explained, thought which was formed in her system will be different from a thought which is created in a different system. Like, for example, a tribal man who is offering an animal to God. So
Yeah.
killing that animal and offering to the God will create a very happy thought, isn't it? So the system, different systems will have differently created thoughts to the same event or same
Yes.
vibration, isn't it? So it all
Yeah.
depends on the inputs as data which was received time to time. And right now, like as a spark, it's coming now. Lalana feels very sad, but that tribal man will be very happy because he has made a big offering to the god. So like
Yeah.
that, thoughts vary. Yes.
Yeah. Irrespective of the impact that carries along with that thought, if you
Mm.
believe that thought is as real, both of them are
Yes.
in ignorance, isn't it? Aren't
Exactly.
they?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
So if you give adequate power to that particular thought, that will give some kind of a feeling. Either it may be a sad, it may be a happy thought. So, but both of them are empowering the thought. They both
Yeah.
are in
One
the
of
inner.
them is Yes.
Yeah.
One of the misconceptions that we all had were that when we were sort of going along the Dhamma path, that we shouldn't get angry. Now, if we feel angry on something, or if we feel like, some form of craving to something, we felt very bad about it because we felt that we shouldn't have those feelings because we didn't know about this thought process and how the mind is formed. We were trying to sort of forcibly control those feelings. But now
Yeah.
we know that it is just a spontaneous creation and there is nothing called uh, sort of feeling bad about having those thoughts because there is no
Yeah.
one can control us.
Yeah.
Yes.
If you ever try to control that thing, the
Mhm.
person who does it will get created.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
so am I the one who is trying to suppress my thoughts? So
Mm.
again, a self gets created. So if I don't able to suppress that thought, sadness will come into a mind. Oh, I have
Mm.
been following this Dhamma for such a long period. Still, I can't suppress that thought. The thoughts come. So suffering would come. So it is not actually
Exactly.
what Buddha said, isn't it?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, Dr. Sakuntala, we are also running out of time now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes, I think we will conclude now.
yeah, we can conclude.
Yes.
Uh, yes, okay, we can meet up tomorrow as well. So Teruvan Saranai, everybody. So Teruvan Saranai Andima, Teruvan Saranai Arenvanse and Teruvan Saranai Mr. Bernard, Dr. Sakuntala and Lalana, and everyone who participated. So we'll wind up this session for today. Thank you very much for joining.
Okay.
Teruvan Saranai to you all.
Teruvan Saranai Arenvase. Teruvan Saranai, everybody.
Teruvan Saranai.
Teacher Theruvan Saranai Wahansa. Your noble guidance has illuminated our path to nirvana. Your unwavering dedication to sharing the ultimate truth and reviving the wisdom of the Arahants is a gift of immeasurable value. We are truly fortunate to witness the unfolding of this profound truth under your compassionate care. May you live long and continue to guide us. Ayuvo Veva and Theruvan Saranai. So we've been discussing the book volume 6 of True Dhamma Has Awakened, PDF of which is available on Buddothpado's website, buddothpado-dhamma.com. And today we are starting with page 77. Aran Mahansi, the way you explained your experience is good. During the times when you feel as if you're liberated, how do you react if someone angers you? Participant, I do not get upset much. I feel that all these are limited to words that come and go. Before engaging in the Dhamma, yes, I would become angry and upset. Aran Mahansi, proceed along. What do you do for a living? How old are you? Participant, I was a teacher. I'm 64 years old. Aran Mahansi, watch your mind carefully, especially regarding mental formations. What concept do you hold about heaven and hell? Participant, they are creations of our minds. Aran Mahansi, people are often trapped by the tricks of mind consciousness. They're deluded into thinking they can get everything from the outside. This is a very deep concept to absorb. If there's no self, there's nothing to obtain from the outside. The world is a system created through the senses, sounds, colors, images, tastes, bodily feelings, and so on. These are not real. It is a created world. When engaging in daily activities, the notion of self should not exist. Perform everything without self. By following this procedure, the sensual world or karma bhumi gradually dissolves. Even activities performed with enthusiasm will not give personal pleasure. Observe how form and formlessness, rupa and arupa, fade in everything you do. Do not share these experiences with others. This teaching about seeing through the illusion of the mind. This is the path, the anger, pleasure, even devotion to objects. These are all products of sensory creation. If you truly understand that there's no independent self, nothing external can give or take anything from you. Life becomes a practice of doing without attachment, watching how forms and sensations fade, and realizing that the world is a projection of mind consciousness, not an absolute reality. The more practice that we do, more practically we associate with Dhamma, more contemplation there is, more penetrative insight there is. It becomes easier and more clear and more evident to us that this is the mind-made projection. This so-called self was, it's like, something somebody purposely created, but it's not the case. But it's like one thought after another, when each and every thought assumes that there's an external world and a self. It feels like, if the mind has been generating thoughts for about 2 hours at a stretch without a break, for a person who hasn't seen this truth, it feels like the self existed for 2 hours. Whereas what has happened is one thought after another has been generated. In each thought, the self was created, and that thought appeared and disappeared. Another thought was created that was appeared and disappeared. So this process continued, and since that process is happening at a very fast speed, it felt like there was a continuous move. But as we see this truth and this sense perception, self-perception, this sense of self is slowly diminishing, we can see this continuation and a blank. And the blank, as in by blank I mean that patches of time where it's just the process. The self creeps in through a thought after a while. So when we begin to get this experience, we see that how mind-made our whole entire existence was. It's like the other day, like the conversation we had with the 12-year-old Tesuka. It's like we've heard, and based on what we know about how the mind is created, a child's mind is not polluted with so many thoughts, layers and layers and layers of thoughts. So it's easier for them to understand. When we touch something, when we say, I'm sitting on a chair, I touch it. When we think and say, I'm touching the chair, the fingers, couple of fingers that's touching the chair can't even touch the whole entire chair. It's just touching part of the chair, if we talk about it in that sense, but it's just a feeling. The softness or the temperature or whatever is felt under the skin. Yet the mental image says, I'm touching the chair. The whole experience is like that. Some very concentrated sort of an experience, very raw kind of an experience, complicated into a thought that assumes that those labels, existence of those labels, and with respect to that, the existence of a self. And the more we understand this, more astonishing it becomes, more strange and more wonderful it becomes. How come we didn't know this all this time? How come we couldn't? It was so simple. It was right in front of our eyes, the truth. How come we couldn't just absorb it? But since we understand it, how simple it is. But when we were tangled in that, it's like a tangled and intertwined ball of thread, you don't know which end to start with. So until the noble friend with the the transcendental wisdom comes along and delivers this message in a very clear way. So it makes sense. It didn't make sense. So, participant, Theruvan Saranaya, during Buddha's time, Lord Buddha explained the Dhamma while residing at Jetavana. This moment feels similar because we are receiving the true and pure Dhamma from you. Previously, we were merely worshipping statues, reading Dhamma books, or venerating monks, pretending to understand. Aryan Mahanse, this is Buddothpado time. Aryan Mahanse in his discourses reveals to the world the true method to look into the mind consciousness. Participant, we feel that these discourses or desana are not merely presented on a human level, but rather on a deva level. Aryan Mahanse, the human level is rough, relying on sounds, colors, and sensory experiences. All creations of the senses. If someone is capable of liberating themselves from these clutches, what happens then? When truth is realized, the mind becomes delicate. The roughness, the notions of me, my child, my house, the fear of death, these are like burning fire. On top of that, we are lost in this chaotic, mundane world, full of wild, wrong views. We mistakenly cling to material objects, vehicles, houses, children, properties. Mundane beings are swept away by the currents of sensual desires, craving for better future lives. Kama Yoga, Ditya Yoga, Bhava Yoga, and ignorance. So the point here that's being discussed about is that true Dhamma goes beyond human sensory experience. On a superficial level, we cling to me, mine, our possessions, our families. But these attachments are like burning fire in the mind. There's this always, whether you see it or not, this internal burning is underneath these thoughts, whether to a greater level, to a minor level, to a subtle level. It's always there unless the truth is seen. When the mind understands the truth of impermanence and non-self, it delicately rises above these currents. It doesn't have that coarse, not so pleasant nature to it. Always running towards something, running from something, trying to do something, finish something. Always agitated, restless, sad, angry. In between there's some so-called happiness, but that happiness is kind of a disguised sort of a suffering. If you really look into it, if you really look at your own process in the mind. Seeing the world as a projection of sensations and concepts, not as an ultimate reality. And this is self-evident, and it's just clear as the day. You can see it within yourself. How this whole process of how the mind is created, how individual, how the image is created, the sound, smell, taste, touch, all as manifestations of vibrations. And when all of them come together, it feels like there's something out there and I'm seeing it. Yet it's all the same vibration, extension of the same vibration, extension, maturing of the same vibration that creates the illusion of you there and I am here. And it's that same feeling that is, the auditory manifestation of vibration, the sound, the thoughts, which ultimately become thoughts. The same feeling, the manifestation as a feeling is the internal burning, the way you feel. And when it's manifested as thoughts, it's the mind. So it's coming from the same source, which is the vibration. And there's no such thing called vibration even. Because of the speed, it feels like there's something called vibration also. But instantaneously, there's nothing that could be accounted for anything. So it's like a very weird, very strange phenomenon that we understand with the help of the mind, to see that there's nothing at all, not even a vibration. And that's the beauty of this Dhamma. True liberation means not being swept away by these mental projections that are manifested, that are an instantaneous phenomenon, appears and disappears in this moment. That is why it's called a cause and effect Dhamma. You can't say there's something, neither you can say there's nothing. So, Therwan Saranai Arvan Hansa, Therwan Saranai everyone, Justin, Rebecca, Miss Indu, Therwan Saranai Kema. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. It will help us kind of steer the direction in a certain way rather than talking about something general. Kema, do you have any questions? Therwan Saranai.
Saranai, Harshi, thank you for the wonderful, clear talk. Very helpful. I just was imagining it could be just this whole mind, whatever the self. It's just like a glue or something that's part of it's part of nature, just to have this survival, which is not permanent, any of it. We'd be hard to survive in this earth and as a human or any animal. It seems like it's nature, part of nature. It's just nature allowing, first part of survival. But as humans, we make it this self. I don't think animals, I'm not sure how much animals do that. They may have some of that, but they have memory too, like we do, and they have experiences, so they must have perception, and they are affected by that. So I see us as similar to animals, and so it just helps me to have less, just continue to let go of this thing, this just go through life with it's like our Wanasi says, it's happening, the system is working, we go through. I love we can just do everything the same, but I have glimpses of that yeah, it's happening, and not to be attached to, and it's free, it's freedom, it doesn't have to be so this self is a problem. I feel this selfing is not. It's lost a lot of its. Anyway, it's just what I was conditioned to do. So I feel it's releasing it is not being in the mind. So stuck in the mind is just seeing. It's much easier. It's much anyway, it's much easier, not so much trouble. So that's all I would say. Thank you. Everything was really deep. I feel your teaching's always really good. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Sarva,
Kema. And thank you for asking that question, because it makes the discussion more lively. It's not just one-sided. It's just for us to discuss, so that wherever we are in the process, we can kind of communicate that and kind of bounce off of each other to shed more light on where we are. So the first thing is that, one of the first things that you brought out was that this is a nature. Yes, very true. It's like this in the grand scheme of things. If we have seen that blue picture, I think I mentioned yesterday also, of the blue planet taken from the International Space Center. And, in that picture, we can't see Harashi or anybody here, or a president, or whoever we call so important. Nobody is seen in that picture. In the grand scheme of things, I am thinking, I'm changing the word, whatever it is. Another person thinks he's the man, or she's the woman, or whatever it is. In our egoistic minds, the way we think, I think I exist, and the whole world exists around me. And every person in this earth think the same way. But in the grand scheme of things, it's just an illusion. If so, somebody would have declared this one to be God, that one to be God, or whatever. So that is just one kind of angle to look at it. And in that nature, in that solar system or Milky Way or whatever, we are just all part of that nature. Even the thoughts that appear in this awareness, or so-called awareness, part of the nature. The only truth there is how these things manifest moment to moment. Even the so-called world. That is the Dhamma. Dhamma is nothing but the universal truth. It talks about how everything is created. It's not one person or one God, or it's not giving importance to anybody, not even to Buddha. Buddha discovered how this world works. What is this truth? How these things appear? Why do one, portion of the major population suffer and at a moment, and why do some other people, they're happy? What is causing this? So the answer lies in a much deeper kind of a process than attributing it to one person or one creator. The answer is that it's how the system works, the manifestation of vibrations, why they form, not form. It's in that constant flux of kind of a nature, but that is in the point of view of a person. So that is explained in that angle, and then once the so-called person understands, then there's nothing. Even that understanding is just to understand, because it doesn't make sense right now the way it is. So in that grand scheme of things, the rotation of the earth, the solar system, everything falls into this rotation. How the trees are created, how animals are created, how humans are created, the evolution, everything. And then how the thoughts are created is not any different to it, because this same vibration manifests as a visual, the image, and a different range of the same kind of flux of vibrations or whatever gives rise to the sound, smell, taste, touch, because we have the five senses, the humans. Now, if we consider the animals, depending on what kind of senses they have. So the dogs can hear ranges beyond 20 to 20,000 hertz. We know that from science. So the world of a dog is a much different world. So if he can smell, taste, touch, kind of five senses, certain senses are more evolved than us. Maybe there's other senses that we have no idea about. But always the nature is they get tangled. When they get tangled, a certain kind of an experience is there for that animal. Whereas if we consider a very primitive kind of an animal like a worm or something, just a temperature is sensed. Based on that temperature, the favorable places or unfavorable places, the body will be moved to. So that there's some feeling, the temperature and the space probably gives rise to a sense. Even the animals are still kind of roaming this 31 planes. Buddha talked about the 31 planes that are possible for this vibration to fall into for a person who doesn't know the truth. Not that the person who doesn't, when we say the person who doesn't know the truth, means superficially like giving some superficial value to a person who knows the truth. That's not the case. When you know the truth, that mind is transcended in a permanent way. So this 30 in that 31 planes, that's a the overall vibration of a being, whether it falls in the plane of the humans, the lower planes where that vibration is much dense and able to create more dense things. That's all up to that vibration. Or if it's a very lighter vibration where a body is not needed, the energy is kind of conserved. If we talk about in the 31 planes, the devas, the gods, with the wrong view and with the right view, as in one who's in this path. It's not so much the physical appearance. You might have experienced within yourself if you were going through a lot of problems in life. I have experienced this within me. So everything was going wrong, so many problems in life, and on top of all that, there's anger, there's sadness. It's just permanently in that state, fear. Permanently, it feels like it's spiraling down, but there's no way out. And there's fear about death. And whether there's a sound, just say there's some random sound, it feels frightening. It feels like somebody's trying to kill you. Maybe there's somebody that to that level. It was so bad. So I really felt that the body's just for the physical appearance, the within us, how it's felt. Now we know it's the vibration. That vibration decides what kind of realm you are in. With the human body, you could be in a lower realm. When we look at animals, a lot of animals in the jungle, they live in fear of death, always being vigilant, looking around, looking for the next sound to see if they're going to fall prey to some predator. That's a lower realm. Whereas if there's so much, there's no anger, there's no fear, there's all the good, lighter feelings, happiness, bliss. Even without knowing the truth, these states can be achieved through meditation. So that's why the devas in the wrong view, not in the right view, are mentioned in some of the suttas. In Buddha has talked about these things. So one thing is, depending on whatever the senses that we have or the animals have, their experience creates certain kind of an entanglement. There's the existent feel is felt in any animal feels that. That's why they're trying to protect themselves. The safety is ensured regardless of whether you have sophisticated thought or not. This nature and the mind or the whole experience is created in a way to preserve this body. So all the animals have, and humans have it to varying degrees depending on their experience based on their five senses. So now when we slowly see the truth, when we slowly see that this is just a process, this is just a system, nobody was here. The self-angle perception of self and all that, specifically the self-identifying view, was established with that first thought that the system of the kid kind of took. If that is my mother, if that is my father, there should be a self who's seeing all these things. That thought, that self-identifying view, matured, got into, it got shaped with different experiences and mental objects, with different mental objects and meaning thoughts. Same thing, when we say mental objects, that it's referred to that whatever the image that you see in the mind of the eye when I say mother, now all of a sudden there's an image of your mother in the mind, or in the eye of the mind, that mental image. And with that establishment of that mental image, by referring to it by the word, the mother, the word, the sound, brings upon everything that's tangled with that word, that sound. So it's a vibration. And that vibration has been established before, because you learned about the mother when you were so much young. Every time the word mother is heard in a song, in a drama, probably in a conversation, that this vibration becomes that vibration, telepathizing. And it's called upon, and altered also. Maybe there's more information added to it this time because you just heard your mother is sick over the phone, somebody said, or she called you and said. Now, to that old label, old folder, this new piece of information is added. This new piece of information is again a mental object, a thought. So, and you think, okay, you think your mother is sick, or my mother is sick. I am worried. I have to take care of her, whatever it is. And let's say nobody told you about it and you had no idea she was sick. She didn't want to share it with you. And you hear right now, she's been sick for 3 months, and now you just hear it today. Now when it's kind of getting out of hands. See, your world, even though in that so-called reality that we call it, the mother had been sick for 3 months, but we are just listening to it now. So it's always what you know and what you think, that is the world, not what's happening. And when you look around, all the labels that come through your mind, that is the world you live in, not what you see, not what you hear. Someone says, you listen to a song and it takes you to a moment in the past, to some romantic experience in the past. And that is your world right now. And the other person is listening to the same world. That person doesn't have all these images. So we are not trying to, there's nothing to change around us. The whole journey is within us, within, understanding and realizing that these thoughts are created. We live in a mentally created, mentally constructed world. And whether you know it, whether you know this truth or whether you don't, it doesn't matter. The truth stays the same. The truth is that has never been as if. So from that very first, the day where the first day that thought was introduced, that if that is my mother, if that is my father, there should be a self, how it's been altered and changed and shaped. We thought, there's personality development, independence, child becomes independence. All those analysis, labels, more labels that's been given by the society. To say that you're learning, you're put through a system of education and you get your high school diploma, you become a graduate, you do your post graduate studies, you get a PhD. More and more labels are added, more and more mentally constructed labels are added. We don't say this, yet we question God, but we don't question oxygen. Nobody, we haven't seen oxygen. Nobody has seen oxygen. Same way God. So, because it comes through a certain kind of a system that we think is logical, which is not the case. So, it's seeing this, always questioning, not accepting even this, just for the sake of accepting because people say it's good, or because it's being said, Buddha said something deep and truth. And no, seeing it within yourself, questioning it, having that inquiry when someone says something to you, if it upsets you, is it really something that person said upset you, or is that this how this system works? It's just a sound. Always, everything, the whole emotional roller coaster that from the moment we get up to the moment we go to bed, that emotional roller coaster. It doesn't have to be like really intense. Even in the subtlest form, that emotional roller coaster is not created by anybody. It's not, definitely not your husband, your wife, your children, or the political situation or the religion. Definitely not. That we can say with so much assurance. Because if you really pay attention to where it started, it always boils down to an image, a sound, smell, taste, or touch, or a thought that's created by the union of these things. And if you dig further, you will see, if you are always in this practice to see that, to kind of strip these these thoughts to its elements, to the truth, with this penetrative insight. If we dig even further, you will see this becomes self-evident at some point, that they're all manifestations of vibrations. So, and always we can see the process in its bare nature, without all these interpretations, mind projections. When the less projections, mental constructions we have, how do we get to that state? By this practice. The more you practice and more you are aware of your thoughts, not to label them, but to see how they're created in the first place. Have that inquiry. The lesser and lesser thoughts you will have, then it becomes more spacious to see the truth. Even to see the truth in a crowded mind, the truth is completely covered with mental projections. So when it becomes lesser and lesser, it's like a pond that's muddied after rain or whatever. You give it some time, that subtle mud settles, and you can see through the pond, see the bottom of it, all different pebbles that are in there. Same way, the truth can be observed first-handedly within you. This wisdom of truth, or Satyajnana, we call it, this can be verified within you. So the process becomes so beautiful, because the interference of the self is no more, and this guy is the guy, or it's this total mental. It's like a mental braid, like you braid your hair. It's like a mental braid that's done by coming to life one thought at a time, thought by thought, entangled, and that's slowly blending, and there's only tranquility and bliss, and no interference of a self. Our Maharaj says you go on a journey with yourself and come back without the self, the so-called self. And it's just the journey and the process. And initially we will notice the process also, but like with time, who's noticing the process even? That projection is also slowly dissolving, and then back to your original question, it's who's hating who? No one to hate anyone. Who's angry at who? No one to be angry at. No one is angry. Both ends of the deal disappears. Any negative emotion, any positive one, even happiness, because happiness in the sense that we talked about in the mundane plane, it's always conditional. It's always a product of these mental fabrications. If I get through this exam, I will be happy. If I have a better home, I will be happy. If I have that promotion, I will be happy. When I have one more kid, I will be happy. When my kid is married off, I will be happy. Always conditional. But this happiness or rather, let's not call it happiness, the tranquility. It's not conditional on anything. It's rather the absence of the burden of these goals and objectives that are mental constructs. So, yeah, I hope that kind of that. Thank you for asking that question. It was not really a question, but like, steering us in this direction so that we can have a better discussion. Thank you, K. Mathur. Thiruvan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala is here. Would you like to add to the discussion, Thiruvan Saranai?
Thiruvan Saranai, I pay my homage to Aryan Mahansi, Buddothpado Aryan Mahansi, Thiruvan Saranai. Thiruvan Saranai, everybody. Actually, I missed the initial question, but I will just sort of add few things to what you were talking. As you said, everything is a creation of the thought, which we don't realize. I mean, it looks real, everything looks real, but we, when we study this Dhamma path and when we learn these facts, we realize that it is all creation of the thought, a stream of, a flow of thoughts, I would say. Just if I try to explain something in the practical way that we can apply to day-to-day life. Now, if we start from the level where we feel something, sometimes this feel is given different names. Actually, sometimes we say we feel sad. Sometimes we are very happy. Sometimes we feel some aversion or clinging, then overjoyedness. You give whatever name, it's all come under the label, come under the category of feel in your mind. So it actually, whether it is a sad feeling or a anger or whether it is happiness, joy, it's a kind of current which is created. And because of the ignorance, we label this as something that I feel. I felt sad, and the label of a self-perception or a self-existence, me label is attached to this feel. It's actually that current which you feel is the other side of the coin, or it is what you interpret as self-feeling or self-existence. So if you go back, if you try to analyze this feeling, well, I would use the word feel because when you say feeling, it gives a little different interpretation in our usual language. So if you go back, if you try to analyze this current, then we see that it is a merging of the information that was created by one of the senses. So, for example, if somebody scolds you or shout at you, then maybe you feel sad. And then if you go back, it's a creation of your ear. And sometimes if you have seen the person, it's a creation of the eye and the ear both. In an instance where you don't see the person, if it is just a creation of your ear, the mind is very quick to create the rest of the information about the person. So you get a complete picture as a spark. So it's all, again, as I mentioned, it is a creation of your mind. And then because you had the functioning ear, because you had a functioning eye, these sensor informations were created then and there. because the sensor organs has vibrated at that time suitably, and it has created then and there a sound and a picture to the eye. So how it happens in those sensor organs, that is another step backward. Now you found that it is your thought, and then if you trace backwards further, you know that it is a creation of your sensor organs, the other sensor organs, and then you further go backward and see how this creation occurred in these sensor organs. Then now you know that it is just a very fast, extremely fast happening in those sensor organs. For example, if it is a sound, there is a very fast, unimaginable speed happening in the eardrum, which creates a sound. And similarly, when it comes to a picture, which is created by the eye, again, there is some very fast creation happening in those sensor cells, which can create a light. So this is in all these instances. Similarly, these can be applied to the other sense organs also. The taste,
I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship our Anohanse, our noble friend, our spiritual teacher. At his feet, Theruvan Sarmaya Anohanse. May all of you be blessed by Triple Gem. All our friends who are listening to this Dhamma sessions, and also our Dhamma friends who are helping with the background work, be blessed by Triple Gem. So this is another part of the Buddothpado PeoTV English Zoom channel, which is uploaded which is going on 24/7, so that you can join whenever it is convenient for you from wherever you are, and listen to our Dhamma sermons. This is an attempt to take this true Dhamma to the world with the guidance of our noble friend Aryan Mahansi. It's a small attempt to give this message to the world for anybody who is interested in finding out what is the truth, which is common to every living being. But only human beings are capable of understanding this truth So you and me have got that opportunity, which is an extreme rarity, I would say, with the metaphors that Lord Buddha has given to indicate how rare is it to have a life of a human being. He has given so many metaphors, so those indicate that uh, how occasion, how rarely uh, a person who was born as a human being will continue to have another birth as a human. And even that, you may not be able to hear what this true Dhamma is. You might live somewhere in some corner where you cannot hear this. There's no opportunity of hearing these Dhamma facts. So we have got all those. Why not make use of it? Why not take the maximum opportunity to understand this Dhamma? We know that Lord Buddha, of his own, he went on a path. He followed some of the teachers, but he found that what has happened was they all were static in one place. They were not moving forward. They thought that what they understood was the nirvana or the end of that understanding. So Lord Buddha left all of them and then went on his own way to find out what is the exact truth. So that is what was disclosed nearly 2600 years ago, which has been again revealed by our Aryan Mahanse in a more simplified form with more suitable modern type of metaphors, which makes us easy to understand. So basically, what is the truth? The truth is actually we are experiencing something created at the sense level, which is a bit hard to believe. We do not feel that it is a creation. We feel that they are really there. And the real things are making us happy or unhappy. To the real things we are craved. We crave and we averse. We like, dislike. To the real things or the real people, we feel jealous. We feel very affectionate and we love the real, so-called the real people. So that was the understanding that we had, which means the existence of things, existence of people, and the shadow of this, or the other side of the coin, is that existed people and existed things. The other side is the existence myself, self-existence. So that is the most difficult, incorrect vision, or the mithya drushtiya, the wrong vision that we are clinging on to. And everything is built up around that. So the mithya drushtiya, or the incorrect vision about self, is the main root of this tree. Actually, if you want to end up this samsara long trip, you have to uproot this tree, not just trim the branches or cut it from the ground level, but leaving the main root. It's not going to be helpful. At some stage, it will grow up again. So therefore, now you have found out what is the main root is, and that is what you have to uproot. Lord Buddha, when he understood this truth, he said that, yes, I found the carpenter who is building this house called craving. This is what has been taking us throughout this samsara journey. The carpenter called craving, or the desire, or the attachment, whatever the word you can use. It's a tanha in Pali and Sinhalese. So he said, yes, I found it. I found the carpenter who is building up this house. And now I have destroyed the roof of it. I will not allow this carpenter to build this house again. And I have reached the end. I have understood the truth. So that was the words that Lord Buddha mentioned. So the truth is that actually truth means there's a current which is left over all the time. That current or the craving or the tanha is the one which is continued. And as long as you have this current, even in a less level, small level, there's no end to this life cycle. So what Lord Buddha found was actually the truth means finding that there's a current always which is generated with the function of the senses. We have 5 senses. Different animals do have different senses. There are specific senses that we do not have, but some animals do have. And number-wise, there must be some animals who do have more than 6 senses. Actually, what we have originally is 5 senses. A combination of these 5 gives rise to the 6th sensor. So basically, we are having 5 senses. And whatever we know about the world is completely confined to these 5 senses. And whatever is created at that level is being experienced. And because of the ignorance, the avijja, we feel that what we experience is what is really existing outside. Assuming that these things are there outside, we get attached to them. We crave for them. We like them. We dislike them. We averse them. We hate them. We are jealous of them. And so many things you can go and talk about, the different names which can be given to these defilements. So this changing pattern of these defilements or this current, or in other words, the thoughts which are felt real. This changing pattern gives some form of alive feel because of the changing pattern. So therefore, we think that we are really living. What is actually represented, this feeling of myself, is that current. So the current is not something that we identified until we hear this true Dhamma. We never knew. We thought that this body is myself. The little baby didn't have a self. We know that when they are talking, sometimes the way that they use the words, we know that they have no idea about the self. It is through this process called teaching and learning, this concept of myself is attached to this body. And we know that small children, when they are playing, they are a bit confused when they say, do you want something? If mom or somebody asks the child, do you want some food? child is a bit bewildered to find out who is this you. The mom will point out to the child and say, you. Then child has some idea what is meant by that. So like that, little by little, this concept, actually that is a misconception. The baby gets the idea that this body is what is called myself. Lord Buddha explained this in 4 ways. Some people think that the self is inside this body. Sometimes it's thought that the body is self. Sometimes they feel that the body and self both are same. So like that, different sort of interpretations are there. Actually, that interpretation or that misconception came as a result of the what's called the data which has been fed, or in other words, what's called the teaching. Teaching doesn't mean only at the school, but it can happen at the home level to start with. The parents and the siblings will show the child his own body and say, this is baby so and so. So that is how this, when the sensor function comes to a particular level, the sensor functions will combine to form a different type of a sensor function. Or in other words, the vibrations of the eye, vibration of the ear, sometimes a vibration of the body or the skin, combine together to form a different type of a vibration, which we call thought. So the thought is myself. Now, for you and me, this basic level cannot be experienced. Now what you and me experience is the thought of myself. So actually, can you point out to any part of the body to say, this is me? What you say is that this is mine, isn't it? You will say the head is mine, chest is mine, hand is mine. They are all mine, but none of the parts you can say, even the heart or the brain, you can't point out and say that this is me. They belong to me. So it's important to find out where this myself is. And some people might think that the mind is myself, thoughts are myself. Then you have to analyze and see how the thoughts are formed. Is there something called solid, called mind? No, there is nothing called mind. Again, the mind, you can't point out and say where the mind is. Somebody might say that it is in the head, the brain. So in the brain, can you find out any particular place where the mind is? You can't find any particular place where the mind is. Now, one of the beautiful metaphors given by R.N. Mahanse is that if you cut open the battery, vehicle battery, you can't find out where the current is. But the current is generated with all the parts of the battery. But you don't know, you can't point out and say this is where the current is. Similarly, if somebody says that the brain is the myself, the thought is in the brain, you can't exactly find out where the thought is. But you know, the intact brain is necessary for the thoughts to be formed. That is what happens now when the chemicals or the physical structure of the brain changes, the thoughts which are formed will vary. So
So the intact and the normal physical brain is necessary for the thoughts to be formed. And the thoughts to be correctly formed, that structure is necessary. And we have discussed so many times about how the thoughts are formed. We know that the small baby has no idea about the thoughts. The senses are functioning, but no combination of them to form the thoughts. Combination of the thoughts, combination of the sensor functions to form thoughts will occur at a particular stage. And then the thought is kind of a description, a sound, a word, depending on the language you are using. So if I say jack tree, that is a thought. If I say brother, sister, they are all thoughts. They are all words, they are all sounds. And it gives a kind of a specification, a description to what is experienced, isn't it? If I say bread, that is a thought. If I say rice, it's a thought. Similarly, if I say mother, it's a thought. So if I say son, that's a thought. If I say myself, that is also a thought. So all these are thoughts, and how the thoughts are formed, as I said, the sensor functions will combine together without any person behind that. It's a spontaneous function. Spontaneously, the sensor functions will combine together to form the thought. And initially, it could be just a very basic thought, but subsequently, time to time, you get perceptions again and again, again and again. And then this thought becomes very, very heavy, I would say, with so many informations in that. And perceptions are not true. We know that the perceptions are not true. Perception is the result of the fast vibration. So if that fast component is not there, you can't talk about the perception. The fast vibration is felt, and it is felt as a perception of light, perception of sound, perception of smell, perception of taste, and perception of the skin. So how it is manifested is explained with the word of perception. One of the very modern metaphors given by R.N. Mahanse is that the red light, the perception is stop. The green light, the perception is go. So similarly, now we know that if there's a red cross, the perception is there's a medical, something to do with the health and the medical. So it may be a pharmacy, it may be a hospital, it may be a doctor's dispensary. So those things, or even maybe even something to do with the Red Cross. So a red color cross, the perception is that something to do with the medical side. So like that, there are many accepted symbols, I would say, which gives the perception of different things. There are worldwide accepted things, signs, which are perceptions, or it may be something confined to that area. So whatever it is, perception is something, an interpretation that occurs due to the fast speed. So speed or the vibration or the rupanaya gives rise to the perception. That is how the thoughts are formed. I'm explaining about how the thought is formed. Thoughts are formed
with this sequence called Paticca or dependent origination. So dependent origination means how a thought is happening, how a thought is formed, and how that thought can be felt real and the outcome. So that is a normal thing that happens every fraction of second in the mundane world. This Paticca or the dependent origination will happen every fraction of second, and the result is that you feel as if the thought real. So in other words, the coconut tree is felt real, mother is felt real, sun is felt real, and myself is felt real. So will you say then, a person might say then, how can you say that these are not real? I can feel, I can see, I can hear the sound, all sorts of things. Yes, we are not saying that there is nothing in the world. We can't say because we can only experience what is created at the sensor level. So there must be things outside. But what we think is not there. That is the most likely assumption that we can say. What we experience is not there exactly in the same way. Our experiences are limited to the 5 senses. So the world experienced by an ant must be vastly different from what we experience. The world experienced even by us, by your pet, your cat, may be vastly different from what we experience. So, like that, you can't say my world is correct, but not this animal's world. You can never say because that is what they experience. I'm sure the dogs and the cats have a much wider range of hearing than us. Their way of feeling to the skin sensation must be vastly different. And the taste that they enjoy must be vastly different. That is why the cats and the dogs don't like to eat green leaves like us. Do they eat salads? There must be a very unusual dog who trying to eat that. But generally, they do not feel an excitement with the taste of a salad like a human being. So, like that, the way that different animals experience the world is different. Something which is extremely tasty for them is felt just very awkward and very unpleasant to us. So, there are delicacies like a rat or a squirrel. What is the experience? I mean, what do we feel about the taste of those? So that is how the each sensor function is a vibration. So that vibration gives rise to something. It creates something, and that creation is felt actually real. That is when it is felt real, to that real experience only an animal or a living being is attracted or averse. So from every sensor point of view, there's a huge difference between the different species of animals, and it's a hugely different from the human beings. Even as human beings, we also do have slight changes among ourselves, isn't it? The way that we see, the way that we hear could be different. Even the way that the sensation to the skin. A person who feels very cold at a time will not be that for another human being. He might say that, oh, I don't feel cold. So that is the difference in the vibration of the skin. So vibration or the rupanaya, that was explained by Lord Buddha, is the vibration is a modern way that Aryan Mahansi has sort of explained so that we can understand it in a better way. So always when there is a vibration, we know that in the subject of physics, we know that there is a current created because there are two opposite ends. That current is the one which is built up stage by stage, and when it comes to the thought, that current is very strong. The strong current means it gives rise to some form of live feeling. So that live feeling is the one which gives rise to the which is named as myself. So myself is actually a current. So when you hear this Dhamma, you feel that stage-wise you have to go backwards and try to understand, try to undo this mess here. It's a kind of a ball of thread which has been disheveled. So you have to try to find out the corner of it to get rid of this disheveled ball of thread. So how did Lord Buddha said that? Lord Buddha and also Aryan Mahansi always tells us, go along your field. Try to identify your field, because we know that the thought, the formation of the thoughts is the normal thing in the mundane world, and it is a part of this mechanism. So now you and me, always we do experience thoughts, and Lord Buddha said that you can't get the milk back from the ghee that was prepared. The milk has been converted to ghee now, and what you experience or what you get is ghee. So from the ghee, going backwards to find out how the milk was formed has to be done with your wisdom. It's not something that you can experience. It's not something that you can recognize with your five senses. It has to be the seventh eye or the wisdom eye, or it says Dhamma Chakshusha. Dhamma Chakshusha means eye. Dhamma eye is the one that Lord Buddha said that you should have. So, what is meant by this Dhamma Chakshusha or the wisdom eye? It's actually with your wisdom, you have to penetrate into the thought and find out how this thought was formed, how the thought was created, how this current created in this thought. So to start with, you have to go by the feel. What are the things you feel? What you feel is the mind sensor. You can't explore the sensor level, feel levels of the other five senses because we have passed that place now. The five senses have its own feels. Now the feel of taste becomes the pineapple taste in your thought. The sound of the feel of sound of the ear is coming up as a thought of the cawing of the crow. Similarly, the smell is at the feel level of the nose. But what you feel is a thought now. You get the smell of the coffee flowers, which is a very fragrant, sweet fragrance. So straight away, what you smell is the smell of the coffee flowers. You cannot feel the basic level of smell alone. The taste you feel is the sensor level, or the taste is a sensor level. But what you feel straight away is the taste of the sugar, or the taste of an orange. So the naming and the description is there, not purely the sensor level. Similarly, the skin also. Now you feel the cold feel, that is a sensor level. But the thought is that you are touching an ice cube. I'm touching an ice cube. So that is a full thought. But what felt was that the coldness only. So the description, along with the description, the thought is coming up now. So what we can experience at this moment is the feel level of the mind, which is a combined product. So the feel level of the mind could vary actually. Sometimes it's a strong kind of feel, sometimes very mild kind of feel. So all the feels at the mind level are related to this self-perception. So in other words, the self-perception is the one which is felt in different levels as a feel or a current. And at the gross level, we know that the fields of the mind are explained in different words like anger, hatred, craving, overjoy, overwhelming happiness, sadness. All sorts of names can be given to this field of the mind when it is at gross levels. So to start with, that is what you have to identify. You feel some, you have to explain this in words, different words. You will feel some, a heavy feeling, a dark kind of feeling, burning type of feeling, current-like feeling. So these are how people explain the heaviness. So why the system feels heavy at this moment? So now this is a skill actually, identifying the fact that there is a heavy thought, heaviness in the mind. Identifying that alone is a skill. So what is this heaviness? And remember, the heaviness is not only due to the sadness or anger, it is also due to the happiness. Now sometimes you are expecting your child from overseas. He's coming home after like 2-3 years. You feel that your thoughts are becoming heavier and heavier towards the day that the child is coming up. That is happy, isn't it? You are very happy to see him after such a long time. But don't you feel that thought is also very heavy? Yes. So this current is the raw material for both happy side as well as unhappy side. So you can't just sort of label only the unhappy feelings to one side and say, I don't have a current when I'm happy. No, you don't realize that. So you feel more and more happy, very much heavier towards the day and the time that you are expecting your son at home. So also maybe you have to attend a funeral of a very close family member, and maybe you feel very heavy. That time is also kind of heaviness, isn't it? So recognize that heaviness. That is a very first stage. So understand, recognize this heaviness, and that heaviness is the one which makes you feel sort of your thoughts are very uncomfortable. Your thoughts are sort of stressful. You feel kind of darkness if it is some form of sad current. I use the word sad current because, or the happy current. You can use any words to explain so that, so whatever the current you are having, you feel heavy. The system feels some heaviness. Just go back. What happened? How is this system feeling heavy? Then you might be able to find out where it started. It's always beginning from one of the sensor functions. So maybe your eye, maybe your ears, or any other sensor functions. Mostly it is the eye and the ear. And you may have got a message from your son saying, I'm coming home on this day. So that is a vibration of the eye, isn't it? By seeing the message on the phone. Or maybe he calls and say that, Mama, I am coming next week home for a short holiday. That is a ear vibration. So whichever happens, that was the beginning of this heavy feeling, isn't it? So the eye and the ear functions combine together to form the thought. Now, the thought is the one which makes you feel heavy. That is a feel of the mind. Now, this heaviness is a result of the combination of these two senses. Does it stop there? Now, when you see the message, it's just a vibration of the eye. That also is not true. That is the most important thing. Because the eye vibrated so fast, something was created. And that vibration became equal to the vibration of that what you observed on the screen of the phone. So the two vibrations became equal, and then you talk about seeing something. I saw the message. So just that instant, see how all the kind of loving and affectionate perceptions, or maybe even sad kind of perceptions related to sun, coming up to this moment, to this thought. Even the time perception, actually this was, we discussed fairly recently with Dr. Kokila and Surangika and Sudharma, three of us. Even the time is a perception, isn't it, of the mind. Now you have this son who lived in the past with me and son who is going to come tomorrow. So there's a time frame, isn't it? The time frame is a perception of the mind. And not only that, the time perception always occurs when the stimulus is real to you. If the stimulus is not real, if the stimulus has no value, the stimulus is not a thing to you, there's no time frame. Then it's only now and here. But because you have a real son who was there yesterday, who was there some years back, and who is now in some country, even at this moment, he is somewhere. And he's going to come to see me tomorrow. So there's a real son who is living somewhere and who is coming tomorrow. So the time frame, the past, present, and future, all three are true to you, isn't it? And now you have got all the perceptions that you have had time to time, which make this thought solid like. very hard, unbreakable kind of a thought. All the memories about him from the small age, from the day that you delivered the baby, and all his likes, dislikes, the way he was schooling, the way you were taking care of him, the things that he enjoys, the food he likes, all sorts of things are there in this perception right now, including the time frame. So you have all three, the worlds, the sensual world, form world, and the formless world activated at this moment in this stimulus called sun. Sensual world, you have this love and affection to him. You want to keep him to you, and all your attachments all are with him. So that is your sensual world. In other words, that is a mundane world. And the sun is in your mind, isn't it? In the form of sensor functions. His picture or his shape is there in your mind. His voice you can almost hear, isn't it? So his sound is also there. And the way you felt when you were touching him, that is also there. The skin sensation. Of course, if you had any particular smells, maybe even a regular perfume that he's using lately. So that smell is also there, isn't it? Now all these components are there in your mind as a thought. So the sun is living in your mind. So that is your form world. And formless world, now all this time, even if you do not mention about him, even if you're having some other stimuli via some other other senses, still you had that concept that your sun is somewhere there, isn't it? Somewhere, wherever the country, sun is there. So that is your formless world. So can you imagine now, you can actually apply every important Dhamma fact to this present moment stimulus. Now take sun again. Now I spoke to you just now how the three realms, the sensual world, form world, and formless world, how those three can arise from that stimulus called my sun. So all your desires, all your attachments to him, sensual world, and sun is a reflection in your mind, so that is your form world. And still, even when you are not talking or thinking about him, you had that deep-seated feeling that he is somewhere there, wherever he is. So the three realms you can identify in one stimulus. If you talk about the dependent origination, the sun, the real sun, is created in your mind right now. Now, sun is a construct in your mind, isn't it? A creation in your mind due to the fast speed. Due to the fast speed of the five sense faculties, the sun is a creation in the mind, which we call construct or sankhara. And the sankhara occurs because of the ignorance. And so they go hand in hand actually. Because of the ignorance or the avijja, this construct occurs. Wherever that construct occurs, there is avijja. And when the construct is there, you feel that sun is there and myself is here. So there's a kind of duality, isn't it? Separation. So that is avijja, that is vijnana or the consciousness. Consciousness means there is a rupane or vibration. and the vibration has been given a name or a description. That is your name and form, Nama Rupa. So your sun was constructed as a reflection in the mind, and that is because of the speedy vibration. So that is your Nama Rupa. How did the Nama Rupa, the form and naming occurs? That is with the 5 sensor functions combining together. That is a Salayatana, or the 5 senses combining to form the thought. So the Passa means the where the thought is formed. Passa means the contact. So the contact of 5 senses will form sun. Now about the sun, as I mentioned, you have the picture, you have his sound, voice, you have the particular smell if he has anything like that. Even the smell of sweat, sometimes the mothers are so sort of close to their children, they smell even the smell of sweat, they identify. So you know how he's felt when you touched his head, his hair, when you touch his skin, when you touch his hand. So those are all the skin sensations, isn't it? So that is where the thought is formed. Now the thought, so-called real thought of sun, has been created right now. And that is when the sun is created, real sun is created. The 3 levels, the dukkha vedana. Vedana means sensation. You feel it, sensation. So sensation of the sadness will be there, sensation of the happiness will be there, sensation of just simply existence will be there. Dukkha vedana, sukha vedana, adukkama sukha vedana. So those 3 means the sensation of sadness, happiness, or the existence. So that is your vedana. And if there is vedana, that means if there is this sensation, invariably there is a craving. That is a point which described by Lord Buddha, the jati or the birth. When a thought becomes real, when a thought is live, or when the thought is given a value, that is where the birth of the self is. It is nothing to do with the physical birth that any person can understand. So this is a deeper level of birth that Lord Buddha explained. So this is jati, or the birth. And invariably when there is jati, there is decay or jara, and marana, or the death. So jati, jara, marana, 3 things come together. 3 friends like hand in hand, triplets like. They come together. So wherever there is a jati, wherever there is a birth, there is a death. In between the death and the birth, in a thought, it is a very, very, very unimaginable time gap, very small time gap. And during that time, there is some decaying or jara. So, jati, jara, marana is a result of the thought which became real. The thought is now real, and then when the thought is real, invariably that is followed by the suffering or the sorrow, all kinds of weeping, crying, sadness, all those things you can explain, whatever the components of the sorrow and the sufferings will follow when there is jati, jara, marana, or the the birth, decay, and death sequence is there. So basically, in very simple words, how you can explain is that whenever a thought is real, whenever a thought is taken as true, invariably there is suffering and the sorrow. So why does the thought become real? How do you feel that the thought is real? That is because of the speed. Because of the fast speed, it looks as if it is really there. And if you do not see this truth, if you do not understand these Dhamma teachings, then you feel that there is no. If you know these Dhamma teachings, you know that there is no truth in this, and simply this is a construct due to the fast speed. So we know that it's very important to know this as a knowledge to start with. That is what you call the darshana. Darshana means the knowing about this truth as a fact. So now all this time from the small age, the boosters that the child or ourselves got was that this is true, this is true, this is true. Now when you are reversing, first you have to know this as a fact, as a fact of knowledge. And after knowing that, actually what should happen is that repeatedly the boosters to reverse this has to be given. So as I said, when there is an incident, you can see from what sensor levels it came up. What was the mechanism? How did it happen? How did I have that heavy thought? What were the sensors functioning? Now you come to that level, the sensor level. Now you were stuck in the thought level actually. You had this strong feeling or the strong understanding that thoughts are true. So that means the mundane world, the whole thing was true for you. And from that level, now you are in the reverse gear. You are trying to reverse little by little. So now you know that if the thought is taken as real, you will feel very heavy. You will feel that suffering suffering is there, sorrow is there all the time. So now you identify that it was a sensor function. Provided that you didn't have eyes, you wouldn't be able to see that message, then there is no sorrow here. Provided that your hearing was not there, you won't be able to hear the message from the telephone. So if those two senses are not there, the relevant thought will not form. And when the relevant thought is not there, there is no mind faculty function to give rise to this heavy feeling. So now you know that it is the sense functions. So now that is your form level. And how does the sensor functions occur? That is the next question. The sensor functions we know always is due to the vibration of that each and every sensor. I think I have mentioned earlier, the vibration is not something that you can identify with the sensors or with any testing. It is kind of functional change. That word is better. So something that you cannot find out in any investigations or something that cannot be seen with your naked eye, you call it a functional change. So it is a functional change that occurs at the level of the eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin. And that functional level is the responsible thing for this thought. So if the vibration did not occur so fast, you will not be able to experience that light. You will not be able to experience the sound. So it is very clearly due to the fast speed, something is created. And the created one became equal, that vibration became equal to something from somewhere. And you say that, I saw that. I saw the letters on the screen. So that is the concept. But actually what happened was, due to the speed, two things became equal to each other. So now you know that it is the sensor functions. That means your camera has been turned towards you now. Now you know that sun is in my mind. So sun is a thought and it is in my mind. So that is actually the first level of contemplation out of the 4 levels that we practice. It's a thought. So simply it's a thought. Sun is a thought in my mind at this moment. So that is the first level actually. This is not easy to get convinced. So now what happens? Now you know that